is kind of down to Son. Like if he says, I want to, if he's really committed to do one more year at Spurs, then maybe he would do one more year. But if he comes up with another opportunity and says, I want to go and try something different, I don't think the club would stand in his way, really. I think he's kind of earned the right to make his own decision. But if I had to bet on it, I'd say it was probably likely that he would go than that he would stay. I'm not really. I'd be kind of surprised if he stuck around. I think MLS would be perfect for him on so many levels.
Yeah,
like it's great. Yeah. It's great for his global brands. Slightly slower pace of football, admittedly. LA would be. I'm sure he'd love to live in LA. I know Lloris is loving it there, and that could be perfect for him. So yeah, that's kind of, I know Spurs have not received a bid at the moment, as far as I know. There's obviously still a long way to go. Anything can happen in these negotiations, but that's how I see it at the moment.
There's been suggestions, Jack, that if Sonny was to depart, then Romero would be potentially the leading contender to take the armband. I know you've personally been, if it was across a lot of the stories about Romero over the summer. I mean, I know there's a strong feeling out there that if he is to stay, then I know a lot of the fans would like to see the club engage in contract talks with him, see if we can get him to sign a new deal, commit his future to the club. I mean, I just wonder what your kind of take is on Romero. It's been again another bizarre last 12 months for him personally. I know there's certain fans that maybe feel that he's maybe put Argentina ahead of Spurs. There's the fact that I think, many would suggest, and I was one that suggested avidly, that I think he personally won Spurs that Europa League final by the way he was really just I'd say there's such an aura about him on that final. I don't know if you agree, Jack. There's that way of getting over the line, the way he has done really in his, country terms with Argentina, that when you see the way he did it in Bilbao, from the huddle to rattling Maguire in the final, I mean, what's your gauge on Romero and what happens there next for you? Do you have a gauge on it?
I think it's, at the start of the summer, I thought he might go. At the moment, I think it's likely that he will stay. We've been told that Atletico Madrid, Atletico Madrid obviously the likeliest team for him to go to. Real Madrid bought Dean Howson from Bournemouth, so they're not going to go and buy another big money centre back as well. Atletico Madrid, I think, have given up, or at least that's the word that's coming out of Atletico. And if he's not going to go there, where's he going to go? Like, I think that it would. The view at Atletico is that they think that Spurs won't sell him, and they think that Spurs would like him to sign a new deal. I'm sure they would like him to sign a new deal. Whether Romero would like to sign a new deal, let's wait and see. But yeah, I think at the moment it looks like he's going to stay. And I agree, it's such a weird season for Romero. I just feel like for years now, I've kind of felt like all Spurs fans have wanted is to see the Argentina Romero for Tottenham, right? And they didn't really see that until the end of last season. And in those kind of basically when he came back from that injury, and then he's back in the team for the Europa League game for both legs against Frankfurt, both legs against Bodo Glimt, and then the final in Bilbao. It was like watching Argentina Romero. Like his confidence, his intelligence, his winning mentality, his ability, his know-how of how to get over the line in these big games and how to lead his teammates. I know that he had a huge impact on his teammates, going into the game and then on the pitch. And I feel like it felt like watching him, winning the World Cup or Copa America for Argentina. So I'm really happy that Spurs fans have got to see that kind of Argentina Romero at long last. I think he's an amazing player, an unbelievable player. I think there's a lot of things you criticize about him, like his availability. Is he always as good as he could be? That kind of thing. If he doesn't play, I think he should be available. I think he should play more games. But when he's good, he's so good. When he's good, there's no one like him. And maybe staying and being captain would be great for him. I don't know. I think there's a few candidates. You can make a case for, I don't know, Vicario or Porro or Kulusevski. I think would be some other names. Or Maddison, of course, as vice captain. And Maddison, I think, was also at times very, very good last season, while also struggling with injuries and fitness and so on. So I think there's quite a few good candidates. Romero would be interesting. I would maybe not go for him, but I think that they've got tons of good options.
And just the last bit as well, Jack, is just around the squad that what needs to be done before the window wraps up. There's already a few injuries, Solanke, Solomon and Udogie, and you can see the scripts coming already, right? Gosh, Spurs, the need for another wing-back gets amplified very quickly when you lose just Udogie as well. How many players do you think Frank needs to be given to have a squad, capable of competing? And when I say competing, I'm not saying challenging City, because you're going to probably say 10. But what I say is competing for his goals. And what do you reckon his goal would be in the upcoming season to be deemed as, safe? Yeah, Thomas Frank just had a solid 6.5 out of 10 kind of season.
Good question. I would say, I mean, they've got, I guess, league first. I mean, I know that, the other day, I think Daniel Levy said he wants to compete on all fronts. I think my guess is that they've got to sort out the league form. They've got to get back, top half minimum, I'd say. And really, I think they'd want to be like in and around like maybe seventh. Do you guys think that sounds like a good target, 7th or 8th?
7th.
I mean, it's not great, but it's 10 better than 17th.
We have to remember, you're right, Jack. We have just 17th. So, I mean, to go from 17th
10
to
better.
7th. Yeah, I think the thing is, I don't know if you agree, Jack, and we were saying about the fact we've got to talk about Bilbao in the green room. I think when you have a night like Bilbao, everyone wants that again. And I'm not saying that we should get that again. I mean, what do you think, Jim? I mean, you go there a lot of the way. I mean, what do you think the fans want? What do you think they want?
I can only speak from where if I was asking people around me in the south, where I sit, I think most would agree that I think Spurs' place when things are going as they should be in the top 5 and having seasons where the occasional flirt with a title race, a few seasons in the Champions League, but dropping into the Europa League every now and again, being completely normal, and the occasional bad season where they drop out, but that kind of being the thing. But I think what Jack said of 7th, given the context, would be deemed, I'd be content with that. I'd say that's been a good season. And it's not me saying I'm happy with 7th and I think Spurs should be 7th. I'm just saying, given the context and where our squad is and what the teams around us are doing, I think we're not going to get near Liverpool, City or Arsenal or Chelsea. So I wouldn't be surprised if we came 5th, but I wouldn't be surprised if we came 8th either. And depending on the circumstances behind those finishes, I could be content with any of them. But I really want to see Tottenham in Europe. It's our thing. It's a thing Arsenal don't have, winning those European trophies. We've had that Bilbao thing. I think we'd take, even the Conference League, I think we'd take infinitely more seriously than we have in previous seasons. The Europa League, we loved winning it. We treat that more seriously. So as long as Spurs are in Europe, again, the following season, I think I'd be okay. But my 3-year ambition, I'll be very disappointed if we're not, getting back up there to pushing those top 4 clubs for something.
Yeah. I do agree. I think, Jack, to close with you, I mean, that's the point, is that we've actually said a lot on this show. It's very hard to go from 17th to jump into the top 4. I mean, I know Forest had an unbelievable season last season. Obviously, they got into Europe, and that Leicester season where Leicester won the league. I mean, again, you could say these were flukes, but I think it's going to be difficult to go from where we was to jump straight back into a very high league position when it does feel at the moment, Jack. I know for your benefit, you've not watched pre-season, which is good for you, but it just was a lot of work that needs to be done, and it's quite scary. We're 3 weeks away, less than 3 weeks away from the season starting. It feels like there's a lot of work to do.
Yeah, there is. I think they do need, I don't know, maybe 3 players, I reckon.
Yeah.
So, central midfielder first priority. I reckon I'd like to sign another goal scorer personally, and then someone who can play, so it's like a left-footed defender who can play centre back at left back. Is what I'd go for. I'd say 3 players. I'd be maybe 2 is likelier than 3, but I'd say 3.
Okay. Have we got a few more questions to close to? I think we had a few come in. Do you want to give it a mention?
We'll just go for the top-rated one because Charlie's Charlie. You can see I'm going to go with this question in a sec, Jack. Jack's got a dash, but one of the questions that was top-voted was: would Jack rather fight a Charlie Eccleshare-sized duck or 10 duck-sized Eccleshares?
10 duck-sized Eccleshares would be so annoying. Because
they wear you down with their
their like correcting me on various points and beating me in quizzes. So a Charlie Eccleshare sized duck. I mean, Charlie's taller than me, and it's definitely like in better shape. But I think a Charlie Eccleshare-sized duck would be initially scary because it would be like a 6'2" duck. But then I reckon I could kind of outmaneuver it or catch it off guard somehow. It wouldn't be very clever. Whereas 10 Charlie Eccleshare, 10 duck-sized Charlie Eccleshares would just be always like, they'd always be like one-upping me and correcting me and stuff. So I think that would be more annoying.
I love why you broke that down. That seems a lot easier than any of Tottenham's moving the window so far. So keep an eye out for more of those kind of duck-sized questions if you want to throw some to Jack over on View from the Lane. Jack, it has been a real pleasure. Thank you so much for over 6,000 of you that are watching the show live. Thank you so much for your support out there. I know right now there's a degree of frustration that many want to see Spurs do more business, and the fact that I know for many out there are concerned. But Jack, we know you'll be with us every step of the way when the new season gets going. For those that don't know where to find you, I can't believe they don't, but where can they find the wonderful work?
You can find me.
Hello and welcome to the Gooner Talk, back again with you guys and girls for another episode of what is the Arsenal Transfer Show. Joining you every single morning at 8 a.m. UK time. Joining you every single morning, of course, to tune in and talk about Arsenal and their news, their transfers. And apparently, when wearing an Arsenal shirt, which is not something any man or woman or child beyond the age of 15 should ever do, supposedly. We'll talk about that a little bit more this afternoon. If you know, you know. That's all I'll say. If you saw what went viral yesterday on social media, we'll probably have a bit of a chat about those comments from Rory Jennings in part 2 today. Right, let's jump into the chat box, shall we? Good morning to all of you joining us. Good morning to Saski Guna. Good morning to Kirill, to John, to Balatu. Good morning to Matt, to Martin, Dominico. Good morning to Kirill and Elliot. Good morning to Amberly and Martin. We've got Franz. We've got YouTube user, very specific. Thomas in the chat, Tom Folliger as well. Front row, we've got Claire, we've got Blackshine, we've got Matt. Good morning to you all. Thank you so much as always for joining me and making this a part of your morning routines. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much as always for tuning in and for listening. Thank you so much for being here. Do, as I say, subscribe if you are new with this platform that maybe you found for the first time. We do these shows every single day, 8 a.m, as I say. But let's not waste any more time. Let's jump into today's stories and tackle some of these comments. Oh, wow, my mouse just completely stopped working. Wonderful. Okay. Oh, is it going to work? No, maybe. No, it's not going for it. Okay, we're going to have to use the touchpad. Right, here we go. So Arsenal fly today to Hong Kong. Of course, they are taking on Tottenham on Thursday in Hong Kong. And it's the first time, of course, that there is a North London derby being played on foreign soil for the first time since never. It's never happened. No one has ever seen it before outside of the UK. And, of course, it's taken place at other grounds like Wembley, for instance, when, of course, Spurs were building their new stadium. But it is going to be a first. And it could be an opportunity for the first time to see Viktor Gyökeres. We'll talk about him a little bit more as well. But, of course, they'll be flying home, I believe, on Friday after the game that takes place on Thursday, 12:30 kickoff UK time once again. But Hong Kong has been experiencing quite a lot of typhoons, and the weather out there has been pretty mad, pretty ridiculous. But I think it's calmed down somewhat since then. So hopefully all is well. All is going to be absolutely fine. Let's move on, though, and into today's transfer lines. Aaron Ramsdale is set to join Newcastle. Talks are ongoing between the player and the clubs, of course, as well. This would be a potential loan move with a option or obligation to buy Ramsdale at the end of that loan if it is indeed successful. To my understanding, Arsenal do have a sell-on clause in this potential move for Aaron Ramsdale. It is a player that Arsenal could end up getting their hands on if they manage to successfully, Newcastle get their hands on if they manage to successfully agree a deal with Southampton over a loan. But the sell-on clause, it's complicated. I have to be honest with you. I'm not 100% sure if the sell-on clause means that Arsenal would benefit from a loan fee, because there would be a loan fee. I don't know if Arsenal take any amount of that loan fee. I guess it would be dependent upon how the contract is written up. But the sell-on clause, I imagine, would absolutely come into effect if that obligation or the option to buy in that contract became a reality. Newcastle wanted to sign James Trafford, of course, as well. So we're not really 100% sure about how the sell-on clause works when it's a loan, but it would, to my knowledge, absolutely come into effect if there's an option or obligation to buy. But with the loan fee, I don't know if Arsenal would take any of that either. Sell-on clause, I mean, the clue's kind of in the name. I guess it only counts if he's sold. So I guess it wouldn't really make too much sense for it to be included in that way. Of course, he's not the only Arsenal player, potentially a former Arsenal player on the move. Granit Xhaka, also going up to the northeast. He is on his way to Sunderland in a €20 million deal. Again, not 100% sure. I did hear that Arsenal might have a sell-on clause, but I haven't been able to confirm that yet. But I did get a little tip-off that apparently we may have included a sell-on clause, but I said I haven't been able to confirm that, so don't take that as gospel. Don't aggregate say TC says this. As I say, I haven't been able to fully confirm that. I heard from one source that they thought there might be one, but I'm not 100% sure, so I'm not going to sit here and say to you there definitely is a sell-on clause. I haven't been able to confirm that. So €20 million, about 17 or so million pounds, and it's interesting. Arsenal will play against Granit Xhaka next season. That's exciting. I like it. Bring it on. I really can't wait to see whether or not it's something that's... I can't wait to see whether or not it's something that really does come back to haunt us or not. We will have to wait and see, I guess. But it's exciting to know that he is going to be back in the Premier League very, very soon. Despite reports around Gabriel Jesus and a potential exit from the club this summer, Fabrizio Romano reporting there are no club-to-club talks between Arsenal and Flamengo. Further reports in Brazil have confirmed this as well, that there is so far a few challenges in the way of Arsenal doing a deal with any Brazilian side for Gabriel Jesus. The player, of course, as I told you on a previous show when we talked about this story, being injured and out until the end of the year. That is the biggest stumbling block, is that how could Arsenal think about a sale? There were suggestions from Brazil initially that maybe a loan with an obligation to buy might work, but at this point in time, very difficult to foresee a sale if it is one that is sorted out by Arsenal. Andrea Berta would have done an amazing job, an absolutely brilliant job. So I'm very curious to see if this is one that happens, but at the moment, reports in Brazil suggesting that this is not one that is indeed on the cards. Ben Jacobs reports that Fabio Vieira is among West Ham's potential targets to join their midfield recruitment this summer. Vieira, of course, would be an attacking midfield option and add depth to Lucas Paquetá and Jarrod Bowen on that right-hand side as well. And Arsenal are very open to a sale. The suggestions are that the price tag for Fabio Vieira is about £17 million. That's what they would be looking for, which is about half the price, of course, they paid Porto back in 2022. But Fabio Vieira is a player that Arsenal do need to move off the books if they are to try and bring in the likes of an Eberechi Eze, which, of course, a player is still that they want. And William Saliba has been speaking to the media. Of course, we spoke yesterday about how he had done that interview with AFTV in the mix zone after the game against Newcastle. Well, he has doubled down on a lot of those words. But beyond that, he's also been speaking in quite an amount of detail about Viktor Gyökeres as well. Been speaking specifically about how scary it is to come up against Viktor Gyökeres and sending out something of a warning to fellow Premier League defenders, of course, that will be coming up against Viktor Gyökeres next season. But he was speaking to the media. He said he is scary because when you face a striker who scores goals, you have to be focused. But now he's in our team and he will be scoring for us. So that is good. We know how good he is. It's scary to play against him. Of course, I'm so happy to have him in my club, and I'm sure that he'll be helping us to win games and win trophies. But he was also asked about his contract, and courtesy of Jordan Davis, he said, yeah, hopefully, of course, there is nothing now, but there is a good conversation with my agent and the club. Let's see. So, despite all those claims about Real Madrid, and I've been trying to tell you before that I've been speaking to a couple of friends of mine in Spanish media after the conclusion of Arsenal's game against Real Madrid, in which they absolutely battered them and smacked them out of the tournament, that one of the tactics that often happens when Real Madrid are beaten by a club in the Champions League is all of a sudden Spanish media kinds of goes into a bit of an overdrive and links all of the players that are being linked with Arsenal to Real Madrid, links players, of course, that are currently at the club with Real Madrid, and it's a bit of a saving face exercise. William Saliba, if anything, looks more likely now to be joining no one other than Arsenal for the foreseeable future. And the only player that looks more likely at this point to be joining Real Madrid in terms of a centre-back signing is Ibrahima Konate, of course, whose contract comes to an end at the end of the current campaign. But the headline story of the day is a big moment in the race to sign Eberechi Eze, because according to multiple reports, Crystal Palace are said to be targeting Bilal El Khanous, the Leicester City attacking midfielder and wide player, as a potential replacement for Eze should a club successfully sign the England international. So you will remember, of course, a big moment in the Victor Gyökeres saga, where we spoke about how Sporting were trying to look and sign Luis Suarez. Of course, not that Luis Suarez, the other one, who'd been playing for Almeria and had a very good season. The 27-year-old had scored a high volume of goals in the second tier of Spanish football. And it was a big moment in that story because not soon after that happened, of course, Arsenal then did find that final and total agreement with Sporting to sign Victor Gyökeres from the Portuguese side. And now Bilal El Khanous is being linked with a move to Crystal Palace. And it's interesting this because Bilal El Khanous is, of course, really a wide player. And it's interesting that, of course, we discuss Bilal El Khanous and we appreciate it kind of his abilities. He can play through the middle and plays a lot and has played. To be fair, I am being a little bit cheeky because when I say he is a wide player, he's kind of played more so as an attacking midfielder playing in a wide area. There are a lot of comparisons that are made with Eberechi Eze and Bilal El Khanous as an operator who plays kind of as a central figure who can play in those wide areas. So yeah, I am being a little bit cheeky, but just trying to dispel those myths about Eze. But when it comes to El Khanous, when it comes to that kind of signing, it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? So hopefully this is kind of the moment. This is kind of a, oh my goodness, everyone's falling for the joke of the chat box. Come on, I know it's early, but come on. You've been hearing the jokes every single week about Eze playing in wide areas. I thought you might get it, but nope. It's everyone's going, he's a 10. He's a zero profile. He's a 10. Everyone's completely not got that whatsoever. But when it comes down to Eze, of course, to get that deal done, it will rely upon Arsenal spending that release clause, activating that release clause, and doing the deal that is needed, of course, to get him through the door. And it's very unlikely that Palace are going to kind of budge on that. And after Ethan Nwaneri signed a new contract, Arsenal's need, of course, to spend big on a versatile attacking player is not said to be as high, but we don't know in reality whether or not that will stop. Well, not necessarily stop, but that will whether or not kind of change Arsenal's stance. So we'll wait and see what happens. Right, let's go to part two. Discuss that kind of crazy story from TalkSport yesterday and a little bit more right after this. Right, this is, of course, part two of today's show. I'll be jumping into the chat box, tackling some of your questions. But before we do that, I want to get some of your thoughts on something that went a little bit viral yesterday, of course, on TalkSport. We are, of course, part of the TalkSport fan network, of course. So it's a good time to, I think, put these kind of questions to you in the chat box. And the question this morning, is it okay for a person over the age of 15 to wear a club shirt, and I mean like not merchandise, I mean like a club shirt like I'm wearing right now, outside to anything unrelated to a match day? So like to the shops or to the pub or to a gathering of friends or to a festival. Is it okay for any person over the age of 18 to do such a controversial thing? That's the question I've got for you this morning. I've just got to work out how to get this question now under 108 characters. Is it okay for a person over the age of 15 to wear a club shirt outside of unrelated match day things. Let's just put things. Let's see if that works. Must contain between 1 and 35 characters. No, we don't want that. Okay. There we go. So there's your poll. Let us know. Because if you're unaware of the story that was going around yesterday, of course, you can go and watch it on TalkSport. I nearly replied to it. And I thought, I think that's what he wants. About it on this morning's show. Rory Jennings on TalkSport yesterday went absolutely in on people that wear fancy dress and said, I say fancy dress because that's the word that he uses to describe it. He says anyone over the age of 15. In fact, I'll read you his tweets that he put out, of course, after receiving, I feel, rightfully, not any level of abuse, but quite a lot of backlash. His tweet says, I'm all for a scarf or a precisely placed pin badge, but if you're over 15 and you're wearing a club shirt, it's quite often the biggest telltale sign.
So Dan N'Doye has completed his medical. It is done and dusted. This isn't a Spurs scenario. He was actually there. But what kind of player are we getting? Is he good enough? And how does he compare with Elanga? Welcome to your Forest News. Afternoon, everybody. Hope you're doing well and welcome to your Forest News as Dan N'Doye is officially confirmed, medical done. It is a 5-year contract plus 1, done and dusted, flew through his medical. So get those likes up if you're excited for Dan N'Doye. Make sure you're subscribed. Massive thank you to you all as we've sailed through 28,000 subscribers. Thanks to you guys. And if you want to see some exclusive news on Marinakis, there's a video up on the Patreon channel. Go check it out. You can scan that QR code or click on the link that's pinned in the comments. Okay, what we're doing tonight, I'm going to talk you through Dan N'Doye. I'm going to tell you about who he is. How does he compare with the likes of Elanga, who he's meant to replace? Is his actual position right wing or should he be on the left side? And how does he fit into Nuno's tactics? So a lot to cover off. Let's get straight into it. So let's start with a quick recap about exactly how much Forest have paid for Dan N'Doye, who is now a Red. As you can see, Forest have paid 35 million plus 4.3 in add-ons plus a 10% sell-on fee as well. He's a Swiss international, right-footed, played 75 games for Bologna, got 11 goals and 8 assists, and predominantly can play on the right side, but has as well played on the left side. We'll break his stats down for you. And I think the important thing I want to start with here is how does he compare to Elanga? Because I'm still hoping that he is the Elanga replacement and not bloody Adama oil me up Traore. So I've got a little kind of screen comparison here for you guys that I want to run through. Hopefully it's big enough for you to see, but I'll talk you through it all the same. So on the left, we've got N'Doye. On the right, we've got Elanga. And you can see that age-wise, they're very comparable. Elanga 23, N'Doye 24. Height-wise, not too much in it, 6 centimeters between the two. And market value, Elanga is more expensive. Obviously, Prem tax, homegrown tax, etc. Now, what I found interesting was looking at the heat maps, because he does play a lot on the left-hand side. You can see on the left here is N'Doye's heat map. A lot of his work is wide out right. The heat map is very red in and around the opposition's half as well, but he does track back and do some important defensive work as well. Whereas you can see with Elanga, his hottest areas are not as dark in terms of N'Doye's, and it's more spread out throughout the pitch. And it's just interesting to see that comparison, because I'm starting to wonder, we did see Callum Hudson-Odoi play on the right-hand side in the previous friendly. Is Nuno looking at N'Doye as that versatile winger who he may favour on the left-hand side, because then he can cut on towards his favoured right foot? But let's go into the actual game stats. You can see on average, he has 72 minutes per game, whereas Elanga had 66. In terms of total minutes played, Elanga had significantly more, nearly 400-500 minutes more, because there was more injuries for N'Doye. And matches played, 38 for Elanga versus 30. This is just league comparison, by the way, Serie A versus Premier League. Goals, Ndoye got more. Expected XG, his was higher at 6.9. Elanga got 6 goals with an expected XG of 4.4. And then in terms of goals per game, 0.3 to 0.2, not too much in it. More shots were being had by Ndoye, 0.6 versus 0.3. And shots on target, Elanga was slightly better. In terms of assists, there's no real comparison there. Elanga was way higher with 11 versus Ndoye's 4. So if you add up their GA, you're looking at 8 plus 4. So you got, what's that, 12? And then with Elanga, 17. So Elanga produced more GA in what most would regard as a tougher league than Ndoye did. And then with the defensive work, I just want to show you that as well. He does track back. The heat map does indicate that. I'll just take you back there. There's a lot more areas of darker red in that home end rather than Elanga. So he is good at working. And one of his strengths for me is the way he presses. But is that something Nuno wants out of his wingers? We will wait and see how that happens. So overall, when you look at their stats, they are quite comparable. And you can start to understand why Nuno's had a look at Ndoye and thought there's enough in there to say that there is a lot of traits that are similar. Now, I think Ndoye is a better dribbler of the ball, like close ball control and what have you. I still think, I don't care what you guys say to me, Elanga is way quicker than him. I think we lose a bit of pace with Ndoye. Maybe that's why we're looking at Adama Traore as hopefully just a backup. So those are the comparisons. So what do you guys think to that? Do you think they are a bit more like for like when you look at the stats? Still on the eye though, I think he's a very different player to Elanga. So this could be an interesting one. All right, so let's have a look at how Ndoye potentially fits into all the different systems that Nuno undertakes at Forest. So I've got the team sheet here for you. By the way, I don't know if his number's 14. That's my guess. What's your guess? I think he might get it, but we'll have to wait and see. So, as I mentioned, we've got the one that I think Nuno isn't reverting away from, the 4-2-3-1, I'm trying to say here, which was predominantly the one that Nuno sets up in, especially when we were in that good period of the season. Now, it could be quite easy, because we've only lost one player in Elanga, so this could be tag out, tag in, and you could put Ndoye there. But as I showed you from the heat map, there is a strong possibility that he might be used on the left-hand side. And this might be why in our previous game against Fulham in the second half, you saw Callum Hudson-Odoi playing down the right-hand side. I actually didn't think he did too bad there. That will allow Ndoye to come in and invert, but you're also taking away Callum Hudson-Odoi's special finishing move, the cut in, the finesse shot. So I think Ndoye has a stronger weak foot than Callum Hudson-Odoi. I actually think I would say he's like a 4-star weak foot for those of you who understand FIFA terminology. But there is a possibility that Ndoye comes here on the left-hand side and that Callum Hudson-Odoi moves down the right-hand side. Now, if the little silly rumours are true and Fofana might be coming to Forest, one can dream, then we could potentially see Fofana on the left, Ndoye on the right, Callum Hudson-Odoi on the left, Fofana on the bench. Nuno starts to have some options, yet right now things are looking very thin with only Jota Silva as your backup winger. So we definitely need some more wingers. Oh yeah, and there's of course Oil Me Up, baby oil boy. So look, that's one option. Now, the other one I want to talk about is the one we saw deployed in that second half again, which I found quite an interesting formation. And what we saw was a 4-3-1-2. And I don't know how that would work with Ndoye, because let's just say, for the sake of argument, let's just bring Callum Hudson-Odoi off. A lot of you did like this formation that we saw with Jesus and Wood up front. And then potentially you would see Sangare, Anderson, and Ndoye there. Now, this does not work in terms of what's natural to Ndoye. He is a wide player, or he can play as a number 10, right? So he's done that a few times. To play as a CM on the right-hand side isn't really in his boathouse. The only way this works is if you go old school Paul Hart settings and go a diamond. And even then it would need to be a wide diamond rather than a narrow diamond. And I think you leave way too much work on Sangare there. So if we are going to deploy this 4-3-1-2, which I would agree with you guys, it didn't look too bad against Fulham in that second half in the friendly. I don't think you can put Ndoye there. And I actually think what you would then need to do is bring in a Dominguez and then go more orthodox 4-3-3 or a Ryan Yates or whoever your heart's desire, or maybe a Douglas Luiz, one can dream. So look, that's one thing. Where he does fit into another formation and into another position is if we do go to a back three. Because for Switzerland, he has played a decent amount of games as a right wing back. So for that to happen, you would have to lose a couple of the midfielders. So let's get Dominguez out. How would we do this? Maybe Williams out and you put Einar on the left-hand side. Then you go Murillo, Milenkovic, and let's just say Cunha. I'm just picking names at random. You could then, if you want to make it quite attacking, bring Ndoye on that right-hand side. Go Sangare and Anderson. And then you got Einar and then Ndoye as your wing-back. So it could be Williams, whatever. I'm not necessarily saying this is the team to do it. Because defensively, as I showed you, he does work quite hard going backwards. And that would be quite an aggressive back three. I wouldn't see that as a defensive formation. I would see that as block out the middle, use the width, use the pace of Einar and Ndoye. I actually don't mind that one too much. I'm just double checking I've counted right. Got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that would be 11 players on the pitch. That could be another way we could do it. But there is versatility in his game. And also, don't forget, I guess, technically speaking, I don't know if I haven't seen him play at left wing back, but he may have done. You could flip it around that way and have Einar on the right-hand side and Ndoye on the left-hand side, because Einar is very two-footed as well. So there are some options for this. And the more you break it down, the more you start to understand why Nuno was so interested in Ndoye and why Forest paid quite a lot of money to get him. And the other thing I want to add on top of all of this is that Forest had to go up against Napoli in all of this. And Napoli are, of course, Serie A champions. They've got real good European pedigree. They got Champions League as well. And Forest were able to hold them off and get the man as well. So I am being a bit of a happy clapper on this one. I still stand by he wasn't my number one choice. I would have rather gone for an Akliouche or a Bakayoko or someone like that. But you got to play the hand you're dealt with. And if you break down what he can offer Forest, there is actually quite a lot. So hopefully that's helped you to start to understand him. We'll be doing a video probably on Thursday for you guys with one of our Bologna friends who will give us their perspective of Ndoye. So make sure you tune in for that on Thursday. Don't forget, Forest are playing tomorrow as well. We'll have the watch along for you. So much content coming on, so make sure you've hit the like, make sure you've subscribed. We'll see you on the next one. Go check out the special Marinakis video over on Patreon.
And yes, everyone, good morning, hello, welcome back to Forever United TV. Welcome back to another live show. We're bringing you all the news in and around Manchester United, transfers in particular this morning, and the pendulum that is swinging on Manchester United's decision on which striker to go for. Watkins or Sesko? Sesko or Watkins? The fan base are to and fro in. I've seen so many different styles of flip-flops flying out there with what's right for Manchester United up front this season and who United should be going for. Massive updates from Romano on this. I've got a clip here that you're going to want to watch because I'm convinced you will agree with my take on this clip on Benjamin Sesko. Stay tuned for that one. Updates on Ollie Watkins. A new price is floating around. You can see it in the title. I might as well just say it right now. 50 mil. Would you go for it? Get into the live chat and get into the comments if you're playing catch up as well later on. Is Watkins worth 50 million to Manchester United? Chelsea's ridiculous valuation of Alejandro Garnacho and a little plan here, and I think a little snidey plan. Now, it could just be me going down my not liking Garnacho road, and you can go in on me and have a go if you want, but I think this is a little subplot here to the Garnacho saga on this one. The keeper situation, what is going on? I've got more of an update on that this morning as well. Manchester United about to cash in again on another sell-on clause, which would bring us 100% profit. In fact, if this one came off, United's actual intake this summer alone would be over 40 million for players that are not even at the football club. Crazy, isn't it? We'll get into all of that. It's Forever United TV. I'm Adam. Welcome along. I love you all. Get into the comments section. That's all I want you to do. Give me your thoughts. And
what you think is going to happen. So let's start with Ollie Watkins. Now, the pendulum, like I said, Sesko, Watkins, it's just to and fro-ing, and it's looking more likely to one, then it goes to the other, but everybody's standing firm. And you know what? At the moment, I would say it's hard to decide because there are concrete sources telling us that there is a chance for Watkins and a chance for Sesko. And I say it is 100% a 50-50 split at the moment. That's what I think anyway is happening. But in this, I think, and this is why I feel both players are waiting for Manchester United. I'm going to get into this and talk about it now. But Ollie Watkins, first of all, this was the first story that broke last night, which was from Ben Jacobs, who was talking on TalkSport on live video about Ollie Watkins' situation and where we're actually at right now. And the story is around Watkins that if Manchester United go for Watkins, there are sources at Aston Villa that feel a bid in excess of, or just over, or in and around, whichever way you want to look at it, of 50 million quid will get this deal over the line now. Now, that's the latest from Ben Jacobs, who has been covering this, as we know, around Manchester United. Now, he's also said that Ollie Watkins wants to come to Manchester United. I've been saying this all along, and this is exactly the lengths I feel. And I mentioned it last night. I don't want to go over and over again, but what Alexander Isak is doing right now to Newcastle is not right for a football club and a player to be treating a football club that way. It just seems to have gone sour very, very quickly. But these are the lengths sometimes that players have to go to make a move happen. You don't get the niceties in football anymore. There are some, like Benjamin Sesko, for instance. There is a great understanding there between player and club and the future of that player. That's how that club is run, though. Newcastle are competitive and are in the Champions League and want to get back up there. They have got very, very rich owners and they want things to move forward. And it's a different scenario altogether. And to get out of that football club, Isak is having to do crazy things to move. I feel like Watkins is in the same boat but hasn't got there yet. And again, it's starting to tick. It's the 30th of July. 2 more days, including today, left of July, and then we're into August, and we're on 2-week countdown to the start of the season. I don't think Manchester United at this point are going to have a striker in the club before the start of the season. I don't. I think it's going right to the wire. It's the end of the transfer window on this one, and United, I don't think are going to be going into that opening game against Arsenal with a new number 9. Just my opinion on the way that this is drawing out. We're not saying that this deal is not going to happen, but you listen to what Ben Jacobs says there. Like, if Ollie Watkins pushes for a move, a 50 million transfer fee looks like it might get the deal done for Watkins. Now, it's in between the 60 that they wanted and the 40 that Manchester United want to pay. And this is always what we've said before with transfers. If there is a evaluation from the parent club and there is a valuation from the buying club, and it's 20 million apart, 10 million apart, whatever it is, there's always a middle ground. It worked out that way with Bryan Mbeumo, and it will work out that way with Ollie Watkins if United go bang, all in. And this is the thing right now with Manchester United. I mentioned it yesterday with Romano. United need to decide which way they're going. Are they going for Ollie Watkins or are they going for Benjamin Sesko? The Ollie Watkins situation right now, I think, again, it divides opinion. I've got a poll running right now. Who is more likely? Who do you think is most likely to sign for Manchester United, Sesko or Watkins? And Sesko has landslided this vote every single time. Who would you prefer? Sesko. Who do you think United will buy? Sesko. Who is the most likely in a certain situation? All of these polls that we've run, it's always been Benjamin Sesko. And I'm just going to go with this now and say the majority of everyone watching this channel anyway and our live shows want Benjamin Sesko. They feel like that's the sensible transaction for Manchester United when it comes to the striker, and we should be all in on this. 50 million for Watkins, though. Does that change anybody's mind, or is that just saying that's 50 million, Adam, for a 30-year-old? That's 50 million for a 30-year-old striker who is going to lose value instantly. I don't think you're going to be able to sell Ollie Watkins on. So look, we said it yesterday. For instance, 4-year deal for Ollie Watkins, including wages. If you set him up on a transfer payment plan for 4 years, if you do that, it's exactly the same as what it is with Casemiro. He's on a 4-year plan for the length of his contract, and that's how United are making this happen. That's going to cost United between 18 and 20 million a season. So 4 years of £20 million for Ollie Watkins. How many years has Ollie Watkins got left in him? Say, for instance, Ollie Watkins smashed it for 2 seasons. That transfer is worth it, because if he does smash it, United are back into Europe, Champions League, and that was a good investment. It was a very, very It was a risky investment. It was all of Manchester United's budget that we'd saved through selling players in one summer, it would seem, because that's the way it's going at the moment. To bring a striker in, we need to obviously make sales, like we all know. And it didn't have any future value in it at all. Like, Ollie Watkins would go down from a £50 million player to a £20 million player as soon as he steps foot on the Old Trafford turf. Because everybody knows he's going to be at Man United for 2 to 3 years minimum, and his value would drop to about 20 million instantly in the first season, and then more the second and more the third. And that's what Manchester United are looking at. United fans have always looked at this and bemoaned this situation before about Manchester United buying ready-made players instead of looking to develop a team and create a team. United are desperate, though, when it comes to that striker, and this is the big problem for United. Do we decide to go in on a player that has got that proven quality in the Premier League? There were stats that came out last night that said, and I've seen it before, people have compared Rasmus, Watkins and Sesko. In fact, last season, Sesko scored more goals in less games than Ollie Watkins. And out of the 3 strikers over the last season, or over their time, I think it was the last 2 years, I think they looked at, in terms of games played. No, actually, sorry, it was the last 3 years of these players playing football. And Sesko outperforms Watkins and Rasmus Højlund in games played and goals scored. So the ratio between goals per game, Sesko beats Højlund and Ollie Watkins. And they're United's options right now. It's neither or one of. I'll stick with the likes of Rasmus Højlund underneath. Like that's it. It's Rasmus, Watkins or Sesko. They're United's striker options right now. And Sesko outscores both of his competitors in the area of goals per game ratio. Now, you could argue Watkins has done it in the Premier League, and that's the only thing that's holding Ollie Watkins up in this case. The fact that I'm not just going to say this because he's English and he's going to be better. I think overall, Sesko's probably got more attributes about him. Let's not forget, Ollie Watkins came to the fore in his mid-20s, and Sesko could get there. That's what you've got to think about as well with this one. Sesko has got a little bit more time to develop yet. I know we could actually say, well, he might turn into a Rasmus Højlund, Adam. You're comparing Rasmus against Sesko and then Watkins against Sesko in 2 different ways. It's like Sesko could turn into another Rasmus Højlund and not score any, and Sesko could turn into an Ollie Watkins, but a little bit sooner, if we get the right system in place. Again, this is the big debate, isn't it? The fact that Watkins has got experience in the Premier League is the one reason why Manchester United are looking at him at the price he is right now. And he will fit in at United like a glove. I know he will. And it's just whether he stays fit going into his early 30s. If he's at 32 and he's still banging in like Harry Kane would be, 15 goals a season, then that money is more than worth it for Manchester United. It is. You could have 3 years of Watkins, Cunha and Mbeumo and then bring somebody else through. You might even be bringing Chido Obi through after 3 years because he's fully developed, and United don't have to spend any more money on a striker. Or do you risk spending over 60 million on a player that hasn't had Premier League proven, has got no Premier League proven experience at all, and then obviously you got stuck with both Sesko and Højlund and they're blocking the way for Chido coming through? Is there a development path United are looking at here? Well, one striker is going to be out of the door definitely, and you don't know what's going to happen with the other ones. They could be stuck here and we can't move them on. Well, you know Watkins is going to be done in 3 to 4 years. That's it. Where's Rasmus going to be? Where is Sesko going to be? Is that going to stop Chido coming through? Maybe they're looking at that. Are they fully convinced by Chido and his development? Just 17. In 3 years' time, Chido's turning 20, still 2 years younger than what Benjamin Sesko is, and he could be taking the place of Ollie Watkins. If, buts, maybes, I know, and there's no guarantees again. And we're all talking here and debating on shows what is the best option for Manchester United, but nobody really knows. We're just waiting for the club to make the decision, and it's an intriguing watch and a wait to see which way the club goes. The reasoning behind it is everything that we already know. You can say one thing like the club are going to be discussing things that we don't know about, but we all know what the club know. We all know the risks that the club are thinking of right now, and them risks are, what is the future of this player and how long are we going to get out of this player? That's what's being discussed at Manchester United right now. It's an impossible task to decide which way is worth it, because you've got bad examples for both for Manchester United. You could have a Cavani or a Zlatan, one season fantastic and then injured because he's over 30 and he can't hack it anymore. I don't think that's the case with Watkins. It's Van Persie all over again. 29-year-old come in, one great season, and then in and out. Injuries crept up. Like Watkins' injury record is very good, and I'm not concerned about that as much as I would have been with Zlatan, Cavani, or Robin Van Persie. And you look at Benjamin Sesko's example, it's Rasmus Højlund. That's the biggest concern of all, because Rasmus has been one of the worst strikers I've seen play for Manchester United. Yeah, he can get better. Of course he can. He's got plenty of time left in his career, and this might be one of the biggest learning seasons for Rasmus Højlund ever, that being last season. And he may just kick on, learn from that, and be the striker that we're actually looking at now when bleeding Benjamin Sesko. You just don't know, do you? That's the risk. That is a big risk for Manchester United, because we don't have a lot of money. And what we're banking on is getting into Europe to be able to start competing again. Because if we don't get in Europe this season, the Manchester United finances just start to dwindle. And you thought this summer was hard work. Wait till we get to next summer in trying to raise money, because there isn't many players that we can sell then. The majority of the players we've got to sell are here now. There's 2 players on the end of their contracts leaving next summer, which will help wage-wise in Maguire and Casemiro, but we're not getting transfer fees. Where is the money coming from if Manchester United don't get into Europe? That's the question. We need the gate receipts. We need the 50 games a season, Manchester United, to operate. And that, I think, is the biggest concern. So, you've got to make sure that you get in Europe. Which one of these strikers, Rasmus, Sesko or Watkins, is leading your line and has got the best chance of getting you into Europe next season? That has to be your decision. Because without that, United are in trouble. And I know that Omar Barada said our calculations are off United playing in the Europa League the next 4 seasons, completely contradicting the fact that we're going to win the league in 3 years. Because if you're going to win the league in 3 years, you have to be in the Champions League, and for that you have to be in the top 4. So if it's balancing books over Europa League football, you're saying that we don't stand a chance. You see where I'm going with it, don't you? Without Europe, United are up shit creek without a paddle, and the money will dry up. It will. I do believe the players that we're buying this season are there for the long haul and are good. We've got a lot of youth coming through as well, which will develop like we've just discussed, and that is good for the future and could put us in good stead. But right now, we know that Manchester United are being left behind because we're not in Europe. Other clubs are attracting better players because they're in Europe, and other clubs are getting just as much, if not more money than Manchester United now through revenues because they're in Europe. United, if we get into Europe, will leave everybody down. It will leave everybody behind in terms of revenues. We just got to get back there. What player helps the most in getting back into the Champions League? I'll still stick with Ollie Watkins because I think it is him. But 50 million... that's the debate this morning, everybody. Let's get into this comment section now and see where you're all at with 50 million, for instance, on this one. 12 months, remember, you can't compete. Thank you very much, mate. 12 months finally. Smash the like button, people, and subscribe if you're new. Let's get 100k subscribers, FUTV family. Thank you very much, Pete. Really appreciate that and your contributions, mate. Ant is always there with his. Watkins that played with Mbeumo too. Important key. I did mention that yesterday, mate. You are dead right, Ant, on that one. And understanding. I don't think players should have a say on this, and that's what we was talking about yesterday. Do the players actually have an input into what players they want to play with? It doesn't work like that. So I think everybody knows it, but that has to be brought into the conversation. Watkins knowing the Premier League and knowing Mbeumo, and Mbeumo talking the way he did yesterday to Rio Ferdinand about how Watkins plays and helps players like Mbeumo create chances and find space, and then find space themselves because of his movement and his craft and his savviness up front. He's a classic number 9 player. You can imagine what it does for Mbeumo. You can imagine what it does for Matheus Cunha. You can imagine what Bruno Fernandes's assists will be with Ollie Watkins there as well when they're being finished constantly. That's a big thing as well. Rawls with a super chat. Thank you, mate. If Sesko declares he wants United and United's offer is within the ballpark of Newcastle's, how long could that take? Depends how Manchester United want to structure it. It's all right agreeing a deal, but it has to work on the structure of the deal, like instalments, what's up front, what are add-ons, and we know all about that with what happened with Brentford. Maybe Leipzig will be easier to deal with and negotiate with than what Brentford were. Brentford notoriously hard in terms of negotiators when it comes to transfers. Staffo says Watkins is guaranteed for 2 to 3 years. It gives Højlund and Obi time to develop. Better players than Sesko have flopped at United. Watkins makes sense. Good point. Great super chat there, Staffo. Thank you for that, buddy. And I get that completely. I do get where you're coming from with that one. I think it is important to remember that Manchester United have had players like this before come in. Not just young players, but well-established players that have failed at this football club. There's never a guarantee with any player. Never a guarantee. All you're doing, I've said this before, is shortening the odds to get to that guarantee. And at the moment, I just think a player in his prime, which is Watkins, might suit United better right now. In terms of news just in regarding, and I've said this all along, Rasmus Højlund could be key to any of these strikers coming in. I'm going to get on to Garnacho at the back end of this video and the problems that we're having with him. Obviously, we're not able to sell players at the moment, and why we're having to tell players to wait for transfers and the inside of things. AC Milan, Inter Milan, Napoli, Juventus, Borussia Dortmund, RB Leipzig, Eintracht Frankfurt, and recently Bayer Leverkusen are all keeping tabs on Rasmus Højlund, who is expected to leave Manchester United this summer. That's just coming from caught offside on that one. Again, something is going on behind the scenes with Rasmus Højlund that we don't know about, but there's a few journalists now and I've said this, I know, coming out and talking about Rasmus and the potential departure from Manchester United this window. Is he part of the striker coming in? The Athletic have discussed this. Romano has discussed this in detail as well. And there is plenty of suitors for him. Like Eintracht Frankfurt, for one. They need a striker to come in. Obviously, Borussia Dortmund, we're always on the lookout for a striker. Juventus, Napoli, Inter Milan, AC Milan, we know about all of them already. And obviously, Ten Hag at Bayer Leverkusen brought in Rasmus Højlund. And he will be seen as a future investment because of his age. The age is helping Rasmus at the moment. And maybe somewhere like the Bundesliga might suit him better. We shall see on that one. And let's see if anybody else does come in for Rasmus Højlund. But with a month left to go in the window, I think we should definitely be hearing things regarding Rasmus Højlund and other outgoings of Manchester United players very, very soon. And again, it is a strange old situation with United right now because time is ticking. And now, the interesting one, quickly, who's come from the Bundesliga and banged immediately? Oh, sorry. Which strikers have come from the Bundesliga and banged immediately? Well, I don't know. You'll be hard-pressed to find someone who has actually stood out instantly. Klinsmann. Who else have we got in there? I haven't got time to look into it now, but you probably made a good point there, Ant, that there isn't many. There isn't many, particularly when it comes to United. My God. You could say, obviously, you've had players leave Borussia Dortmund like Erling Haaland. You've had players leave there like Jude Bellingham. We've gone to better run football clubs in City and Real Madrid that have succeeded instantly. We're about to see if Florian Wirtz is that player that's also going to hit the ground running. You're about to see if Frimpong is that player that hits the ground running. And there are plenty of players that probably have. But again, like if we're looking in the striker department, then you're hard pressed to try and find that. Well, someone will come up in the chat and find one in a moment. That was the Ollie Watkins situation. Now, moving across to Benjamin Sesko, and this is what I was talking about at the top of the show regarding Fabrizio Romano's take now. And this has changed. And this is what I meant. I think you'll agree that this has actually changed from Romano. So here's what Romano said on Benjamin Sesko last night on his channel.
If Benjamin Sesko decides to go to Newcastle, Newcastle are ready to pay whatever it takes. They know the conditions of the deal, so they don't need even to negotiate with Leipzig. They are ready to go and pay what Leipzig want. They are ready to go and pay what Sesko want. They are ready to go and pay whatever Sesko camp want. So they know everything about the deal. Newcastle started working on this one last week. So Newcastle are ready for Benjamin Sesko any moment. But this depends on the player. It's the player who has to say, okay, I want to come. In that case, Newcastle are ready. Then there is Manchester United. Don't forget Manchester United. Because Man United keep working on the Sesko deal, in contact with people close to the player, ready to speak also to Leipzig. So they are still working on the Sesko deal on Manchester United. And so it's not only Newcastle. Newcastle are very ready. Man United need to understand if they can be ready or not. This is also on the player. The player can decide any moment to go to Newcastle or maybe to wait for Man United. Let's see what's going to happen. Obviously, Sesko is going to take his time. It's not something very imminent in terms of hours. So probably it's going to take some days to decide what he wants to do. But for sure, Benjamin Sesko remains a big topic.
I know what you're thinking straight away from that there, from watching that little clip. Yeah, Romano really needs to put some water in that plant on the windowsill. It is dying a slow death, isn't it? No, I'm only joking, of course, but Fabrizio Romano there talking about Newcastle's approach mainly for Benjamin Sesko. So Newcastle are ready to go. Newcastle have agreed personal terms with Benjamin Sesko, ready to pay them personal terms. Newcastle are ready to pay the fee that RB Leipzig wants. Newcastle are ready to go. They want Benjamin Sesko. Why is Benjamin Sesko not at Newcastle then? If Newcastle have agreed everything, why is Sesko not there now, negotiating, doing medicals? It's because he wants Man United. I'm telling you that for nothing. And I think you'll be hard pressed to disagree with what I take from that there. Like, Newcastle have done everything already. They've already negotiated. They know what Leipzig want for him. They're prepared to pay. It's up to the player. So if that's there, then why is Benjamin Sesko not going to a Champions League club in his dream move, has been quoted, and moving to the Premier League? A Premier League club with Champions League football that's agreed to pay his wages, that's agreed with the club to pay the fee that they want, and all of a sudden Benjamin Sesko now wants more time. Now remember what Romano said at the start of the week. In the next few days, this is key for Benjamin Sesko. He's going to make his decision. Now Romano in that video, as you remember hearing there then, said that it's going to take a few more days. He wants to take his time and decide. So why is Benjamin Sesko taking his time all of a sudden? Why? Well, it's because Manchester United are in. And Manchester United cannot afford, like Romano says, to pay his wages and the transfer fee right now. They need to decide whether they are in for Benjamin Sesko. They're still talking to Leipzig. They're hoping they can get some form of deal in place here, obviously through the inside info and obviously that connection with Christopher Vivel, like Romano said earlier yesterday. This is why Benjamin Sesko hasn't gone to Newcastle, because Manchester United are still in the offing. And all of a sudden, United needing to wait and telling players to wait, and then Benjamin Sesko comes out and says, I need a little bit more time now to think about this. Cold and waiting for Manchester United. Otherwise, why would he have not already signed for Newcastle? You just heard it there from Fabrizio Romano. Newcastle are ready. All they're waiting for is Sesko to say, I'm on my way to the northeast. That's it. Get me in a plane now. Let's make this deal happen. Look, it may happen today and Sesko might decide that he's going to Newcastle. But what Romano said there, I'm reading that and I'm going, he's not ready. He doesn't want to go to Newcastle. Otherwise, he's agreed. They have agreed to his terms. He wants the Premier League, and there is no problem with the fee for Leipzig. So why is Benjamin Sesko still at Leipzig? That's what I've seen from it, and it'd be interesting to get your take on this and where we're at with Benjamin Sesko now. So you can see there, just from what we've said with Ben Jacobs and Ollie Watkins, and now what we've got from Romano with Benjamin Sesko, there is clear, concrete interest on both players. And again, it's going to come down to someone inside Manchester United making a decision and saying it's him. And that, I think, is that's the long-winded wait that we're all waiting for, isn't it? It's like, right. There was something from Charlotte Dunkner from the Telegraph yesterday that came out. Manchester United are deciding on the qualities and discussing the qualities of each player which best suit the system. No, they're not. No, they're not. That would have been decided ages ago. That's why we're at the negotiation table right now. United are not deciding what qualities best fit Ruben's system. They would have already narrowed that down. What a load of crap. Honestly, sometimes I think the journalists don't know what's actually going on at all. And they're just making up stories out of thin air. They'll speak to someone at Man United and they'll go, yeah, we're discussing this, it's got to be right. United are going to give them nothing concrete at all. This is coming from behind the scenes from Fabrizio Romano, and he's the one that gets the scoops through the agents and where everything else is at the clubs and his contacts at the clubs. And he is miles ahead of everybody else alongside David Ornstein when it comes to that inside info. So we know for definite that Manchester United want both of these players. At the moment, they cannot get both of these players. You know what? In another world, Man United might have gone and bought both Sesko and Ollie Watkins because they wanted a younger striker and a ready-made striker. Back in the day, Manchester United would have done that deal. And that's how big we used to be. But at the moment, we can only afford one of them players because of the mess that the club is actually in. So, yeah, let's get into some of the comments on that. In terms of Sesko, how did you read that Romano video, everybody there? Because for me, I'm looking at that and thinking, he's waiting for United, surely. Going off what Romano said there, he's surely now thinking United need to come in with an offer. I'm not going to go anywhere until they have said yes or no. And that's it, that's final. So, yeah, like, honestly, it's a weird one for me right now. It is, because I just didn't think we'd get to the last month and have these two strikers. Well, we know that we've got so much more to discuss. Unless this is all being discussed behind the scenes now and we're a few days behind, could be the case. United might have already had an agreement in with RB Leipzig. They might have got what they wanted, but they weren't sure and decided on Ollie Watkins. I reckon if there's a chance and they know that they can definitely get Ollie Watkins, I reckon the majority of Manchester United behind the scenes will push for Watkins rather than Sesko. That's how I read the situation. And this is why, again, Sesko's having to wait. And he's willing to wait. But then again, if you're the player and you're Watkins or Sesko, are you thinking right now, well, if they are in for me, then why are they looking at another player? If I am their top target, then why are they looking at me? Like, are you being put off as a player right now if United are mulling over two different options? That's what you've got to look at as well. Like, does it put the player off? I hope Newcastle get him and shut up some of our delusional fans who want Watkins. I see what you're saying there with that one. Yeah, are you thinking that Watkins is just going to be a flop then, or something? Premier League proven. Fellaini, Grealish, Sanchez, Young, unproven players from the continent. Haaland and Isak. Yeah, well, there you go. That is something you probably could say. Examples there of players that have been in the Premier League and still flopped. And there could be that case there from Ellen there that even Ollie Watkins might flop at Manchester United. All you would say is that there is no guarantees, and I've said this before. What are the odds that Watkins is more successful than Sesko? The odds favour Watkins because of him doing it before in the Premier League rather than Sesko. There isn't much in it, in a way. Sesko could be another Haaland and just find that Manchester United really suits him. If buts, maybes. Let's get into some more comments and see what people are saying. Gricker says, Newcastle are desperate, but it's solely now down to what Sesko wants. That's all anyone is saying. So just to round that up there, that it is all down to the player now and where he wants to go. It's down to Watkins if he wants to move to Manchester United also. Like Ben Jacobs said, if the player says he wants to move, then Manchester United can get a deal done for approximately 50 million is the word from Villa. If Manchester United say to Benjamin Sesko, we want you, he's on the plane. He's sold. He's done. The only way he goes to Newcastle is if Manchester United say, we're not making this happen. We can't afford to get you, sorry. And then he goes to Newcastle. He's waiting for United. Aston Villa should just put Watkins on sale and Man United is good to go. Aston Villa once said Watkins is not for sale, remember? Yep, I said that yesterday. And that is the problem that United have got. Are they ready to go negotiate hard against Aston Villa because they've already given him a big fat no, he isn't going anywhere? Watkins has to push this deal. Time is running out. We cannot be dealing with another saga right now. A decision needs to be made quickly by Manchester United. I understand there is still plenty of time in some people's eyes in this window, but if this is going to be a hard negotiation, it could go on for a couple of weeks minimum, and then we're into the season. So ideally, please make a decision this week, Manchester United, on which striker you're going for, at least by the weekend. Then we might get something done in the next 2 weeks, and by the time United come back from the tour, he might be in the squad. One of these players might be in the squad, that is. Ferdinand Buffer says, Sesko's waiting for the Red Devils. Please, United. Volk says, basically, oh, no, talking to someone else. Don't listen to Romano. Majority of his posts he puts out PR stunts. Oh, come on, mate. He is the one that knows a lot. You can't really say that about Romano. Other journalists, yes, but I don't agree with that one on Romano. Flip Flop Romano says everything Promuncius, and then goes back. Oh, it's like presuming, but basically, sorry, struggle to say that word. And then goes back to digs it up and retweets it. He always retweets his stuff. But all he's saying is exactly what he knows. Look, I agree with you sometimes. I think he does do it for clicks on a lot of his social media stuff. But in terms of what he's actually saying there, I think there is a realism in that. And I think Manchester United have got into Benjamin Sesko and said we need a bit more time. can you give us a few more days before you make your decision? And that will be Christopher Vival. Like Romano said yesterday, he's the one that's driving it. So he will be the one that's communicating, and he will be the one that is holding Benjamin Sesko up at the moment from going anywhere like Newcastle. Anyway, that is the striker side of things. Let's move forward with, on Chelsea actually and Garnacho, but quickly on Chelsea. Manchester United have now ended all interest in Nicholas Jackson. Thank you, at least that is not going to come around. Apparently the player wanted ridiculous wages, according to reports this morning. Astronomical wages. I don't know fees, I don't know exactly how much, but Manchester United for sure have definitely ended interest in Nicholas Jackson. Now, he is not on their striker shortlist anymore. That one is dead in the water. The more ridiculous thing is, and this has come from Miguel Delaney yesterday, saying that Chelsea's valuation of Alejandro Garnacho, and they won't pay any more than 30 million quid for Garnacho. Now, this was the fear that I had all along with Garnacho. He is hoping that he can hold Manchester United to ransom, and they go and buckle right at the end of the window and take that cheap option from Chelsea, 30 million quid. If he knuckles down, he digs his heels in Garnacho, he knows that he'll get his Chelsea move. That's what he's thinking right now. We talked about Garnacho yesterday and this issue that Chelsea, or the issue that United have got with Chelsea right now. They don't want to pay. They have other targets, and Garnacho's the last option. Straight away, if I'm Garnacho, I'm thinking, this team actually don't really want me. I'm miles behind everybody else. What's the point in going here? He's not going to be a starter at Chelsea either. Honestly, what goes through these players' heads sometimes and baffles me as to why they would think that this is the right move for them. It's not. Chelsea is a horrendous move for Garnacho. I don't think he realises it yet. He's not going to be a starter at Chelsea. Definitely not. They've already made a bid in for Hato. They're looking at Xavi Simons. They've already bought in other forwards this window. I just don't see how Garnacho thinks that this is the right move for him. But Chelsea value him at 30 million. Like, shut up. You want 80 million for Jackson, and then they're only going to pay 30 million for Garnacho. Why? Because of that leak story from David Ornstein saying that Garnacho has been told by Ruben Amorim to go and find another football club. Pray that you find another football club. Everybody knows that Garnacho is not wanted at Manchester United, so why the hell are we going to pay Manchester United what they want? This was always going to come around and be a problem for United. And like Ruben can come out and say everything that he said in that press conference. We have a figure, and there will be Man United players if no one pays that figure. No one's paying that figure. No one is going to pay that figure for Manchester United's not wanted. And that, I think, is the biggest problem we've got right now, and why United are having to tell the likes of Sesko to wait, tell Watkins to kick up a stink so we can get the right deal for us. All of this going on is why United cannot get their players, because of the situation at the football club. It's holding up everything for United right now. When a club sees another club with a player that they don't want, they are never going to pay a lot of money for him. 30 million for Garnacho is an absolute joke. Chelsea can do one, and Manchester United, I think, would take Garnacho back and let him rot rather than let him go to Chelsea for 30 million quid. There is no chance that that deal happens, and you know what? There's a part of me that just hopes that we sell Sancho and Antony and Garnacho doesn't end up getting sold, and he has to come back and suck up to Ruben Amorim to try and get back into this side. Otherwise, it gets the Marcus Rashford and Jadon Sancho treatment, where he just sat away from the rest of the squad and his World Cup dreams are over. Honestly, I said this last night. There is a position that United are in that Garnacho is not costing them a lot of money. Yes, he is a valuable asset to them in this market, but like Ruben said, you better pray you find another club, because he's not coming back into this squad, and United will let him rot on the sidelines. We've seen it before with two other bigger players at the club. It's not going to work out well for Garnacho, this, and I think he's playing a very, very risky game. But 30 million, I mean, come on. Like, I'm not Garnacho's biggest fan after his antics, but he's worth more than 30 million quid. He's a 50 million pound player with the potential that he's got in his game, and I think that's where United are at. That's the ballpark figure. I actually think that Garnacho is probably going to be forced into looking elsewhere. Now, we did discuss last night that intermediaries have come in on the snide and nobody's known about it to try and get this move going. Because 2 months into the window, Garnacho and his brother and his super agent, whoever he is, or whatever he thinks he is, have not managed to get him a move away. So, intermediaries are now in and offering out Garnacho to other football clubs. That's where we stand right now with him. But how ridiculous is that? 30 million for Garnacho. I mean, Chelsea, honestly, I hate Chelsea. I do. And how they feel like Jackson is worth 80 million and Garnacho is 30, it just baffles me. It really does. But you know what? I'm not surprised with Chelsea. I'm not surprised with the way that they work, that's what they think. Oh my God, it's so frustrating. I'd be telling Chelsea where to go right now. And I'd be telling Garnacho, look, Garner, it's not going to work out for you, mate. You're going to be back at the football club. We're just telling you this now. Find another club. Otherwise, you're back here. And your dream is over of playing in that World Cup. Simple as. That's, I think, United's stance on this. PC Gamer Tag says, Cunha, Watkins and Bumo, Premier League proven. No need for projects. Get that one. Thanks for that super chat, mate. Another one going down the Watkins road. Then Amorim needs to sit Garner and Sancho down and tell them, we won't sell you cheap. We will see you training alone and not playing first. Yeah, I think that's where United are actually at with it. How we managed to get money together, though, for the players that we really need, that is another little problem, though, because United do need to bring players in to help Ruben Amorim. And if we don't sell Garnacho and Sancho, that's a big chunk of money for United. When you think about it, United have dropped their price now for Sancho. He's down to 17 million. And that's what they're taking for Jadon Sancho right now. And then you've got Garnacho, 50 million. You've got nearly 70 million pounds worth of players there that go a long way to rebuilding what Amorim wants. And it's the fine line of standing your ground and be as stubborn as the players are, not letting them run your club. What's more important for Man United's future? The money now and needing to get back into Europe to bring better players in, or setting a precedent and creating an environment where players are never going to be able to rule the roost ever again in dealing with Sancho and Garnacho? There is a big thing and a big play here for Manchester United in standing up to these players that think that they've already made it. And I think that would put the club into... I think that would put the club's future, I think, into a better trajectory anyway. It could be a big statement this summer from United, but I'm stuck because I know United need to sell these players, and the money side of things will always override, I think, Manchester United in terms of trying to build this environment. I just said there, like, standing your ground against these players is big for the club, and building the environment is massive, but money right now is king, and I think Manchester United are stuck with trying to let these players go. I think there will be deals that come out at the end of this season that United do to get these players gone. I don't know how much it's going to be. And this is why this month now and these next few weeks are going to be so intriguing. I reckon Garnacho starts to see sense after the start of the season. Sat up in the stands at Old Trafford because he has to come and watch because he's not got a football club. Yeah, you were on this pitch and you were playing for this club. But in the Premier League season and the start of it, you're not playing for anybody. That will start to kick in, I think, for Garnacho. And then in the last 2 weeks of the window, I think that's when the move happens for him. Sancho, I've got no bleeding idea right now, honestly. Again, we know about the German interest, Borussia Dortmund coming back in. But it does look like Borussia Dortmund are also looking at Trossard from Arsenal, who is going to be surplus to requirements with the amount of players that they're bringing in. And so again, it's like you're always going to take Trossard over Jadon Sancho. You would have thought that Dortmund might have had a little bit of a favouritism towards Sancho, seeing as how much they built him up when they took him back. Remember that? He's back. And God knows what happened at Manchester United, but thank God he's back where he belongs and all of this. Yet, when it comes to it, he's not really back, is he? Because you never put the money down, Dortmund, did you? Absolute clowns again, honestly. It's like, what are United doing? They can't believe they're doing this to a player like this. Well, why don't you buy him then? No, you won't risk your money, will you, on Jadon Sancho? Oh, honestly, some football clubs, laughable in how they approach things and what they come out and say. They're an absolute joke. Goalkeeping situation, again, L'Équipe. Keep going on about Gianluigi Donnarumma and Manchester United now favourites to sign Donnarumma. Why is this not going away? Honestly, Manchester United are being taken to the cleaners this summer with their name brandished around everywhere for every single transfer. We need this player gone. United. There you go. Sell up United. Put United's name next to it. United interested. That's all people are going to do. And it's all they're going to keep on doing. Donnarumma is not coming to Manchester United. I'm going to tell you now. It is ridiculous how these stories keep coming up. But that's what Man United transfer windows are. Ridiculous. And unfortunately, we have to deal with it. Sad, isn't it? It is. Not bursting anyone's bubble. Like, you could be looking at reports and thinking, yay, Donnarumma, that would be an improvement. And you know what? I'd jump through flaming hoops to get Donnarumma in at Manchester United. I would. But as you know, and when you watch this channel, it's only going to be real talk. And I just don't see Donnarumma turning up in a Man United shirt at the start of the season. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. There'll be other options for him. Another team's willing to pay the money that he wants. He's on astronomical wages, I think. He's going to want astronomical wages, sorry. And the story was at the back. The backstory to this was that PSG want to offer Donnarumma another contract, but pay him less than what he's on now. How can you pay a goalkeeper less that has just won the Champions League and played a massive part in bringing you a quadruple? I don't understand that, especially from PSG and their ownership anyway. But that's the backstory and why he's looking elsewhere. Maybe it's just Donnarumma's people wanting to bump up attention and get him a better deal at PSG, because why would you want to move from there in the position that they're in? It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, that's the stance on Donnarumma. Don't see it. But Ben Jacobs has also come out last night and said that Manchester United are still in talks with Royal Antwerp over Senne Lammens. And that's the one, the realistic one now. So once we get the definite no on Donnarumma and they stop, we've already had the definite no on Emi Martinez now. It's going to be Senne Lammens for Manchester United. That's where we're going to go. It fits what we need to do because of Onana. It fits the profile of player that Ineos want to buy. And it's an easy one to get done. It will be Senne Lammens. Even Romano's mentioned this guy's name now several times. So, yes, that is what I think will happen with the goalkeeping side of things anyway. When it comes to... I'm going to move on to another story in a moment. But first of all, let's get your comments in on this and everything else. Let's just do a few more in general, actually. We are being linked with Nick Pope, according to Alex Crook. Yeah, I know, another one. Not happening, I don't think. You can't cut off your nose to spite your face. The club is clearly moving on. You cannot make this personal. That's toxic. Keep it professional. Well, there you go, says CC. I think that's regarding Garnacho. I'm pretty certain. Linda says that Watkins will get goals and be there until Obi is ready. We should remember that we had 4 strikers under Sir Alex Ferguson. Said this before. Back in the day, United would have bought both Sesko and Watkins and got both of the players in. Because they'd look there like a player to come in now, who's ready now. And Sesko could be that player also, but he's actually got the pressure taken off him because we've got someone in who is experienced in the Premier League, going to score goals while Sesko develops. That would have been the old United model. That's what we've fallen away from. And we're in these desperate times now where we're at, where we could only possibly get one player through the door. And I think it is a good example as to where this club has actually got to when it comes to windows. Like Chelsea would go out and buy 2 strikers like they have done. That's what United used to do. So Delap and João Pedro both coming in. That would be what Manchester United would have done in the past. Ray with a super chat says Sesko is further developed than other players in the same position at the club. We bring out his best. We bring out his form because he scored 20 plus goals for RB Leipzig. Nobody's saying that Benjamin Sesko is a poor player. Is he better than Rasmus? I think he is. Is he more developed before he made a big move than what Rasmus was? Yes, he was. Has he scored more goals in a better league? Yeah, I think he has. Comparing him to Rasmus, but we're not comparing him to Rasmus that much. We're comparing him to Ollie Watkins, and that's the difference. I think everybody, if we knew that it was only Benjamin Sesko that United were going for, then everybody would be on Benjamin Sesko. But we're comparing him to somebody who's right here in front of our faces, has got that proven quality in the Prem that can really help develop the likes of Rasmus and Obi, who are already here at the same age. That's the debate. That's the argument that's always going to be there. And I think that's what will hold Ollie Watkins up on that side of the debate as well. Please keep giving the video a like as well, everybody. You've already passed the 500 mark. Didn't even have to ask you for them. Thank you, everyone. If you're loving the constant updates here on Forever United TV, then please give the video a big thumbs up. Thank you again. All the retro kits are on the link in the description, everybody. Want to get your shirts, 15 quid, something like that, like I paid for this retro training top. Get onto that link in the live chat, people. That's where I got mine from. And of course, make sure you hit that.
I feel I have the right to reserve as well, but... Oh. Hello? Yes. Yes, I know you're a massive Arsenal fan. No, I'm looking forward to the game tomorrow as well. Yeah. No, look, mate, you don't have to prove it. You've said plenty. You've said plenty. I know. Mikel Arteta is the best, obviously. I know that you wish you had Gyökeres as well, but you've got that other guy. Anyway, I've got a show to do. All right, see you later. Up the Arsenal, yeah? Bye-bye. Thomas Frank. Hello and welcome to the Good It's All back again with you guys and girls. Another episode of what is the Arsenal Transfer Show. Joining you every single morning at 8 a.m. UK time. Thank you so much, as always, for joining me. Really appreciate you listening and tuning in. If you could drop a like on the video and subscribe to the channel if you're new around here with those notifications turned on so you never miss a show, I would greatly appreciate it. I hope you have an absolutely fantastic rest of your day, of course, and your week has been good. And I hope that you're going to be looking forward to the rest of this morning's episode. Good morning to you all joining us in the chat box. Really appreciate you the time. Jumping in there, we've got Runs of Cows, we've got Logan, we've got Martin, we've got Mark, Maximius, Brian, Tom, we've got Claire, Pam, Graham, Jose. Good morning to you, to Steve. We've got Otti, we've got Steve, we've got Paul and other Steve in the chat box as well, Martin and Jamil. Holloway, we've got Paul, we've got Amberly and Ara Silky, we've got Shortback, Matt, Colin, Mo, and plenty more of you guys and girls in the chat box as well. Please do drop a like on the video, subscribe to the channel if you're new around here with those notifications turned on so you never miss a show. Thank you to everyone that tuned into yesterday's show and contributed to our conversation. There's a lot of people with a lot of different thoughts. I say a lot of different thoughts. It kind of did lean very heavily one way, and it was a really good discussion, I thought, actually, kind of talking about the shirts and the kits and if it's all right. We had a lot of views from people around the world, a couple of negative Nellies as usual, grumpy Paul in the comment section as usual, but it was a good conversation, a good chat, and thank you for getting involved. But of course, we've got brand new things to talk about this morning, and I hope that you'll get involved. And of course, we'll be answering more of your questions as well as usual in part 2. So without further ado, I've not actually selected the slideshow this morning. Let's do that, and let's crack on, shall we? With today's stories, we begin with the news that Viktor Gyökeres and his number 14 shirt has broken the record for the number of sales of an Arsenal shirt of all time. I genuinely was taken a bit back by this story being reported by James McNicholas in The Athletic yesterday. I don't know about you, but I really am quite surprised by this. I was trying to put into my head the reason it's this and who that means, of course, has been beaten. Of course, Aubameyang's 14 shirt. Think about Ozil. You think about Alexis. Think about Bukayo Saka and his shirts, but I don't know if it's like a single shirt or the all-time shirts as well that have been sold of a single player. But a new signing, unbelievable, really. I know the 14 is absolutely iconic with Arsenal. We have to be very well aware of that. And I know that Arsenal fans have waited a long, long time for a brand new striker. I don't think that, and I was leaning towards the Benjamin Šeško deal as well, but I don't think that Benjamin Šeško, had he have signed for Arsenal, I don't think he would have done this. And that's nothing to do with the player's quality. I think there's almost like a brand, if you like, with Gyökeres, with the celebration and all of that. I think there is a brand side of things with Gyökeres that adds on top of all of the other things that we've been waiting for around the centre forward. But yeah, what a moment, and shirt sales are important. Commercially, they do bring in money for Arsenal, of course, that hopefully can be used elsewhere. Yeah, Arsenal have been doing quite a lot of commercial deals. You've probably seen some reports around about some of the commercial agreements that have been going on this summer to bring in more money to the club as well. That I hope, of course, to help Arsenal to compete at a higher level in the future. So yeah, I'm genuinely surprised by this, but a great story, and fair play to the guy. I have bought mine, so it should probably be pointing that out. I've definitely contributed to this. And the club did do free printing of Victor Gyökeres's name on the back, I think, of the new away shirt, which is what I personally went for. So yeah, it's what a moment, I guess, and certainly something to be very excited about, to see how he gets on. He could be involved, of course, tomorrow against Tottenham in the friendly in Hong Kong. Speaking of Gyökeres, though, he, of course, did train with the team on Monday. He trained with the team in Singapore before the team flew to Hong Kong yesterday. You see him pictured there. But there was a number of interesting insights from the images that were released on the official Arsenal website yesterday that gave us a little bit of a glimpse into some of the things that have been going on, some of the changes and some of the frustrations that, of course, still exist. The frustration, of course, being no Gabriel Magalhaes, at least not spotted in the images that circulated around social media yesterday. Unfortunately, he, of course, has still not been able to play in any of the pre-season games. He did play 45 minutes in the game against Watford behind closed doors, but so far, no images of Gabriel Magalhaes. I'm just doing a quick scroll down the Getty images because I only checked through the Arsenal website's release. So I'm just scrolling down through to see if there are any images of Gabriel, even just in like the background. I'll do a quick search on Gabriel now because yesterday when I went to do this, they hadn't actually been uploaded yet. But the last picture that we've got of Gabriel in training is on the 26th of July alongside Mosquera. So he wasn't involved at all. Calafiori was spotted in the images. However, he wasn't seen on the pitch. He wasn't seen doing any ball work, wasn't seen doing any training. He was spotted and pictured alongside the training kind of activity. So there was no pictures of him with his boots on. He was in his trainers, standing at the sidelines. So yeah, no images there of him. But what we do have as quite a significant boost is pictures of Jurrien Timber doing some ball work and playing in some of the ball work drills, which is obviously a really, really big boost for Arsenal to have Jurrien Timber involved and working there. So that's a really, really important factor of this training session. Is not only did Calafiori watch from the sides, but Jurrien Timber is indeed involved now, which is obviously a really, really good piece of news, because if Gabriel isn't fit to start the season, we've got Kivior. You could potentially play Ben White and Gabriel. Ben White and Saliba if you wanted to, but you've got Kivior as well as an option. It's why we absolutely shouldn't be selling Kivior. And we've got Christian Mosquera, of course, who also was involved in training, and he too could make his debut against Tottenham tomorrow as well. Bad news, a bit of transfer stuff now, and that Arsenal have indeed missed out on the signing of Will Wright from Salford City. Despite the fact that Arsenal agreed a deal with Salford, the player, as I actually talked about on the channel, you may remember somebody was asking a question about Will Wright and why this deal hadn't yet been confirmed, with reports that Liverpool could have come back in for the player. And I theorised that maybe the fact that he already being based in the Northwest wouldn't want to leave kind of his home area, if you like, and the opportunity to join Liverpool, of course, has given him that opportunity to stay in the Northwest. I think it was Deepak that said that. There you go. So we were right, to suggest that was the case, because despite Arsenal agreeing that figure, we have now managed to miss out on the player because he would prefer to stay up in the Northwest. But each to their own, I guess. Trossard is kind of the big story of today, and it leans into a couple of other threads that we need to talk about. The main one, of course, is that according to the Times, as he reported yesterday, Trossard is increasingly likely to leave Arsenal. These are the words used in the Times article yesterday. Increasingly likely to leave Arsenal. Of course, the player is involved in contract negotiation with the club. He has so far not signed the offer that the club have put on the table. The player is open to my knowledge, to an exit from the club this summer. He's open to staying. He's keeping his options open. I think his representatives certainly are also seeing what the lay of the land is and seeing what potential other routes and offers and options there are for Trossard. Dortmund are suggested to be a potential suitor for Leandro Trossard. And there's also said to have been some inquiries made by other Premier League clubs, be that London-based teams like potentially Fulham, for example. Whether there is interest there, it remains to be seen who the identity of these Premier League clubs are. But Arsenal will be looking for a fee in the region of £20 million and upwards. Of course, he's only got 2 years left on his current deal, less than 2 years left on his current deal. His new contract would see him become one of the higher earners at the club as well. So it wouldn't necessarily be saving money to keep him. Arsenal would be improving his wage, even improving the length of his contract. And of course, with the fact he is closing on the age of 31, that does lean itself into not particularly getting the highest of transfer fees. Think about Granit Xhaka. We got about £21.5 million for him, just over the age of 30 as well when he left the club. So it's a similar price tag for the Belgian international as well, if they were to sell him. Now, if Arsenal were to sell Leandro Trossard, of course, they would 100% need to go into the market again, because it would leave them short on the left-hand side. They would go down to having two out-and-out options in Martinelli and Trossard, down to just Martinelli as a potential option. And so Eberechi Eze, his name naturally comes into the conversation. Now, I'm still reliably told that Eze and the potential deal that Arsenal want to do for Eze is separate to their desires for a natural wide player if Trossard was to leave. So if Trossard was to leave, certainly it would help, I think, in pushing Arsenal to try and do a deal more, give them more motivation to do a deal for Eze. But the interesting thing here is that it still remains quite separate to the idea of bringing in a winger. Conversation I had with a friend of mine in the business yesterday kind of led to that discussion around this idea that Eze still remains very much separate to Arsenal's forays into the market, even though Eze could play in those wide areas. And so then it leads to the final question, which I know a lot of fans have been hoping, praying and keeping their fingers crossed for, and that's obviously surrounding a deal for Rodrigo or an equivalent winger. Now, Arsenal are willing to be very patient this window regarding these deals. Another conversation I had that was quite interesting yesterday was around how Arsenal's order of priorities and how they've done deals this summer has obviously been predicated upon, to my understanding, the tick box list of positions they've needed. But they've gone and got the deals done early that proved to be the simpler deals to do. So the Kepa deal was a release clause. The Norgard deal was a cheap deal with a 1 year remaining, well, not long left on his contract, but he obviously did sign a new deal, but he was very open to leaving, and Brentford were open to selling if Norgard wanted to go, which he did. Zubimendi, of course, was a deal that Arsenal had got done really early on, and of course had already had key moments in place from January. Noni Madueke was another easy deal to do. Chelsea were willing to sell. They weren't open to selling for, really cheap, but Arsenal managed to negotiate the price down from what they initially wanted to that 48.5 plus 3.5 deal. So they got that deal done, and then they had to focus on getting the centre forward done at the behest of Mikel Arteta, who really was a big driving force in Arsenal prioritising, making sure they got that striker done before the Premier League season began, and obviously also integrating him into part of pre-season, which they wanted to do initially with Sesko, but couldn't, because Leipzig at that point in the window were not budging on their ridiculous asking price for Sesko. But then they pivoted very quickly, and in less than 3 weeks, despite it feeling like a lot longer than that, managed to get the deal over the line, of course, for Gyökeres. Where Arsenal are now is that they're in a stage of the window where they're willing to kind of be patient and do deals that could be more complicated later on in the window, because these deals that are more complicated can change and can become more open as the window draws towards a conclusion, as clubs want resolutions to players' futures, players want resolutions about their futures as well. And so the deal for Eze, of course, which has a release clause, which is supposedly not running out on Thursday, like some people were talking about. It's more that release clause, I think, has an expiration date like it did last summer, midway through August instead. So you're probably looking at that still being active for just over a fortnight now, that release clause. But you've also got to bear in mind that Arsenal aren't really showing a willingness to do a deal with Palace at that release clause price. And so even if that release clause was to expire in mid-August, it doesn't necessarily harm Arsenal's chances of signing the player, because they might at this point in time be being pointed towards the release clause as something they'd have to activate to get him. But if the release clause expires, obviously it removes that option for Arsenal just to pay money and get the player. But what it could do is it could free up some room to negotiate with Palace over the player's future, especially if he pushes for a move in the latter stages of the window as well. But the Rodrigo thing, which is obviously the final part of this puzzle, or another alternative winger, is that if Arsenal were to sell Trossard alongside a number of their other players like Vieira, Reece Nelson, Zinchenko, Lokonga, Karl Hein, and some of these other players that we've been talking about that could leave, the likelihood that they would be able to go and get Rodrigo is still tricky. But obviously, if Martinelli was the player to be sold, it would make it much, much simpler. The other thing, which is I just can't see happening, but it's not beyond, Real Madrid's purview, is that if a sale cannot be organised this summer, is with Real Madrid having already done their business for the likes of Mastantuono and the progression of Arda Güler, these types of deals, if you like, it's not beyond the realms of feasibility that they decide instead to loan Rodrigo with a obligation to buy. Like, money for Real Madrid is not necessarily something they absolutely have to crave when it comes to the immediacy of deals for certain players. Players that have held value in the past, like Martin Odegaard, for example, have been loaned to clubs. Players like Luka Jovic have been loaned to clubs despite having a potential transfer value. Sergio Reguilon, of course, another player who's been loaned in the past, of course. Dani Ceballos, as we know from Arsenal supporters, they've been open to loaning players of a starting level of quality. I think a really famous example, of course, is Ashraf Hakimi, of course, I think as well, as another example before he made that move more permanent to PSG, of course. So there are examples. James Rodriguez is another good example. I'm just going down kind of the list of players that have left Real Madrid on loan in the past when he went and spent that season on loan with Bayern Munich. Money is not necessarily as craved as it is so immediately with other clubs. And while I still think, I asked the question, why would Real Madrid do that? And I think it's fair to ask the question about why would Real Madrid accept a loan move for Rodrigo. But if Arsenal were to offer Real Madrid a loan with an obligatory purchase clause of a significant figure, or an option to buy if he reaches certain parameters, it could be a deal that suits both players. Problem with that is that it would be a very, very difficult deal for Arsenal to do. And that's why it's unlikely that this is a deal that would be done until latter stages in the window. I would really struggle to see Arsenal doing a deal for Rodrigo if it was to happen until later in the window. I still think this is very, very unlikely, but it's not impossible. And there are examples, as I've run you through there, of high-profile players leaving Real Madrid on loan because they aren't a club that are in such need of selling when it comes to financial, because they do such good business, and they're able to do such good business from free deals like Trent Alexander-Arnold and Kylian Mbappe and players like this. It's interesting. So Trossard or Martinelli, either one of those two players, the only way a deal for Rodrigo has any fathomable opportunity is if a Trossard or a Martinelli leaves. I'd happily go on record, as I have before, saying I think it's impossible that Rodrigo would join Arsenal if both Trossard and Martinelli are still here. I just can't see that happening. Eze, on the other hand, I can see Arsenal signing Eze without selling Trossard and Martinelli, but I just cannot see Rodrigo happening without one of Trossard or Martinelli leaving on a permanent deal. And at the moment, according to the Times, as we reported a second ago, that is the more likely scenario, it feels, at that point. So that's kind of where we're at. And if there's one thing we've learned this summer is that Andrea Berta is capable of pulling off some quite amazing deals. So let's wait and see. All right, let's go to part 2. Some of your questions about what we've discussed today or things we haven't and that you think we should be touching upon. With plenty more to come right after this. Right, this is, of course, part 2 of today's show where we're going to be tackling some of your questions, some of your thoughts, feelings, theories, queries, and more. So if you've got some, now is the time to put them into the chat box. If you use a capital Q, it really does help them stand out. Mikel Arteta has got a press conference today, so we will be hearing from the Arsenal manager kind of early afternoon, I believe. We should be hearing from him. There's another training session. We will be getting another opportunity to see whether or not Gabriel Magalhaes or Ricardo Calafiori are involved. So we'll have some more news to discuss, of course, tomorrow morning, the day of the game. Arsenal playing Tottenham tomorrow, hoping, of course, to get a clean sweep of victories in their tour abroad this summer. Right, let's jump into the chat box, shall we? Steve says, I love the intro. Well, thank you, mate. And Gigi says, Tom, those skits are in. I sat down this morning and I was like, I don't think I've got one. I'm just going to have to run with some news and then run into the show. But then it dawned on me that Arsenal's biggest fan, Thomas Frank, can't stop saying how much he appreciates and loves Arsenal. So it was just kind of there. It was just kind of there for me. Richard says, I agree. I think Trossard is most likely to go, but he probably wants more first-team football, and he's unlikely to get that as much this season with Arsenal. James says, maybe alone here, but I would sell Trossard and Martinelli and sign Eze and Rodrigo. I don't know if you're alone in that, but I think it's very difficult to see happening. The problem with the Martinelli sale is there just isn't really that kind of option at the moment. We don't have a suitor. We don't have anybody coming in willing to offer that amount of money that would take for Arsenal to sell Martinelli. I think Arsenal would have to get upwards of £50 million easily if they were open to selling him. But there's been no real suggestion that any club is willing to pay that. The only big club, of course, in Europe that's been suggested was Bayern Munich, who have now, of course, are about to confirm the signing of Luis Diaz. So they're not going to be coming in for him. And the only other viable option has been Saudi Arabia, who I just don't think Martinelli has any interest really in going to at this point of time in his career. I think he wants to stay in Europe at a competitive club. So the idea of Martinelli leaving, I just can't quite see it happening. Lee says, Tom, while on tour, I've seen players interact with fans when leaving the stadium, as shown on AFTV, but on several occasions, Trossard puts his head down and walks through. What are your thoughts? Yeah, take it from someone, I've interviewed Leo. I have tried to interview Leo, and it's not something he particularly enjoys. That's just my honest opinion of having done interviews or tried to get interviews with Leo. It's just not in his. He's not a big fan of the camera. He's not a big fan of kind of doing interviews with the media. Some players don't mind it. Some players don't like it. Some players don't have nothing to do with it. Trossard's just not that way inclined. I don't think it's a negative thing. I don't think it's a slight on his personality. Some players like engaging more than others. Some players are more shy than others. So I don't think it's something to be critical of, to be honest. It's just he likes to keep himself to himself, and I think that's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Loads of people like to do that. So I hope that gives a little bit of insight. It's not a personal thing. I don't think he's personally just not wanting to do it like through anything mean or whatever. I just think that he's just not inclined. But when he is, I have done interviews with him, and when I do speak to Leo, he's great. Like, he gives good interviews. He's really good talker, and I wish he would do more because he does give good interviews when he does them. So it's just personal preference, I think, on his part. Sean says, do you think if the Arsenal fan base buy enough of those Stanley Cups, it will fund a move for Rodrigo? Stanley Cups? I don't know what. Why would we have to buy Stanley? Oh, the new cups. Is that what you mean? Arsenal yesterday released a new range of water distribution vessels. It seemed like that's the way they wanted to describe them because they are so expensive. A cup is £25. You can get a Stay Chill stacking tumbler for £25. You can get a Stanley 1913 Arsenal quencher for £55. Goodness gracious. I don't know who's paying 55 quid for a bottle, or 45 quid for an Ice Flow bottle. I mean, they're nice. They look nice, don't get me wrong, and I'm sure they feel great, but £45 for a bottle. I'm sure they're like designer make or whatever, but who's paying 45 quid for a bottle? Come on. I paid a lot of money for that cap that I like wearing. But I paid a lot of money for my Arsenal shirt this summer, but shirts, plural, this summer, but yeah, not for me. And says, Tom, so what are you actually saying? Because I'm confused. You said here multiple times you can't see us getting other Eze and Rodrigo. So is it both or just one? I said I struggle to see Arsenal getting both, Anthony. I cannot see Arsenal signing both players. I would be beyond shocked. And as I've explained, the reason why I'd be beyond shocked is because the only reason there's only two potential pathways to signing Eze and Rodrigo, right? The two potential pathways, one of them is if Martinelli is sold, because I don't think Eze is attached to Trossard and Martinelli's futures. I think Eze is attached more so to Arsenal moving on some of their other deadwood before they move for Eze, like Vieira, etc. But unless Martinelli is to be sold, I can't see us buying Rodrigo. The other pathway I can see us to go into Rodrigo is the much more complicated one, and the far less likely one, as we theorise today, is if Arsenal were to agree a loan with an obligation to buy. I don't know if Real Madrid would do that, but based upon their history, they have done things like that in the past with players. But again, it still seems very unlikely. So my position has not changed and isn't going to change unless I see a significant shift in the market regarding Arsenal. It is still less than 10% for me, less than 5% for me, that Arsenal sign both Eze and Rodrigo this summer. There are just too many things I think that would need to happen that are unlikely. It would take a huge surprise in the window for that to happen. Steve says, hi, Tom. Do you think if Arteta doesn't win the league or the European Cup, that it could be the end of it? It depends on how we go from here to there. Obviously, there's a lot of football, a lot of things that happen. Like last season, if Arsenal had everybody fit and we had the season that we had last season, there would be a lot of questions, if everybody was fit. But because of where we finished, based upon the players that we had and the signings that we didn't make, frankly, it was probably his most impressive managerial season based upon what he achieved, getting to a Champions League semi-final, still finishing in second place above the likes of Man City, who had less issues than we did last season, getting to two semi-finals in the season. It was probably his most impressive coaching campaign based upon what he had available to him and what wasn't delivered to him in the window. This season, it's about winning. This season, we have strengthened. This season, if we get that one more signing in, I really don't think there can be too many complaints, if any, about the window that we've had. I know that some fans would only rate it a 7 out of 10, but maybe you're the people that need to give Arteta a bit of slack then if he's not been delivered the signings you still think that he needs to better compete for the title. I don't know. But I personally think we need that 7th signing. I think that is the thing that's going to tip us over. But we have to wait and see, don't we? It's impossible to have a view on it right now. No one can legitimately say if he doesn't do it, if he doesn't do X, Y, Z, he has to go, because we don't know what happens to get us to that point. We've got to kind of wait and see. Last season would have been a disappointing season from an accomplishment standpoint if we'd have had everybody fit and we had a successful transfer window. We didn't have either of those two things. And actually, in the end, what Arteta did was, I can't believe what he did, quite frankly. I can't believe we managed to do what we did last season based upon what was available to us. Amaral Gunner says, Tom, with our selling record, Chelsea will offer 30 million for Martinelli and we'll jump at it. I mean, based upon our selling record, that's never happened. So I don't think so, mate. K-Man says, which Arsenal player do you think would win the Ballon d'Or Féminin? Caldente, sorry, Russo or Kelly? Additionally, why isn't Williamson in the rankings? Good question about Williamson. Don't know. Alessia Russo. The problem with that Chloe Kelly has is that Chloe Kelly's not like a regular starter. She has huge moments and she produces these brilliant performances for Arsenal off the bench and for England. But she does start games for Arsenal as well. But mainly for England, she was a substitute that had massive impact. To win the Champions League, to win the European Cup, should give you a brilliant chance of winning the Ballon d'Or Féminin. You know, I just think that Russo has a great chance because she starts games. She's scored in the final. She's won both those tournaments. She's a regular starter for our accreditation. Works in a different way. You have to have a specific type of accreditation to attend matches as media in the Premier League. You need on my phone, I've got a press accreditation pass that doesn't come from Arsenal. It's nothing to do with Arsenal. It's to do with the Premier League. It's to do with the Football Association. You have very arrogant position to think that the only reason somebody is of a different mindset or of a different opinion to you, the only reason they're that way inclined is because there must be some ulterior motive or agenda or access that they're given that you can't have if you are critical. Because as you're seeing in Singapore, you can be very critical. You can say very strong opinions about the club, the manager, the players, and ask them questions in press conferences. So I really hope that this goes some way to disproving.
Is saying I'm talking out my ass. When it comes to Manchester United, it's all kicking off. Man United won't break the bank for him, and if Man United won't break the bank for him, they've got other targets. What's going on, guys? Good morning. Welcome back to United View. Hope everyone is doing very well. It is Wednesday. It is match day. It is the transfer view, and we've got plenty to discuss this morning. I mean, I know I usually say that. and I say, oh, we got a jam-packed show. It's my impression of myself. Well, we got a jam-packed show for you this morning, but we really do have a jam-packed show for you in the next hour. Well, technically 2 hours, because Ollie Watkins, Manchester United, reportedly are thinking that a deal could be possible. Now, sources close to Aston Villa, according to Ben Jacobs, are suggesting that a valuation of £50 million could be enough to get the job done. Now, would that be 40 plus 10? Would that be 45 plus 5? We'll have to wait and see. We'll talk about what could consist of that £50 million valuation. Is that too much for a player that's 29, or is that just about right for a player that's in his prime that could guarantee goals and has played with one of our new signs in Bryan Mbeumo before in the past at Brentford, who Mbeumo just yesterday was actually praising heavily for his style of play, facilitating his play as well on the pitch. But the other option, of course, is Benjamin Šeško from RB Leipzig, and according to other reports from the likes of Fabrizio Romano, we've heard that Christopher Vavell, the director of recruitment at Manchester United, is heavily pushing to sign the player. He signed twice before, once at RB Salzburg and another at RB Leipzig. Could he be trying to sign it for the third time at Manchester United? Is that the better option? We'll be chatting about that. We'll also have some clips for you. Fleck, our own Jurgen Fleckington, has been a busy boy out there in the United States. He's been busy in Chicago speaking to Diogo Dalot. We've got some exclusive clips from an interview he did with Dalot for TalkSport that we're going to be showing you this morning. Some really interesting answers from the Manchester United right back / right wing back / possible right centre back about the pressure at Manchester United, about his influence on the team, him being in a possible leadership role, as well as how he's had to adapt to a position change since Ruben Amorim has come in. And we're also going to be talking about Jadon Sancho and how the price for the freedom fighter has potentially dropped as well. So it's a busy morning. So be sure to smash a like on the like button. Be sure to subscribe, bottom right-hand corner. As you can see right there in the top right-hand corner, bang, even though my hands just disappeared by the magic of television, you can see in the top right-hand corner, we are over 198,000. Yes, big up to all of the new subscribers, everyone that subscribed since day one, and somewhere in between, because we are less than 2K to go until 200,000. Yes, getting closer and closer and closer, and you're getting bang for your buck. Last night, the match preview, Flex, KG, Tier 1 James from the Muppeteers. The match preview went out in Chicago, previewing tonight's game, of course, against Bournemouth. In addition to that, an interview with Manchester United left-back Luke Shaw went up last night as well. So be sure to check all of those out. And today, we've got such a busy day. After this show, you're going to be getting the New York Mega Vlog. You're going to see exactly what Flex, KG, and Just Josh Media Graphics Guru Visual Ninja were up to in the NYC and also in New Jersey, of course, for Manchester United's game at MetLife Stadium against West Ham over the weekend. In addition to that, around lunchtime today, dare I say, a bit of a spoiler. I'm like Paul Heyman. I don't do predictions. I do spoilers. Around lunchtime today, dare I say, Stretford Paddock versus United View? Dare I say that? Does the multiverse collide at an event hosted by John Shin in Chicago? Do I dare? Could that be a thing? Could that really happen? Well, lunchtime here at United View, maybe you'll just find out. So make sure you subscribe for that. And then this evening, you've heard of the red carpet. What about the red, white, and blue carpet? Yes, the red, white, and blue carpet with Flex, KG, Good Vibes John, and James from the Muppeteers. That's coming up this evening as well. So it's a busy day. Then we go into the wee hours of the morning where we've got match day. Yes, I'll be in the Asylum for Match View Live. Kickoffs at 2:30 a.m. So I'll be live at 12:30 a.m. We've got a jam-packed show. We've got clips, transfer news, matches. It's going to be a lot of fun. So I hope you're excited. I hope you're feeling this energy that I'm feeling this morning. I'm repping my UV merch because it's a UV day. Exactly. And the UV community is communitying right now. Yes. And what people are saying in the chat this morning. Courtstar says DC versus Marvel. It's yeah. It's very, lunchtime. Check it out. That's Courtstar with the eyes. Yeah, exactly. Christian's in the chat says, morning all. Javed says, sure, now Dallo KG is really measured. Really measured. Really measured. That's KG, yes. V says, if only we could get both Šeško and Watkins. Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, we did the poll yesterday. On yesterday morning's transfer view, didn't we? And I think, didn't Šeško win it in the end? It was Watkins leading the whole way, I think, and then it was 52% of the votes suggested Šeško over Watkins. I'm still on Ollie Watkins. I'm still banging that drum, but there's more developments. There's more developments for it this morning, indeed. So, yes, let's get straight in to the news this morning, beginning with the aforementioned Ollie Watkins first. So, as you can see right there, just in his suit, wearing a Manchester United kit. No, agree, disagree, no. Ollie Watkins, according to Ben Jacobs, is very open to joining Manchester United. Now, according to Ben Jacobs, sources close to Aston Villa are hinting that an offer of £50 million may stand a chance, especially if he pushes for the move. Now, of course, this is interesting. The reason it's interesting is publicly, Aston Villa's stance has been Ollie Watkins not for sale. Even somewhat privately, the stance has been Ollie Watkins not for sale. But interestingly, according to Ben Jacobs and some others, we've heard the numbers of sort of 40, 45, 50 million pounds, something along those lines. That could be what Aston Villa could be looking for. So I ask you the question, folks, in the chat. I ask you the question. 50 million pounds, that could be total package. That could be total package. Yes or no? Yes or no, do you go with that? Factoring in, obviously, Ollie Watkins' age. He's 29 years old. Well, he's, let's have a look at this, be specific. He's 29 years old. He's 30 at the end of the year, December 30th. He's 30. But you look at his record in over the last, 5 seasons in the Premier League, he's always got double figures. We know that if you're buying from a Premier League team, You are going to be paying a bit of a premium Premier League tax. We are waiting for certain dominoes to fall. Could Nicholas Jackson end up going to Aston Villa as a replacement? There is a replacement possibly there. Could we do a deal where Aston Villa also purchased Alejandro Garnacho separately for that? We've been looking for Premier League proven. We've been looking for not necessarily super young players, players in their mid-20s, which of course Watkins isn't, but players that can ready to go right now. We've already got young strikers. This was something Rio was saying to Flex yesterday, saying, look, we've got Højlund, we've got Xerxes, we've got Cheeto. They're all young players. We need that kind of experienced striker up front that the players can look towards, so it eases the burden off them. But £50 million, is that too much? That is the question. What are people saying here? Dwayne says 40 plus 10 I can do. If he hits the 10, he's done well. It's a yes from Pete. Salim says no, would prefer Šeško. Michael says I would hesitantly pay 45 million max. Nem says yes. Manish says if it's total, yes. Simon says nah. Ridwan says overpriced, but I want the player. S. Madison says 50 for a 30-year-old is no. So you get that's just a bit of a a little bit of looking there in the chat, and it's mixed, as the poll would suggest yesterday. It is mixed. 50 is on the high side for me. I think that could come down. I think you could see add-ons. With this one, and maybe I would be, if we could get it to 40 plus 10, 42 plus 8, something along in those that kind of realm, 43 plus 7 plus 8, something like that, then I don't think that's the worst deal in the world. I don't really understand the argument that people are trying to make about resale value and saying, yeah, but what's the resale value? You don't sign Ollie Watkins for resale value, in my opinion. You're signing for goals. If you're signing Benjamin Šeško and you're going, well, resale value, would that not suggest that it's probably not going to work out? Would that suggest that, well, at least we can sell him for a good price? What's the resale value for Rasmus Højlund at the moment? We spent a lot of money on him, young player, resale value. Resale value is only a thing if you're good at selling, which we're not. when have Manchester United ever done resale value well? So I don't think that argument holds up. I don't think you sign a striker who's 29, 30 years old thinking about how much you could sell them for in 3 or 4 years, because you're not going to be able to sell them for that much in 3 or 4 years. The hope is that you sign them and they do well and you get your money's worth in that 3 or 4 years. So I don't really get that argument. I do understand the point that people are making when they say, well, there's just no longevity there, right? There's no longevity in that signing. There's no, what happens in 2 or 3 years when he's washed up and physically he's on the decline? What happens then? I'd say 2 or 3 years is a long time in football. I would say that, again, the context is really different. People bring up the Casemiro sign and go, look, you've learnt nothing from Casemiro. We're not spending £70 million on Ollie Watkins because that's how much we bought Casemiro for. We're certainly, I would hope not, going to put Ollie Watkins on, was it £350,000 a week? So already the context is wildly different. For when anyone wants to bring up the Casemiro argument of, well, you've learnt nothing from Casemiro. We'd learnt nothing from Casemiro if we said, Ollie Watkins, you're 30, here's Aston Villa, we really want him, £70 million and £350,000 a week on a 4 or 5 year deal. We would have learnt nothing then, and I would have understood that. I could totally understand that argument, because at the time, that was still, it still is one of the highest paid fees for a player over 30 in world football. I think it's like Ronaldo and maybe someone else higher, but Casemiro is in that sort of top 5 for that number. And it's a different argument. It's just a very different argument. So again, these are sort of, straw arm arguments that don't really equate to each other. I just look at the Benjamin Šeško thing. I think also people confuse the preference to go with Watkins over Šeško of this idea. So you're saying that you don't like Benjamin Šeško. So you're saying Benjamin Šeško isn't a good player. So you're saying Benjamin Šeško isn't going to do well wherever he goes. He very well could. He very well could do well where he goes. If he goes to Newcastle to replace Alexander Isak, I'm sure he'll do well. Had he gone to Arsenal, I'm sure he would have done well there because he's going into a good team. But that's the key thing there. He's going into teams that are Champions League qualifying teams. He's going into teams that have, in the case of Newcastle, just won a trophy. You're going into a team, in the case of Arsenal, that are getting to Champions League semi-finals, consistently in and around the title race, And even if they don't hit the ground running, they're going to have this or not as much pressure on them because they're in a well-functioning team. And those teams can afford to wait a year or so, or wait 1 or 2 years for it to develop and see how he's gonna bed in and if he can adapt to the Premier League and what have you. Whereas we can't have that at Manchester United. We've already established we can't have that. Look at how we've dealt with Joshua Zirkzee last season. 6 months in, and I'm in this too. 6 months in, you've got KG saying he's faster than him. You've got Flex calling him an ogre. You've got me saying I think he's going to go in January because we're all hysterical. We might try and think that we're above it. I'm not that kind of fan. I don't get hysterical, but we all do in the throw of the game. In the throw of matches, we all get hysterical. And that's on someone that was there for like 6 months. Rasmus Højlund, he's been here for 2 seasons where we massively overpaid for him. And you saw it at in these first 2 preseason games. We have arguments every time he plays about, is he this? Is he that? I don't know. I just think at least if you sign Ollie Watkins, the expectation is that he has to hit the ground running. That's the expectation on Matheus Cunha. That's the expectation on Bryan Mbeumo, isn't it? Are we in 6-9 months' time? Are we going to be looking at Bryan Mbeumo going, he just needs a bit more time to settle in the Premier League? Well, there'll be the criticism of no, he should be hitting the ground running. That's why we're not doing it with the Mason Mount one. Well, adaptation. What's he adapting to? The physio room. He's never played. That's why that's why for me it was like after a season or 2, really after the first season, I was like, we can go because it's not worked out. So, but I think with Šeško, I think you have to give him that more time. I think you have to give him that more time. And I would just say to those that are maybe leaning towards Šeško over Watkins, are you prepared to give him that time? Are you prepared to give him that time? Because I think that's only the fair thing to do. With a young player playing in a new league, doesn't have a record of scoring loads of goals, scored goals, but not loads of goals. Are you prepared to give him the time that he will need? Bear in mind also, Manchester United don't have the time. This is a team that finished 15th last season. How much longer can we afford not to be in Champions League? How much longer can we afford just to be... We're not even mid at the moment. We're worse. What's worse than mid? What's worse than mid? So I that's why I really like the profile of players we have signed this summer in Mbeumo, in Cunha, because there is this expectation. You've got to go right now. You've got to be ready to hit the ground running. You're old enough and experienced enough to handle the pressure of Manchester United, the weight of that shirt. And as we've seen with younger players, that is an absolute, it's another level. It's another level. And it is. And No Name, which is ironic, someone anonymous is saying I'm talking out my ass, says he would have huge pressure at Arsenal. They haven't had a good striker since Aubameyang. It's on another level at Manchester United. And I'm not even saying Arsenal aren't a big club, because of course they are. They've got a massive fan base. But Arsenal are a team that for the last 3 seasons have qualified for the Champions League. Arsenal have been pushing for the Champions League. Of course, there's pressure on that team now to go on and win something and go on and achieve something. But if you think that going into an Arsenal team where they've got the likes of Bukayo Saka, where they've got the likes of Odegaard, where they've got the likes of now Zubimendi, where they've got the likes of Martinelli, people have been scoring goals, Declan Rice, people have been scoring goals the last 3 seasons. You go into that team, you're not expected like, right, if you don't score 25 goals this season, we're in the bottom half. They'd be like, well, if he gets 10 or 15, we might win the league. You know, that's the fine margins we're talking. We're still doing the savior thing. We're looking for a savior. I'm not saying Ollie Watkins is the savior, but can you handle that expectation of look at even experienced players. Look at even experienced players like Marcus Rashford. Ultimately, in the end, pressure cracked him, and it's toxic with him. Look at people like Jadon Sancho. Pressure cracked him. It's toxic because the relationship gets toxic, and it's can you handle that? Can you handle that? can you handle? And are you prepared for what is going to come your way? Because woof, it's rough. Mohidid says Watkins doesn't even start for Aston Villa. What makes you think he fits to play for United? This is what I also love as well. This is what I also love. When we get into these kind of debates as fans, we will start making stuff up. We will start making stuff up. We'll just go, Ollie Watkins never starts for Aston Villa. He never scores. It's lies. No, then I don't know what to tell you because we're not having debates with real facts, are we? You know, we're not doing that. We're just going, I want Šeško, so Watkins never did anything. It was the same thing, remember, with Harry Kane? Remember that one? Harry Kane. What's Harry Kane ever won, though? He plays for Spurs. What are we talking about? We can find a reason not to sign anyone. We even did it with Gyökeres. Remember we actually thought that Gyökeres was going to happen to us, and then we were getting into this discussion of going, you know, can he do it in the Prem? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do it in the Prem. You know, and look, when it comes to Rashford, there were some big games last season that Rashford was ahead of Watkins in the team. Absolutely. But there was also in some games some criticism of Unai Emery for doing that. Going, actually, Watkins maybe should have played that one. Rashford was really good, specifically against PSG. But again, just because it doesn't work out with one player at one club doesn't necessarily mean it's not going to work out with another player at another club. It's the same reason why Marcus Rashford plays for Barcelona right now, but he wasn't even getting in the squad at Manchester United. They're completely different situations, isn't it? It's totally different. But yeah, and then as far as the situation for Benjamin Šeško and for really who's sort of driving it, because it's not to say that Manchester United aren't interested at all. They very much are. And let me be perfectly clear. Either one, we need a striker. We need a striker. So ultimately, if we sign Benjamin Šeško over Ollie Watkins, I'm not going to be like, that's it. Man United have just completely blown this. Man United, they're not going to achieve anything this season. It's another 5 seasons of being, you know, in the mud. We're screwed. This, that, and this. Not that at all. My hope would be that he works out. I just think that we'd have to have somewhat maybe different expectations of there might be this adaptation period that maybe we didn't have to have. That would be my only thing. But yeah, and as Evan says like that, Watkins started 36 out of 38 games in the Premier League. It is mad, isn't it? When he doesn't even start for Villa. Sorry. It's like, oh, there you go. Featured in 38 Premier League games last season. He doesn't even, guys, you know, he doesn't even start for Aston Villa. Yeah? Why? Because I don't want to sign him. So that's my statistic I'm going with. Do you know that do you know he likes Marmite? Do you know that for a fact? No, but I don't like Marmite, so fuck him. And you sort of go, oh, I thought we were having a debate about this. No, okay, cool. No. Anthony says, was Mount and Maguire not Prem proven? Did they work? Was Alexander Isak and Haaland Prem proven? Didn't they work? Let's not truncate our rebuild with Watkins, but go all out for Šeško. So we're going to look at pretty much over the last decade 2 out of maybe 3 signings we've made from the Premier League. Three signings for the Premier League, and say they didn't work, so the signings from the Prem won't work. We're going with all of those other signings that we made that we also say didn't work from Europe and around the world. So that's really, this is what I mean with these arguments. It's always case by case basis, but we just will not let our biases get out of the way. We will not do a proper pros and cons. We will just do, Mount and Maguire. So there you go. And I've been said for a year, Sal Mason Mount, Sal Luke Shaw, Harry Maguire. It's not even English bias as well. You got an English bias? No. None of our English players get an England team at the moment. Our English players are mostly shit. But it's more numbers on paper, isn't it? So yeah, I just don't know why we have to sort of again make stuff up. There are legitimate actual cons for why we maybe shouldn't sign Ollie Watkins, but when we do the sort of make up ones, going, we signed Mount and Maguire, so that can't work. They were Prem proven. Look at Haaland or Isak; they worked out for us. I didn't realize we signed Haaland and Isak. No, I didn't realize we signed those players. What players did we sign from abroad that we're happy with? Of the ones we're also trying to sell at the moment. It's crazy. Super chats, and then I'll get to the Benjamin Šeško part of it. Lee says, can you do the Benjamin Šeško Pharaoh voice?
Benjamin Šeško.
There you go. Jeremy's been a member for 15 months, says, Mateta or Watkins for me over Šeško every day of the week. Preferably Mateta, as it would be nice to have a Congolese bro playing for United again. Mateta one just doesn't look like it's going to happen, does it? And I was a big Mateta fan. I mean, again, I've said it for months here on the channel, even when it was unpopular to do so, because he plays for Palace. Big Mateta fan, but it doesn't just look like he's going to be going anywhere, does it? And they still might lose Eze this summer, so you feel like they're maybe going to lose like one big player, maybe. I'm not sure. Amanor says, Owen, please ask Flex to prepare questions in advance. For what? For talking to Ruben Amorim or for chatting to Man United players? Ali says, Watkins is a fantastic player, but Jim Ratcliffe himself said no high fees for players nearing their peak. Who's approving the Watkins fee? That is also a good point. But Sir Jim Ratcliffe also said about putting the Manchester back in Manchester United. Now we're having, was it £4,000 ticket lotteries? So who fucking knows? I would not take with the what Sir Jim said, truth scale, because who knows? Who knows? We'll put Manchester back in Man United, and lots of people have lost their jobs. So I don't know what to believe from them anymore. I don't know what to believe. About the Šeško stuff, though, because I do want to get to this as well. So according to Fabrizio Romano, Christopher Vivell, of course, the Manchester United recruitment director, is pushing driving Manchester United's interest in Benjamin Šeško. Fabrizio Romano had quite a lot to say. He said, if Šeško decides he wants to go to Newcastle, they are ready to pay whatever it takes. They already know the conditions of the deal, so they don't even need to negotiate with RB Leipzig. They are ready to go and pay what Leipzig wants. They're ready to go and pay what Šeško wants. They're also ready to pay whatever Šeško's camp wants. They know everything about the deal. They started working on this last week. Newcastle are ready for Šeško at any moment, but it depends on the player. It's up to the player if he wants Newcastle, and then they'll be ready. Don't forget Manchester United, as they keep working on the Šeško deal. They're in contact with people close to the player and ready to speak with Leipzig. They're still working on the Šeško deal at Manchester United. Newcastle are very ready, but United need to understand they can be ready. This is also on the player. He can decide to go to Newcastle or maybe wait for Manchester United. Šeško is going to take his time. It's not imminent in terms of hours. It'll probably be some days until he decides what to do. So it would suggest then Newcastle are much further along with this, and it's just up to what Benjamin Šeško wants to do. Does he want to Does he want to wait around? If he can wait around, maybe Man United are confident of, all right, we've got to find out how we're going to actually finance this deal. Rashford's, we've got that money coming in for saving from his wages. How close is Sancho to go? And we'll talk about that in a bit. How close is Anthony going? Garnacho going? But well, if Fabrizio Romano is saying basically he's going to decide in about a week what he wants to do, do we really think that Manchester United in the space of 7 days are going to be in a position where they can actually bid on Benjamin Šeško? Because I lean towards no. I don't know if I see us being. I don't know if I see us being in that position in 7 days' time, because just not a lot's really happened. I mean, we've already started to hear those reports, haven't we? Of by the first game of the season against Arsenal, the United hierarchy are kind of accepting that they won't have a striker in by that point. I don't think that means by the end of the window we're not going to have signed a striker, but I think that, and that's what, 2 weeks. Was it just 2 weeks on Sunday away? Like I said before, a couple of days ago, and I know this was before all of the developments us linking us to Šeško. I just feel like it's just going to move too quick for us. I just feel like that's going to end up moving too quick for us. And even if we wanted to participate in that, I feel like the domino is going to fall quite quickly with Alexander Isak now. I mean, this morning they confirmed, Bayern have confirmed they've signed Luis Diaz for 70 million euro plus 5 million euro in add-ons. So that's what, like 65 million pounds. So they've just got that through the door. The Darwin Núñez one might happen quite quickly too. But even now, they can probably start negotiating with Newcastle for Alexander Isak. So I wouldn't be shocked if that first bid for Isak comes in. If that comes in, then they can, the domino will move quite quickly to put pressure on for Šeško to go to Newcastle. I'm not sure. The only thing, like V says there in the chat, what United could use to their favour is maybe use this Šeško deal as a bit of a make-weight. And I wouldn't even be shocked if this was the situation. The fact that we're not really pushing it.
Hello everybody, good morning and welcome to That's Football. I'm Mark Goldbridge and this is your latest football transfer news this Wednesday morning, and it's all about transfer delays today, because what we've effectively got is Liverpool, Chelsea and Arsenal playing the long game, having played the quick game. Also, what is happening around people like Eze, Garnacho, Šeško, Guehi, obviously Isak and a couple of others. We'll talk about that this morning as well. Also, a lot going on with goalkeepers this morning, with Newcastle bringing in Ramsdale on loan. But before we get into all that, don't forget we are sponsored by Manscaped on the show today. 20% off and free worldwide shipping with the code FOOTY. What is Manscaped? Well, it's in the league at the moment, and they have made the most, Chelsea are catching them up, to be fair. We'll talk about them very, very quickly in a moment. But effectively, with Liverpool, they are still linked in, as we said yesterday, with what happens with Benjamin Šeško. Isak is not on tour. He wants to go to Liverpool. Liverpool are on tour. And I think the tour is actually probably what is holding up a number of deals at the moment. If you look at Arsenal and their pursuit of Eze, they are on tour. Palace are on tour. And it's sort of like, we're not in a rush. With Liverpool, Isak is a player that they are probably going to get now, which they've wanted all summer, and they've had that encouragement, but now they're into the final stages and they've got to be very careful. This would be the signing of the summer. They have to be a level of patience with regards to what they want to do, and also they've got to wait and see how quickly Newcastle can bring in a replacement, because no matter how much money Newcastle get, they need a replacement. With Benjamin Šeško, we've been covering this a lot on the United Stand. Man United are there or thereabouts. Newcastle are waiting for a decision. They will pay the price to Leipzig. They will pay the wages to Šeško, but they are waiting to see what he wants to do. Fabrizio Romano's update is that could be days and not hours. So I think that is a direct correlation with what Liverpool want to do with Isak. I mean, Liverpool fans, are you impatient about that? Isak is going to be your biggest signing of the summer. Do you need him for that first game against Bournemouth, which is 2 weeks on Friday? Is he getting a pre-season? No, he's not. So I frustrate about this at Manchester United. I don't know what your thoughts are. And Mbeumo's not been able to play the first two pre-season games because he didn't get a pre-season at Brentford while we were doing the negotiations. So he's not up to speed with the rest of the team. If that happens with Isak and Liverpool, he's not ready for the start of the season. You have got a lot of players, but you have also got Arsenal game 3, you've got Newcastle game 2. Maybe he's not playing Newcastle game 2 no matter what, so maybe the delay on Isak doesn't bother you that much. Remember, your second game is Newcastle away. That's about 3 weeks away, so maybe he's never going to be part of that. Maybe that's what's going to go. I think he will be an Arsenal player, a Liverpool player, but maybe his first game will be Arsenal at the end of August, so maybe that's what it's all about. Also with Liverpool, Guehi is a player that they've been looking at. I don't know what Liverpool are going to do with centre-backs, because the latest on Guehi is actually he's only got a year left on his contract. Crystal Palace may want a good price. Liverpool are quite relaxed about this, and again are going to push it into August because they're relaxed. They're going to be saying to Palace, we want him, but not at the price you want to pay. He's not going to sign a new contract. If you want to keep him for a year and he runs his contract down, then we will wait, but we are not going to pay. So I think this is another deal that starts pushing itself into August in the hope that it makes Palace do a more reasonable price for Guehi. So that's where Liverpool are this morning. There's probably going to be delays around Isak and Guehi, but they probably will get the players they want at the price they want later in the window, and there's reasons for that. Arsenal also in that situation as well. Eze, Arsenal have had a very, very good transfer window. They've got a very difficult start to the Premier League. Did they need Eze for the start? Probably not. Are they looking at it and going, can we do a deal with Palace again, like Guehi, later in the window? That's something to bear in mind, isn't it? Because are Palace going to be comfortable losing Eze and Guehi late in August? They haven't done any transfer activity themselves of note. They had a really good season last year. That's two of their better players. Where are the replacements coming in? So maybe keep an eye on that, because I think Arsenal would like Eze, but they don't want to pay the price, which is about £65 million. So there's a few clubs just hanging around late in the window looking to see if the selling club is going to do a more reasonable price. It might not pan out like that, but certainly at the moment I think we can look at the pre-season tours and where people are and say, well, that's why there is a little bit of delay going on there. Chelsea we mentioned, Fabrizio Romano again updating on them, basically saying that Chelsea are focused, well, they've just brought Hato in, haven't they? I mean, you tell me, Chelsea fans, you do more business than bloody Tesco. It's unbelievable. I mean, so many players bought in, and I think you're starting to catch up with Liverpool now in relation to volume of quality. Hato is a good young defender coming in for significant funds. He'll be at the club soon. Now then it's Xavi Simons, and apparently then it will be Garnacho from Manchester United, which is a separate deal to Xavi Simons. So you could be looking at Chelsea signing Esteval from Palmeiras, Gittins from Dortmund. I'm going to lose track straight away here. Xavi Simons would come in as well. I feel like they've bought another winger that my tiredness won't tell me about. Garnacho obviously as well. Oh, João Pedro's come in. They've already got Neto. I feel like they've got another winger that I haven't even thought about. But yeah, look, Chelsea are doing volume. They're doing players under 23, and that's what they do. And apparently they'll move for Garnacho later in the window, which I think, again, is very similar to Eze and Guehi, isn't it? You wait till the back end of the window just because Man United might offer up a more reasonable price. Look, from my point of view, if you're Guehi and Eze, I'm sure you're training with Crystal Palace. If you stay at Crystal Palace, you'll be professional. The thing about Garnacho is he hasn't trained with Man United since the end of the season. He's not training with Man United at the moment, and he's just waiting for a deal. I mean, it just got the ingredients of an arsehole, if I'm being completely honest, because he won't, he's not had a pre-season at all. So apparently he wants to go to the World Cup with Argentina, and he's waiting for Chelsea, who have got way more wingers than clubs that want him. I don't know whether he gets in a Chelsea side either. I mean, just seems like you can't knock Chelsea because everything they do tends to work out well, but it is a bit of a strange one, I suppose. But yeah, apparently that's where Chelsea are looking as well with regards to Garnacho. I also wrote down something else here. What did I write? Yeah, I think that we've had the extremity of the speed of Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool and Man City in this transfer window. And of course Man City have just brought James Trafford in. I always forget when Man City do business because no one really seems to take any interest in it. And he's been given the #1 shirts as well. So, I mean, that's an interest. It's another young for the future signing by Man City, isn't it? I mean, we know what that's all about. Are they stockpiling? Are they rebuilding? Well, I think they're rebuilding under Pep at the moment until we hear anything about anything else, whether that be court cases or whatever. It's an interesting young signing for Manchester City as well, sort of fusing what maybe Chelsea are doing. So, yeah, I think it's... I think clubs are still looking to do business, especially the clubs that have done a lot of business like Liverpool and Chelsea and Arsenal to a certain extent. But I think we're approaching August now and teams are sort of like going, okay, we've got what we want. There are still things that we would like, but we are not just going to chuck money at it. We're now into the last few weeks of the window and let's see if we can drive prices down. And I think Arsenal are probably very happy with where they are. Liverpool and Isak's a little bit different, but they still do need a centre-back. And Chelsea obviously are still making moves themselves and looking to sell players. I mean, let's not forget, there's a lot of these clubs that will be still looking to sell players. Maybe Arsenal with Trossard and Martinelli. Liverpool certainly Harvey Elliott, Darwin Núñez. And, Chelsea obviously have got a few themselves as well, even people like Raheem Sterling. So, look, even Dortmund this morning have been linked with Trossard. So there are still going to be some outgoings, which then could lead to some incomings as well. Significantly, I was quite interested by PSG being interested in Bournemouth defender Zabania, if that's how you pronounce it. Another player for Bournemouth to lose. And I'm looking at a lot of teams like Bournemouth and Brentford and Fulham who've done no business as well. Brighton, all these teams that last season did quite well and they've sort of stood still. Can you tell us why, if you're a fan of those football clubs or not? Why are they standing still this summer transfer window? There doesn't seem to be a lot of activity from those clubs. Anyway, get your comments in below. Make sure you smash a like on the video and please do subscribe. We're on the road to 400k. Don't forget Manscaped, as I said.
TV Transfer Daily, the show that keeps you up to date with players that be linked with a transfer move to Arsenal. Hi and welcome along to AFTV Transfer Daily, the show that keeps you up to date with players that be linked with a summer transfer move to Arsenal. Bit of sun shining at last over in Hong Kong. It is very, very overcast yesterday, lots of rain, but today it's looking pretty decent and Arsenal are in town. Yesterday I was saying to you that the Tottenham team were over there training. Arsenal are training today. They've got an open training session where they're going to be training in front of the fans, and I can tell you it's absolute fever pitch over here. First of all, there was a big welcome for the Arsenal team at their hotel ahead of the North London derby that's taking place here tomorrow at the Kai Tak Stadium in Hong Kong. And this Victor Gyökeres fever. Everywhere you go, every Arsenal fan you're talking to is so excited about seeing this signing. I was also reading that his shirt, the number 14 shirt, has broken all records when it comes to sales. Just goes to show when you make a big signing which gets fans excited, this is what's happened. The number one selling Arsenal shirt with a player's name on it of all time, surpassing people like Thierry Henry. Absolutely incredible. That tells you all you need to know about how excited the fans are to at last see a striker. And Victor Gyökeres is that guy, and I'm so excited to see him playing in that game. It's going to be taking place, the stadium. I'm pointing to the training ground. Just, across the way is the actual ground. And it's going to be absolutely amazing when that game takes place tomorrow. But as I said, open training today, and we're going to hope to maybe be able to catch up with Victor Gyökeres. And I've just got to remind you before we get into the transfers that we've partnered up with William Hill to bring you the game final one standing. Now, as I said yesterday, we've been playing this for a long time in the office. Really, really good game. We have a lot of fun with it. You pick one Premier League team to win each week, but you can't repeat that team. So if you pick Arsenal this week, you can't pick Arsenal next week. You can't pick them again. One, can't repeat it, right? 500k up for grabs for the winner, and it's free to enter. Are you going to be the final one standing? Only time will tell.
You lot are always in the comments saying that we don't know ball.
And now it's your chance to prove it. Could you predict the Premier League if we offered you £500,000 to do it? We've partnered with William Hill to bring you Final One standard. The rules are simple. Pick a Premier League team every week. Win, you stay in. Lose or draw, you're out. But you can only pick each team once. It's free to play, and there's £500,000 up for grabs. That's right, £500,000. You need to have a William Hill app to play, so scan the QR code on the screen or hit the link in the description below to get involved. 18 plus, UK only. Please gamble responsibly. Terms and conditions apply, and full terms are in the link below. Let's see who's the Final One standing. If you're interested, click the link in the description or scan the QR code on the screen. And please, please, please remember, you've got to be 18 plus. It's for people in the UK only, and please gamble responsibly. Full terms and conditions are in the description below. Now, what's going to be happening with Leandro Trossard? This is going to be really interesting. We were having a big debate about this the other day after one of the games, because he was Turkish, who was saying, actually. He was going, listen, this guy's been clutch ever since he's been at Arsenal. All right, he may not be the starter. You know, that's not the answer to our starting problems or to our left wing problems. And he may not be the starter, but off the bench, show me many more players that are as productive as Leandro Trossard. How many times has he scored big goals for Arsenal or had a good assist? He's such an important player, but are Arsenal going to be able to hold on to him? 1 year left on his current contract. Teams have been interested in him, and today we're hearing that Borussia Dortmund are very interested in signing Leandro Trossard. Now, we know that Arsenal wanted to sign him to a new deal, but he hasn't done a new deal. He changed his agency, and that sometimes is an indicator that player could be looking to move on. I think he'd like to stay, but he wants an extended contract, a longer contract. He's 30 now. Arsenal have spent a lot of money. If a 15, 20 million comes in for him, they're going to take it. And as I said, Borussia Dortmund heavily linked with a move for Leandro Trossard today. Now, there's a lot of talk saying that the sale of Leandro Trossard could fund a move for Eberechi Eze. And we'd love to see Eze come in, but I'm being honest with you. When Turkish said it the other night, could we not get Eze and keep Trossard and Martinelli? I mean, are we being too greedy? And who should go out of the two? Leandro Trossard or Martinelli? We was having that debate as well. Obviously, Martinelli a lot younger. I mean, they're two popular players right now, but one of them looks like they're going to probably go, and that's probably going to be Leandro Trossard, as I said, to fund Eberechi Eze. Now, it's turning into Eze daily. I know that. We're talking about him absolutely every single day. This was really interesting. I saw some of the stuff coming from Glasner, the manager at Crystal Palace. He doesn't seem to be a very happy guy at the moment with the situation that's going on at Palace, right? And I was really interested to see these quotes. He was chatting to an Austrian newspaper, and Oliver Glasner, these are his quotes. This is what he said. He says, even though all the players are still here, we haven't made the most of the transfer window so far. So he's not happy with the fact that they haven't brought players in. He said, I was promised that we'd be more active and bring in new players earlier this year. As of now, I have 17 outfield players. I hope we don't lose any more. If that happens, we get 4 new ones on deadline day like we did last year, another full start is possible. So you can see there some of the talking points from that. Number one, he's unhappy that they've not done enough business so far in the transfer window. He's saying that if a players go out, he wants to get the money in and not have to wait until deadline day to do business like what they did last season. So surely then, if that's the case, and they've got this problem with losing Eberechi Eze, it's in Crystal Palace's interest to try and get this deal done as soon as possible so that they can get a replacement, whether that be El Khanous, who I spoke about yesterday from Leicester City, who's been linked, or whoever they're looking to bring in, because they're under threat to lose other players as well. Mateta was being linked with moves away, Adam Wharton, but Eze does look like the one most likely to go. Surely they want to get this done as quickly as possible so that they can get in the players early and not what Glasner's describing there as what they happened last year when it was done all late and they had a really bad start to the season. So, gonna be interesting how quickly Arsenal can move for Eze. By the way, talking at El Khanous, it's been linked again with Arsenal. As I said, he was linked earlier on in the transfer window with a move to Arsenal. Now, all of a sudden, he's been linked with Arsenal again, even though a lot of the links that I spoke about yesterday have been linking El Khanous with a move to Crystal Palace if Palace are unable to get Eze. So he seems to be right now in a real merry-go-round. By the way, Arsenal getting gazumped by Liverpool. A hijack for a player that it looked like Arsenal were definitely going to get, which was Will Wright from Blackburn, the 17-year-old striker. Looked like it was all signed and sealed and that he was on his way to Arsenal. He's actually joining Liverpool. He's joining Liverpool. So Arsenal missing out on the talented 17-year-old, and he is on his way to Liverpool. So they're not getting that signing done for Will Wright. But those more or less are the rumours for today, and it is really interesting what's happening at Palace. Remember as well, with Crystal Palace, as it stands, they're in the Conference League, not in the Europa League. Again, what does that do to the mindset as Eberechi Eze when he knows he can come and join Arsenal, play in the Champions League, play with Victor Gyökeres, play with Zubimendi, and all these new signings, Madueke, as well as obviously your Sakas, your Odegaards, coming back home to Arsenal? Surely it's going to get done. But listen, who knows? The only way to find out is to keep it locked here on AFTV. You won't miss a thing. Don't forget we're here every single day. And of course, don't forget to check out all of our coverage over here in Hong Kong. We're going to be at the Mikel Arteta's press conference today. We're also going to be hopefully seeing the players as they train in their open training sessions. So that should be really good. But thanks for watching the show, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? Sammy, Not at People's TV, here for another live show, here for another live chat with you, community. We're going to run through all the latest United news, transfer news. We're going to speak about the Bournemouth game, which kicks off at 2:30 in the morning tonight. I'll be up. No, I'm not complaining about it because I know that plenty of you do it around the world. Nah, it's not that I'm complaining about it. Sue me. We're going to be speaking about
An interesting interview with Luke Shaw, speaking about Amrim, the hardline stance, no stragglers in the squad, somewhat ironic. Speak about Watkins, Sesko, Brian Mbumo's interview with Rio yesterday. There's lots to run through, actually. Not going to force a full conversation today on transfers because I don't think there's particularly much to update you on. So I think there's other more interesting things that we could speak about. Now, I can see down here in the chat, this is a bit weird. I can see all of your usernames have changed. That's not me. I haven't done a thing, right? This is YouTube somehow rolling out what tell you they're doing it. And then we've got Toby Carlson. Bloody. I've explained my opinion. I've explained why I would prefer Manchester United to sign Watkins, so long as the price is right. I think that kind of goes for both players. The poll ended yesterday, I think just under 4,500 votes. The poll ended yesterday with, I believe it was around 57% of you saying Sesko, which is fine. I can understand. I can understand why people are on both sides. Now, with the Watkins stuff, right, you got Ben Jacobs here saying yesterday about a 50 mil offer, and I just can't. Nah. It's like that. There's no way that United could, technically could, but there's absolutely no way that United should be paying 50 mil for a striker who's nearing 30. We got. I don't know whether Matt Laws from the Telegraph is a Villa fan. He might be. Right. NFS down there. Next season, you will cry about Watkins when he doesn't perform. Football fans in general, bro. Dorgu was here. Look at United fans. Some United fans just slating the lad. Despite the fact that he's joined mid-season in January when the manager's just joined 2 months ago and he's a 20-year-old who's going to develop. Nah, sod that. Boom. Despite the fact that he was impressive for the first couple of appearances and got a red card, there is no player that any football fan base will ever be 100% happy with. This is the way it goes. Watkins is indeed a short-term signing, but I think a 2 to 3 year signing that could work out. Anyway, it's down there from Matt Law from the Telegraph. I was just like, if United really value Watkins at 40 to 45 mil, then they don't actually want him. They should pitch something serious. And I'm sitting there like, I'm scratching my head. I'm probably like scratching my head down there going, you're saying that 40 to 45 mil isn't a serious bid for Watkins. It probably got my head scratching. Now, I know that Villa have trodden the same path that Chelsea started and that Everton did as well and sold their women's team. I think it was for 55 million, saying their 90% was sold to their holding company who also owns Villa, and then they sold 10% off to an investor. And I think that it's written down here as well, look, eyeing a similar deal for their warehouse music venue. So effectively, this Villa are just selling off assets, or just not even selling off assets, selling them to themselves. We know that. But I just find it hilarious, the concept that a 40 to 45 million pound bid for a 29-year-old striker going on 30 isn't a serious bid. That's pretty much top level, right? Stu down there saying, someone made a good point yesterday. If we get Watkins, what is the point in having Vivell on the payroll? Oh, this is going to be the next sort of conversation that I'm leading on to there. Like, I don't know why people are surprised. Maybe they're not. Maybe I've misjudged. I don't know why people are surprised that Vivell would be driving United pursuing Sesko, because his job title is literally Director of Recruitment. Now, it's always going to be it's never going to be like a dictator-style position. Director of Recruitment. All right, you say who we sign and no one else can have a say. Jason Wilcox is the football director at this football club, right? He will have ultimately the final say. Actually, I don't know what the hierarchy is, but it's Amrim will not be forced to sign a player that he doesn't want to. It's not that he's got veto. Remember that whole old school stuff with Ten Hag. Amrim's got to agree with it. Wilcox has to agree with it, and Vivell will be the one identifying. So I don't think it makes, if we were to sign Watkins, I don't think it would make Vivell's position null and void, right? Yeah, I think that's going over the top, going overboard. But I think it will be a financial decision. You can let me know what you think in the chat. These usernames are so dumb, man. I've got to reach out to YouTube and see what. I'm guessing they're rolling it out to certain channels and testing it. You know how they rolled out the live chat leaderboard? We turned that off quite swiftly. So I imagine they're probably doing it as a little test to come through. I still think there's a possibility either way, really, if I'm being honest. If Watkins or Sesko comes in, that Højlund leaves. I think that's ultimately what United want to do this summer. I don't know whether they'll be able to do it, and especially because we won't be able to find a club that's going to pay enough for Højlund that we want. I think that's ultimately what they want. What's going on here? Someone saying, United People's TV, no reversion. Once the change is implemented, users cannot switch back to displaying channel names. Look, this has come from YouTube side. I haven't changed anything. I haven't changed any setting anywhere. So if they changed it, I can see, I can ask, I can inquire anyway. I know someone at YouTube, so I'll see what they say.
Today, we are going to be doing a Bournemouth preview. Forgive the background. I was trying to film this in our kitchen, in our Airbnb. Chicago pizza, as well as I've got a vlog coming out at some point in the stadium that I'm looking forward to visiting. With Soldier Field itself, Bournemouth. Opposition for us, especially if you saw the way they dealt with Everton in the first game. Absolutely battered them. And a team that can hurt United. But at the same time, United have got to go into this knowing that we can also hurt Bournemouth. And we've seen how you can beat Bournemouth. Now, it was a really impressive performance, I thought, against Everton. But we're not going to know until after we've played them whether Everton were really bad or Bournemouth were really good. I suspect it's a little bit of both, if anything. But we're not going to know until we played them ourselves. Now, under Iraola, they have been known for that sort of high-intensity attacking football. Last season, we saw from them, they were ranked second in the Premier League for shots taken, only behind Manchester City. Not something that you can sniff at. And their style is all about the high pressing, the wing play, high set-piece threat, and they have a really, really good midfield that can do bits. And I think United should be confident going into this, despite all of that. Our performance against West Ham, I thought, was really, really bright. I thought physically it was fantastic. And again, I'm not actually going into this thinking, oh, United need to win this game. It means nothing in the grand scheme of things, whether you win or lose tomorrow. But to me, it's about becoming prepared for the Premier League season. And I think Bournemouth is a really interesting opposition to play against because that's the sort of team that we've struggled against in recent years. Now, the fitness, the preparation that's going to come, it'd be nice to continue that good spell that we saw against West Ham with another good result against Bournemouth. Now, the loss of Hewson and Kirkes has hurt Bournemouth's system, especially the back line, obviously. But it did not stop them keeping a clean sheet against Everton. I know you're thinking, Jesus, it's Everton. Yeah, fair one. But we will find out whether or not they're able to bounce back and recover from the loss of those players. Now, I think the key for United is going to be to control midfield. Bournemouth really rely on energy. They rely on pressing. And United have got an opportunity to sort of integrate Amarim's plan here for that 6-8 midfield partnership that I spoke to him about earlier in the week. Will it be Mainu and Ugarte again? Will he bring Bruno into that back line? He's already let slip that he's not planning on playing Mbeumo just yet, or Mbeumo, sorry, just yet. So I think you're going to see a very similar starting 11 to the one that we saw against West Ham on Saturday. Starting 11-wise, I still don't know what the script is going to be with Onana, so I'm just going to presume that Bayende is going to play. I expect a back three of, I think it's going to be Aiden Heaven, Yoro, with De Ligt in the centre, I think he's going to go Mainu Ugarte with Bruno playing in the right half space 10 alongside Højlund, alongside Cunha, and then our wing backs will be Dorgu on the left and Ahmad on the right. That's the starting 11 that I expect. I expect that we'll see them for 60-65 minutes again, and then we'll make a raft of substitutions. That's what I think it's going to be. Now, what United have got to do is stop them playing down the wings. Now, how you stop them playing down the wings is going to be the really interesting thing. Do we just put our wing backs on them and tell them that you've got to be able to shut them down and deal with them? Or do we try and neutralise that with midfield and wide centre halves? That, it might not be the same. It might be like, yeah, we'll use Dorgu on the left, actually, but we'll use right side centre half, maybe Yoro on the right, and it almost maybe looks like a sort of asymmetric back four a little bit. But we have to do it. 1v1. Our duels have to be really good against these wingers because they are very, very good. Doubling up on them, forcing them inside, that could look to change the ball over if you do that. But at the same time, you also have to maintain a bit of a threat. Maybe our best form of defence is offence. Maybe our best option is to stick Dorgu and to stick Ahmad high and wide and make Bournemouth worry about us and clip the wings of their wingers by pushing those players a little bit higher up and making their wingers ineffective because they're doing too much defending. United took 25 shots back in April 2025 against Bournemouth, which shows that we have got the ability to create chances against Bournemouth when their wing play can be contained. Now, I don't think it'll be an easy game. I think it'll be a tough test. But again, I'm here looking at performance and not result. The result would be a cherry on the top. But for me, it's all about the performance. Match winner for United. I think Cunha is going to get off the score sheet and score his first Manchester United goal. That's how I think this is going to go. Please let me know in the comments if you agree or if you disagree. And like I said earlier, we've got vlogs and all sorts of stuff coming out from this trip so far. So please hit subscribe, give us your thoughts, and I'll see you in the next one. Laters.
Hey, thank you for watching the video. If you are new around these parts, then don't forget to subscribe. My channel is proudly supported by my community on Patreon.
Last
if
night
you'd like to get a little
United,
bit of extra content.
Or is Benjamin Šeško about to snub United as Amorim favours a move for Watkins? We've got new talks with Watkins. We've got new talks with Lemens. We're talking that this morning. We've also got an update on another striker that will not be coming to Manchester United. We'll talk about that as too. Also, very, very, very good interview last night again. Dorgu the night before. Luke Shaw last night. Beth out in the States talking to Luke Shaw. He's come out with things like he thinks this squad can win the Premier League. We'll talk about that. But he also talk about what Amorim's done at Manchester United. And as Luke Shaw describes, removing the stragglers has improved the squad. A very blunt message there towards the likes of Rashford, Garnacho, etc. So we'll delve into that as well. Of course, it is match day technically as well. We are playing Bournemouth well, I say it's match day. When you actually figure it out, 12 hours time, it will still be 10 o'clock at night, and then it's another 4.5 hours after that. So technically it's tomorrow for a lot of you lot. Well, technically it's tomorrow for us as well. We'll talk on that as well. 10 o'clock show. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Make sure you subscribe and smash a like. Get your comments in as always. We're driven by you. But look, we're going to start off with the big news. Now, look, I suppose the first few minutes of the show are basically going to be about the striker. We have got new talks with the goalkeeper, which I think is really, really positive. But we're going to talk about the striker situation. Now, towards the end of the evening show yesterday, we had an update from Ben Jacobs, who's on the show tomorrow at 2 o'clock, basically saying that there may be an openness to start negotiating at £50 million for Ollie Watkins if Ollie Watkins starts pushing for the move. So Manchester United obviously have been quoted around £70 million, or 69 if you like the number, for Šeško. So £20 million difference there if Man United want to do that deal. Now, this to me is starting to get a little bit interesting. Obviously, on Thursday, we spoke about how Watkins was the priority. We're coming up for a week ago towards that tomorrow. Amazing how quick that week's gone. But if Manchester United prioritised Ollie Watkins last Thursday, what would make Ruben Amorim or Jason Wilcox or Omar Barada
move towards Benjamin Šeško. Well, we know Christopher Vival is very much pushing this from the United side, having worked with them at Leipzig. But are we this morning actually looking at Manchester United? I mean, this is a huge call. This is a huge call, isn't it? And I feel like in some ways it's exciting. You know, you want a leader to make the big calls. You look through history. I'm not going to start naming names because people will say he made I nearly said Napoleon, but he did lose Waterloo. And he was a little bit of a shit. But the reality is, you know, big leaders make big calls. We already know that Bruno Fernandes staying at the football club and being in the midfield is a huge call. It divides opinion. It generates conversation. Could we be looking at another one here whereby Watkins remains the priority? That's the player that Man United go for. They allow Šeško to go to Newcastle and Man United focusing on Watkins. Look, I would liken that to you're in a relationship with somebody you really like. You break up with them. You're out, you know, mingling, single, looking to mingle. You meet two really attractive people. You know, it might be a man or a woman, whatever. That's up to you. It might be a man and a woman. You might like both. But the point is, you find two really good prospects. Of course, you're a great prospect. You find two really good prospects, and it gets to the point where you've got to commit to one or the other. So you commit to one, and they're ready to go for Šeško at any moment. But it depends on the player. It's up to the player to say if he wants Newcastle, and they'll be ready. So effectively, Newcastle are bending over for Šeško. Not in that way. I mean, they're bending over backwards. They'll do anything for him. Like, they're going to pay Leipzig what they want. They're going to pay Šeško what they want. They're going to pay his agent what he wants as well. So Newcastle are there, cap in hand again, to another signing going, please, please, please. Is he going to say yes? But Romano says, don't forget, Man United, as they keep working on the Šeško deal, they're in contact with people close to the player and they're ready to speak with Leipzig. They're still working on the deal at Manchester United, whereas Newcastle are ready. But United need to understand if they can be ready. This is also on the player as well. He can decide to go to Newcastle or maybe wait for Manchester United. Šeško is going to take his time. It's not imminent in terms of hours. It will probably be some days until he decides what to do. So, look, this is far from over. And look, that's probably one of the biggest updates I've done in a long time from Fabrizio Romano or anybody. That is quite a lot of detail. I could easily summarise it by this. Newcastle will do anything for Leipzig and Šeško to buy him. Man United are thinking it through, and so is Šeško. So what have they got to think about? That's the big question. That's the big question. I said on Monday that the longer this goes on, the better it is for us. That's just so logical. That's like, you know, going back to the relationship thing again. You know, you're making your mind up between two. One of them is saying, I desperately, desperately want to be with you. And the other one's going, I want to be sure. I want to be sure this is the right move. Why would you not just go for the person who's desperate for you? Because actually, you clearly quite like the person who's unsure. And I would say the same thing with Šeško here. He can go to Newcastle now. He's obviously got some sort of reservation, whether that is, I like Newcastle, but I want to see what the offer is from Manchester United. That's what it looks like to me. So, as I've always said, the longer this goes on, I'm not saying it's the more likely we get Benjamin Šeško, but I think the longer it goes on, the more he is probably open to us. And remember, this is somebody that's, whether he wanted it or not, and he probably did, he's missed out on Arsenal. If he wants Manchester United, is he going to wait? And that's going to come down to us. So I genuinely find the Šeško deal, I mean, I'll tell you about the Watkins deal. I know a lot more about that, and I think we all do. But with the Šeško deal, I do find it a little bit like it could be as simple as what we were discussing on the 8 o'clock show last night, that you've got Vival, who is head of development and bringing young players through, who could be there saying, it's a huge mistake not to get him. It's a massive mistake not to go for him. You should be going and getting him. He's going to be a brilliant player in 3 years' time. You're going to regret it. You should get him. And then you might have someone like Wilcox and Amrim going, but Watkins hits the ground running. Watkins guarantees us this. He gets us into the Champions League. and then, we're a different football club. But if Faval is going, but I think Šeško will get you in the Champions League, then the longer term plan with Šeško is better, isn't it? I mean, I do want to run a little bit of a poll this morning, actually, just to grasp where everybody is with this. I should have done it before. So let's go Šeško, Watkins. Get your votes in. Obviously, you can get involved if you're watching, not watching live as well. With regards to Watkins, what's the latest on that? So look, if you're tuning in for the news, the latest with Šeško this morning, new news from Fabrizio is that this could take days, not hours. I think that leans towards us because, as we've already said, this would take hours if it was Newcastle because they're ready to go. So Šeško's not made his mind up, which means we're still very much in the race. This is good for us. On to Watkins, and again, this is really good for us. We're getting rumours coming out from Ben Jacobs that £50 million could be the price that Villa do. We know that Watkins is a priority. We know from last week. We know that Manchester United, do rate him. We also know that Watkins wants to join Manchester United. I mean, I know that's not official, but I said this last Friday. Like, I'm not speaking for Ollie Watkins. He's not going to do it. But I think any Aston Villa fan knows it as well. I mean, maybe it's fortunate because I live, the closest Premier League club to me is actually Aston Villa, so I know a lot of Villa fans. But you speak to them about Watkins, and there is this feeling that him and Emery have hit the end of the road. There is this feeling that now he's broken the goal record, it's time to move on. It would take quite a turnaround in their relationship for it to be, to go back to what it was. I mean, this is a striker that missed out on both ties against PSG for Marcus Rashford. That does untold damage to a senior striker. He spoke publicly about that. Emery wasn't happy about that. So the Watkins-Emery relationship is strained. This is not like trying to sign Isak from Newcastle, where Newcastle and Eddie Howe don't want it to happen. This is a striker and a manager that don't have a great relationship anymore. So Villa can ask for £60 million, but there has to be some discount there because, honestly, I think Emery wants to replace Watkins. And I think Watkins wants to come to Manchester United. So if we're going to get some price leeway, I think United stay in the race. And look, 63% of you want Šeško this morning. That's starting to come down a bit. That's nothing against Šeško. Yesterday it was 74%. It might go up there again. But I think what's really important here is, and this is my stance, I ain't got a horse in the race. I'm not going to have a horse in the race. I can have a preference, but when you've got a horse in the race, you boo the other horse that's not yours. I'm not calling Šeško or Watkins a horse, but what I'm saying is it's a two-horse race to be Man United striker. As long as we deliver the best deal for Manchester United and the best deal for Amorim, I'll deal with it. As I said, I don't agree with some of the players that we're keeping, and I don't agree with some of the decisions we've made, but I will back those players, and I will be vocal about that backing, and I will also back who we go for in the market. Look, you pay with your job. That's all I care about. I don't mind a Man United manager getting the sack. I really don't mind it if they make bad calls. But I think too many times over the last decade, we have sacked managers who didn't get backed and then fall on the sword of the owners. If Amorim finishes 15th next year, having bought Ollie Watkins and played Bruno in midfield all season, cheerio. It was nice knowing you. Good try, but you made two big calls a lot of people thought were not good calls, and you got them wrong. I don't mind that. So as long as we back Amorim, I don't really care. What I don't want to see is if we end up with Ollie Watkins, people going mad and going, it's wrong, because you're not the manager. I'm not the manager. You can register your disagreement, but surely you're not going to lose it over Man United buying a striker who has scored over 15 goals in the Premier League in the last 2 years, gets assists, and probably suits us better in the next 2 years than Šeško does. So I'm happy with either. But what I think you have to do, is play this the same way. Well, just play it like a proper football club. If I'm the CEO, if I'm the director of football, I'm coming out of this with either Benjamin Šeško as a Man United player or Ollie Watkins for about 50 million quid. Maybe cheaper. that's what I'm doing. What I'm not doing is watching Šeško sign for Newcastle and then being held to ransom by Villa until August the 31st. We've got to play this game. And it looks like we can. Things can change very, very quickly, but it looks like we're in control here, because if Šeško is thinking about what he wants to do, that means he's thinking about Man United. And in that time, you need to be speaking to Villa and going, look, we're negotiating with Šeško. He's not signed for Newcastle. He's thinking about us. Now, we've got a small window of opportunity here to do a deal with you. So some couple of good comments coming in here. So basically what I'm expecting from Manchester United over the next 2 or 3 days, maybe week, but let's say the next 2 or 3 days, because you haven't got a lot of opportunity here. If I'm Man United, over the next couple of days, whatever, I'm saying this. Šeško, we really like you, and we're trying to figure out how to do a deal. Aston Villa, we really like Ollie Watkins. We can't do a deal at 60 million. Now, by Friday, we might have a deal done with Šeško and we'll move forward. If you want to take this from us, then you need to give us a price that's doable. Otherwise, the door closes forever and we go with Šeško. And that's what I would do. And people saying, well, you can't do that. It's what bloody Arsenal did with Gyökeres and Šeško. We should be doing it as well. I think we've got to play this to our advantage. And people would say, well, no, you should just go for the player that you want. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, we didn't get plan A, we didn't get plan B, and we didn't get plan C. We're talking plan D here. So I can see the validity in both. And look, let's be clear here. Maybe Ruben Amorim wants Watkins. If I'm Omar Barada and Jason Wilcox, I'm still going for Šeško as part of the play. And I'm saying to Amorim, I'm doing this to try and get the price down with Villa. And if they don't bring the price down, we can't get Watkins anyway. So you'll be happy with Šeško. So just go along with this. We know you want Watkins, but we're not paying 60 million. We'll never get him unless we play the game. And even if we play the game, we might not get him and we'll get Šeško anyway. So I don't think it's set in stone who we're going to get. I just think we've got to play the game here. And the way to play the game is to keep them both in the play. It doesn't mean we're using Šeško. It doesn't mean we're using Watkins. We're just literally using the situation. Look, really, really simple. 2 cars you really like, both for sale, next door to each other. I like your car. I like your car. What's your price? What's your price? You know, somebody brings the price down. Somebody, you know, that's what we've got to do here. So look, I think last night after the 8 o'clock show, I was sort of, some of your comments really made me think that Watkins would be my preference. This morning I'm 50-50 again. Yesterday I was Šeško. Last night I was Watkins. This morning I'm 50-50. And you know what it is? I think what a lot of you said was spot on. I've always been a big fan of Watkins, and I do like Šeško. But I think the positives of Šeško for me are that he's young. He's only just 22. He's got a lot of talent. He could be one of the best strikers in the world over the next 3 years. And then he's at Man United. There's resale value, or he's with you for a decade. That's very, very appealing. Watkins, on the other hand, ain't going to be with you for a decade. But for the next 2 years, he probably scores you a shitload of goals, gets you back in the Champions League, and then you can buy the next Šeško in a year's time. Or you've got Obi coming through. So I think the short-term benefit is Watkins. The long-term benefit is potentially Šeško. Now, what's more important? I think we need to be in the Champions League next year. That's my feeling on it. Let me grab some of your comments, and then we're going to talk about the goalkeeper. We've got some very interesting comments from Luke Shaw about winning the Premier League as well. With Watkins, we're actually buying time for Amorim, says Sudeth. Well, this is a great point as well. You know, if Šeško is a project, then Watkins is for the now. And it's the same decision Arsenal made. And I think Arsenal made the right call. Šeško would have been a project that could have been a great player for the future. But Arteta would get the sack if Arsenal don't win the league next year. Gyökeres comes in, you would expect to win the league because he's ready to go. And it's the same for Amorim. Amorim, you know, what's the point in a project striker for Amorim if he gets the sack in a year's time? Whereas Watkins comes in and buys him time. I think maybe that explains why, if it's true, Amorim would prefer Watkins. Also, you've got a player like Bryan Mbeumo, who has played with him before. He's Premier League proven. So the adaptability could be quicker. I don't know. We'll have to see how we play it out. Maybe Watkins will fancy Saudi after United, says Glenn. Joining United gives Watkins the best chance to become a priority in the England squad, says Kevin. Have we ever had a more difficult choice, says Thornster. Well, look, it is a difficult choice. It's a really difficult choice. But imagine this. I embrace this, and I think everybody else should as well, because it is a difficult choice, but embrace it, because would you rather be in a situation where the club are negotiating for Watkins or Šeško, or would you rather be neither of them were available and you're looking at Calvert-Lewin, Callum Wilson and Nicholas Jackson? So we are in a fortunate, well, I don't know whether it's fortunate, but we are in a good position in a certain extent, because we have got two options that are quite decent after missing out on some really good options. But it's a big pull. And that's why I said at the start of the video, it really is very similar to Bruno Fernandes, isn't it? Because it's going to divide opinion. Thank you very much to Sideth. What's our current roster of British players, and could that be the deciding factor in what we go for, says Phil? I think you'd have to speak to someone like Robert McCormack on that. I think as long as you can have 17 European players, 17 non-British players in your squad. And then you can have like 7. I don't know what it is, but look, I think we're okay. Like Luke Shaw's still here, Harry Maguire's still here, Mainoo's still here. Obviously, anybody under 21 isn't classed as homegrown until they're 21. So Yoro's still fine, Leon's fine, but yeah, you do have to monitor that. I mean, I don't know whether that would be a factor as well. Michael says, I'm all for Watkins over Šeško, but we should definitely be going in for both. If one deal falls through or a better option emerges, we're still in a strong position. Yeah, I don't think we'll get both, but I think I agree with you. You've got to negotiate for both. Plug Scope says, rebuild a club on a 29-year-old player is backwards to me. Arsenal and Liverpool didn't do this. I mean, look, I think I've explained my stance on it. You have got Obi, you have got this 18-year-old we're looking to bring in. You potentially still got Rasmus at 22. We have got younger options who can play up front, and Watkins gives you 2-3 years stability in goals. In 2 or 3 years, Obi's 20, so there's your heir to the throne. Maybe you bring somebody else in as well. We've always needed an experienced striker. We can't be a hypocrite to that. I've said it, many of you have said it, we need an experienced striker. We've needed an experienced striker for years. So you can't on the one hand say, well, don't get an experienced striker, because we do need an experienced striker. Where I would agree with you is United, through Ineos, have put it out there quite consistently that they don't want to buy players over 26. So to spend £50 million on a 29-year-old doesn't really fit with what they're all about. And I would say that if we bought Watkins for 50 million, the quotes of Amorim, of Ineos and Sajin will come out, because they basically said we don't want to do those types of deals anymore. But if the manager does, you should. You can't. Those types of absolutes are ridiculous in football. So imagine you had prime Ronaldo at 29 available for £50 million. We know, based on what Ronaldo did from 29 to 35, you're going to get 6 years of one of the world's best ever players. Oh, at the end of the day, another pint of champers. At the end of the day, pint. We don't buy players over 26, so you can't be absolute like that. There might be options that you should open yourself up to, especially if the manager wants to do it. Adrian C says, I would prefer Šeško due to his age. I'd support Watkins, but club must stop buying players approaching 30. Otherwise, we haven't learned from the past. Adrian, again, I don't disagree with you, but I think what I just said a few seconds ago sort of defeats that. We shouldn't, in any walk of life, judge a book by its cover. It's not correct. There are always exceptions to the rule. If that's just, that's like saying I'm from and I'm not, but, I'm from a I'll do it my way. I'm from a working class background. I've had to work for everything I've done, like a lot of you. And because of that, I would never be in a relationship or friends with somebody that's had a silver spoon in the mouth and comes from a rich background, because we'll never get on, because they don't understand what it's like to have nothing and work your way up. I've got loads of friends who've got money and have come from those backgrounds, and they're sound. It's stereotypical to do stuff like that, and you shouldn't do that. So I think that I didn't agree with Sir Jim Radcliffe when he said it, that we're not going to buy, or whoever said it, we're not going to buy people over 26. Stupid. I understand why, 99%, 95% of the time you might not do it, but there has to be exceptions to the rule. DJ says, is everyone missing that Sesko has a gentleman's agreement for a number of special clubs? Is United in the list, but Newcastle and Arsenal not? Yes, I think this is a good point as well, DJ. We don't know the full detail of this, but apparently there is a list of special clubs where the price for Šeško is 60 million, but we don't know who those are. Any progress on a goalie and a midfielder, says Edward. We will talk about the goalkeeper in a moment. There is an update on Lemens and Martinez to a certain extent. SNS says Watkins is Premier League experienced. He's played within Burmo. He's better for the system. He gets settled quickly. Šeško, great in 3 years. Amrin might not be there in 3 years. This is what I mean. Is there a right answer here? Or is there just another, should we sell Bruno or not? I just think it's in a way, this summer has turned into something exciting that I never thought it would be. I can't think of a summer at Manchester United in a very long time. Well, I don't know whether we've ever had one, actually, where you've got two, and we might still have more. The goalkeeper could present another one, but two huge decisions where there isn't a definitive right or wrong answer. There's just opinion strong on either side. So should Bruno go for £100 million or should we sell him? Yes or no? We know what that did. Should we go for Šeško or should we go for Watkins? Yes or no? And this is where we are. I don't necessarily think there's a definitive wrong answer or right answer. That's exciting. That's why the manager gets paid the money. If I was in charge, I would have let Bruno go. And if I was in charge, I don't know. I don't like sitting on the fence. I today would go with Watkins, but by midday I might go for Šeško. And that's what I mean. I can't definitively make an answer and stick with it. Edward V has gifted 5 memberships. You're a legend, mate. Thank you very much for that. Patrick Lynch says, I think one thing we forget is that when Ineos came in, they specifically said that the board, as well as the manager, would have a say on transfers. Amrin will have a final say, but not all the say. And Patrick, I love that. And I don't know what you think, Patrick, and I don't know what everybody else thinks. I absolutely agree with that. I love that. I love the fact that we don't have a definitive, because David De Gea left and Andre Onana is now in a bad way an immovable object in goal because of Erik ten Hag. Mason Mount for £55 million. I like the player. I never understood why we bought him. To this day, I don't know what role he is. I like Mason Mount, but I don't understand what we bought him for. I don't know why we bought him. Loads of people went mad. I was like, he's a good player. This is really interesting. I've got no idea where he fits into our team. So those sort of decisions, and there are others that Ten Hag made, I don't think they get made today. And I'm not going to knock Ineos for doing that. I think it's correct. The question is, if you've got Wilcox and you've got Amrin that want Watkins and you've got Favel and Barada that want Šeško, yeah, that's where it becomes problematic. But hopefully they'll come to the right decision. With age and other factors, Watkins is 40 million max as PZ. Rajaf says Watkins is a known quality in the Premier League, so signing him makes more sense, and Obi doesn't need to be thrown at the deep end like Rasmus was. Watkins should be 30 million tops as trader. Age and recent injuries. Not saying Šeško is better, but it's somehow a safer option. Yeah, but when you say recent injuries, we've already done this. He had a couple of minor injuries last season and none in the previous 5. So I don't think the injuries comes into it for Watkins. I think the age comes into it. I think the price comes into it. But he's 29, not 35. And you can't really say he's a £30 million striker when he scored over 30 Premier League goals in his last 2 seasons for Aston Villa. I mean, I think there is a level of respect there. For me, it starts at about 45. It's somewhere between 40 and 50. That's the value. Jaden, thanks for gifting a membership. Hi, everyone, says Lee Cape Town. Just want to put it out there that at the end of the day, we get Šeško. Newcastle will end up with Jackson. That's small club mentality. And Acid23 says, I understand why people want Šeško, but I'm bored of short-term pain for potential long-term gain. I want results now, not maybe in 3 years. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I mean, I'm willing to be patient, and the thing is, remember, getting into the Champions League this year is not success. That is a step. long-term success is winning Premier Leagues and getting into the Champions League. So, you know, we are still talking long-term, even if we get in the Champions League. That is a relatively small step for Man United, and yet it's huge. I can't wait 2 or 3 years for us to be able to get in the Champions League. We need to be in the Champions League in May. That is a huge step for Manchester United. But if we do it, it's not like we're going to go, yeah, we're bloody back. Up yours, Ollie, and your winner in the new camp. We've just qualified for the Champions League in 5th. It will be a small step, but a big step. And that is where I would say that's the priority. Whatever gives us that, that's my priority. So, yeah. Personally, I'd go for Šeško, but I'm excited by either signing. My big concern is that the club are complacent about how easy a Watkins deal would be, says James. And Sudef says, I say we only go for Watkins, let Newcastle overpay. And Mike Calvert says, morning, mate. I'd prefer Šeško, but I'm happy with Watkins, just the price. Could bring other benefits to the dressing room vibe and has Premier League pedigree. Jacob says the club has to get Amorim the guy he wants. Between Watkins and Šeško, the club already failed to get him Gyökeres, Kenda, Hjulman, and your thoughts. I agree, Jacob, I agree. We've brought in 2 Premier League players who've got years in them now. We need a striker to score Premier League goals, and that is Watkins. Šeško is still a gamble, says William. More for an evening show, but can never catch them. Did you make a United Stand Whoop community? Been mentioning a Whoop lot lately, and you being 40. I never even knew I could do that. I could do that. That's a good idea. I will do that. You have to think about the way the club has been run lately. They sign young players for resale value. I feel that's the way they will go for Šeško. Keel says, I've had faith in Rasmus, 16 goals first season. And Watkins is miles better than Šeško, given United's dressing room is not well established like that of Liverpool or City. Where do you think?
Good morning, guys. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to another video. It's Stephen here. Just 2.5 weeks before the Premier League kicks off. 17 days, I think it is. And obviously, there may be more signings between now and then. There may be more incomings. It's probably just going to be a right back, if we're being honest. But I woke up this morning thinking about the squad and where it currently stands, and the realisation that we've signed a whole bunch of players over the past several months, including, of course, James Trafford yesterday. Before that, we signed Sverre Helseth Lipan, the young talented Norwegian wonder kid. We've also signed René Nori, Rain Shirky, and of course Tijjani Reinders, not to mention Kusanov, Marmoush, Nico Gonzalez and Vitor Reis back in January. There's been an awful lot of incomings over the past several months, and the City side is changing very, very quickly. And I was just sat there thinking, I would like to talk about my sort of ideal City 11, or, I mean, there's no, like, it's hard to do. There's so many variations, and there's so many people who will go, what about that guy? What about this guy? What about that guy? And I guess if it's not the one that plays 38 games, I just want to see this side at some point, if that makes sense. I want to see this side tried a few times to see how it gets on. I'm aware that sometimes you'll have to switch it up and play different players because that's just how it works. But this is a side that I want to see anyway, and I'm going to build that today so you guys can get an idea of it. And I want to know what you feel about your potential starting 11 as well for next season. I don't really think I have a correct answer. I just have an answer that I would like to see. Don't forget, guys, please give the video a like and subscribe if you are new. It does help support the channel. Of course, you can check out my reaction to the James Trafford signing yesterday. It would be massively appreciated. I think before we get into this, by the way, let's look at the squad as it currently is. I'm going to go over to a tweet I saw from Lloyd yesterday from the 9320 podcast, where he's done this here, which is the current state of the squad and how some people are going to have to go. He's put, with Trafford's arrival, this is the current state of the squad. If no new foreign players arrive, for example, a right back, then at least 2 more need to leave, assuming Ortega and Echeverri go, which is probably almost certain. Echeverri will probably go on loan. Ortega, you think, would go. He's put out the door people like, obviously, Ortega, Echeverri, Phillips, Jack Grealish, McAtee are almost certainly going to go. But we need, there's a few question marks there, isn't there? We need at least 2 more to leave in terms of the squad build. Because there's too many. You can have 17, can't you? 17 foreign spots, but that's where we're currently at anyway in terms of the actual squad. And this is the selection of players that I'm going to build my team from. I am also going to presume Ortega, Echeverri, Grealish, McAtee, and Calvin Phillips. Calvin Phillips fans aren't going to be here as well. I'm going to build from the rest of those players there. So yeah, that's where we're at. And if we sign, a right back overseas, another player will have to go who's currently not. homegrown, so they'll have to accept that as well. So here we go. Let's go over to the lineup that I would like to see, and I'll give you justification as for why. Now, Ederson will be number 1. He absolutely will be number 1. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't like to see James Trafford get a chance at some point, because I'm very much indebted to James Trafford, and I'm going to add him into this side because James Trafford is a guy I'd love to see get a chance at some point, because I'm excited by James Trafford returning, because I'm excited by the energy and the confidence that he'll bring to Manchester City Football Club. Ederson, of course, probably is still the better keeper right now and probably should be the number 1, but this is my ideal 11. It's something that I want to see at some point. So I'm putting James Trafford in there because I want to see James Trafford in the City side at some point. At left back, I think it's pretty obvious what I want to see there. Aït-Nouri, I want to see start on left back. I mean, he is a very brilliant new signing. I got loads of conviction in him. I think it's going to be fantastic going forward, and I want to see him play on that left-hand side. I actually share a lot of similarities to Josh there in the chat, who said he wants to see a back three of Gvardiol, Diaz, Kusanov. Well, mate, you're actually in luck here. Josko Gvardiol, I want to see plays the centre-back this season, absolutely. Gvardiol, that's his best role. We've got, as good as he was at left-back, Aït-Nouri looks like an actual proper left back, and seeing him get forward during the Club World Cup because he's so comfortable going, be it he's sort of underlapping that way of going forward, playing passes, linking up with everyone around the pitch. I love to see it. It was great fun. I mean, I want to put Ruben Diaz here alongside Josko Gvardiol. I think there's signs of a very budding, handsome relationship between the pair of them. I think it'd be wonderful. And if I'm going to push further forward what I actually want to see try at some point, I'm going for your man Kusanov over here. I want to see Abdelkader Kusanov get a chance because I want to see, obviously, Aït-Nouri get forward. And I would not mind seeing a back three or something like this when Kusanov gets forward. I'll put Aït-Nouri just there for now, but until I do the tactical stuff. But I think Kusanov is the closest thing we've got to a Kyle Walker sort of step in, really, with that electric pace, that incredible defensive reading that he's got, and the physicality. I'm very happy to see a sort of back three when Aït-Nouri gets forward because, well, I'll tell you why in a minute, because of the plays that I want to see going forward as well. Would it hurt the team going forward, Joshua? Well, you'll see. You'd be the judge of that when you see, what we could offer on the other side. So, into midfield, there's only one man in the centre of this pitch. It's Rodri, the greatest midfielder in the world, the greatest player in the world. Rodri, obviously, is absolutely unequivocally going to be there, and that's where I want to see him. Then over on this side next to him, you got to have the new guy, Tijjani Reinders. Now, these guys are absolutely set to be a wonderful partnership together. So I've got a feeling, Reinders and Rodri, their chemistry is going to be absolutely electric. I've got no doubt whatsoever that the link-up play between these two will be fantastic. Rodri will sometimes go and get forward and shoot it from 20 yards. Reinders will sometimes, to be the one to get forward and ping it from distance as well. Absolutely. It will absolutely be enough there, if you've got that brilliance of those two creating. Now, at that point, ahead of them, I do want to see Rayan Cherki. I want to see Cherki get given the license to go wherever he wants to ahead of these guys. And I've already seen people, Miracle in the chat, saying he doesn't want to see Kusanov at right back if we haven't got a right winger. I get that. I get it. But still, no, sorry, it's not. It's he was saying there's not Miracle. Sorry, it's touchline winger Kusanov starts, and Harjas is saying it anyway. You're right, but this is my 11, and I still want to see Foden on the pitch with Cherki. And I know you're saying, oh, but we need a right winger there. I know, I get it, but these guys are going to do wonderful things anyway. I want to see it tried at some point, and I want to see Savinho or Oscar Bob get a chance there too. But let me explain myself first, just because I want to see City do magical things. On this side, I'm going to go for Marmoush because I want to see him get a chance with Aït-Nouri getting forward from this side. There we go. You start to see the shape that I'm sort of going for. And I know Foden's not a touchline winger, but hear me out on this. I want to see it move. And obviously, you got your big man up top in Erling Haaland there. And I know Foden is not a touchline winger, but I know that Foden and Cherki and Marmoush, they can all move around and they can all complement each other. If you want to mix it up, you can put Nunes out there, as a right winger. But I want to see something like that at some point because I think it could be absolutely wonderful. If you want someone a little bit more electric out there, you could put Oscar Bob instead of Phil Foden there. Oscar Bob would be a lot more suitable for that role in terms of the creativity and so on. I want to see something like this, and look, I'm going to put Foden back in there because I want to linger on the plays that I want to see together on the pitch at some point, because I think it could be wonderful. I think the link-up play between all these guys as they move around, and Marmoush moving around, and and so on, could be really fun to see. And I like the look of it. I think Shirky would be fantastic on any angle for what it's worth. Shirky is so creative and so wonderful that I am not expecting him to struggle at any point with... I love how you can do that, by the way, with any position on the pitch. Let him move. Absolutely let him move. And I know we're going to talk as well about Aït-Nouri and Doku and so on. Yeah, I would be more than happy to see Doku, Jeremy Doku on the left as well with Aït-Nouri, because I think they linked really nicely together. And you can turn around and say, look, if we're playing Kusanov there, then maybe we're going to need a winger. And at that point, yeah, you're right. Maybe once again, put Oscar Bob on the pitch then if you want to. Or you could put Savinho over there. But personally, my first choice would be Oscar Bob, because I'm a big fan of his. If you wanted to get Foden on the pitch at the same time as well, you could put Foden where Doku is. I know he's not a left winger, Phil, but if Aït-Nouri's there, he can cut inside. And this is a team I would love to see at some point as well. Sort of something like this, Oscar Bob up there, Foden sort of off there. So you got Foden and Shirky basically linking up with each other, and that to me would be really, really exciting to watch. I think Foden playing in off the left with Aït-Nouri overlapping him. The footwork you get from these guys here. Oh, look at that, like that arc around Erling Haaland there. Aït-Nouri, Foden, Shirky, Bob, Reinders, Rodri. There are many brilliant ways to get forward and beat people there. So much skill, so much creativity, darting pace, powerful shots from any angle. I like this a lot, and I very much would like to see this. I think it'd be a really fun collection of players on the pitch that would just have so much going for it. I think it would be electric to witness. Defensively, of course, you bring your guys back and all that kind of stuff, and it ends up being defensively sort of like a 4-4-2, as we always do. But I like it. I know Foden isn't left winger, but he just tucks in. He just tucks in at that point and plays in the half spaces and uses his left foot. Vardio comes wide, Kusanov comes right. I like it, man. I think it'd be absolutely fantastic. And I know Bernardo would start, but this is my 11. This is what I want to see. If you want to see a totally different 11, shall I do a very different style of play? I'll put Ederson back in the team, to be fair to arguably our greatest keeper ever. I'll put Nunes right back for now, because I think he's deserved a chance there. And at that point, you've got Aït-Nouri, you've got Nunes bombing forward out wide. So at that point, you can play Foden inside, Phil Foden inside there. And at this point, you're going to have probably a slightly more defensive side, if we're being honest with you. We probably can't get away with... I'll put Shirky there instead of Bob. And this will be... I'm going to change it up here. I want to see Nico Gonzalez. So if you want to play the overlapping fullbacks, I would like to see this a little bit. When you've got... This is another alternative I'd like to see. Where you've got... Shirky and Foden just off Haaland, Aït-Nouri, Nunes bombing forward. And I think the reason I've gone for three midfielders here, because they can sort of cover out wide. Gonzalez can shuffle around that side, Reinders that side, and I like the physicality. Marmoush can play there too, but I'm on about... I'd like to see Shirky, who we're going creatively. Put Marmoush there if you want to. There's so many different ways to do it. But Shirky and Foden, I've got a feeling they're going to enjoy each other. There's so many different... he's that Nico guy. But never seen him play. It must be a U player, exactly, yeah. But Nico Gonzalez, if you want a physical midfield, when you've got all these players getting forward with overlapping fullbacks, at that point, I would like the recovery pace of Reinders and Nico Gonzalez to sort of, man the midfield. I know it would be Bernardo Silva. I know it would be. I know Guardiola would go for it. But that's what I would like to see. I think it'd be really fun to witness how it changes. Then, do you want to see, I don't know, a Carabao Cup side? Let's get the Carabao Cup side out. This should be really good fun to witness. Here's your Carabao Cup side. You get O'Reilly. You get O'Reilly in. You get Rico Lewis over at this side. I'm going for a Carabao Cup side where you do make a lot of changes here. Rico Lewis. You've got, if he's still at the club still, he won't be. Let's get Nipan in there. He won't be there, but, he's currently here at Manchester City. Nico Gonzalez will probably play too. Get your Bernardo Silva in, because why not? A bit of experience there. Absolutely Marmoush through the middle. On the left, it could be Hoover not putting the side right now. Let's get Savinho in over another side. Over here, Marmoush could be through the middle. Doku is obviously more than just a Carabao Cup side, but I'd like to see something like that. Then the Carabao Cup, but then you get Vitor Reis, if he's still here, he probably will go. Where's Vitor Reis? There he is. And then you get Kusanov in. Something like that would be really fun in the Carabao Cup, you know. And there'll probably be a academy lad or something. I think Echeverri will go for what it's worth. And I don't want to see Rodri play anything close to these games. O'Reilly could get a shift in midfield, that's true, but I think he's going to be playing the left back role still. I think he'll be playing that role this season. Look, I think there's so many different options, and I really truly believe that, you know, you put Foden and Cherki on the pitch together, they're going to massively enjoy themselves, hugely enjoy themselves, and that's like what I'm excited to see. I want to see a City side that is full of life and joy and fun and creativity and link-up play. I want to see the City side that I fell in love with, you know, in the false nines, where they're all not fell in love with. I fell in love with City in the 90s, what I'm on about, with Peter Beagrie, Paul Walsh, Uwe Rosler, and a lot of them in Clancy. But I want to see a City side that I adored, when it was like so much intelligence and movement, you know, amongst the side when they're moving around and doing loads of creative things. And look, I'll build that side again because I think there's so much fun in it. I'm aware there's so many players that will get left out, you know. I'll put Aït-Nouri back in. Where's he gone? Where's Aït-Nouri? There he is. I'll put Vardiol back in. And the reason I like this side is because I want a solid side. And where's Kusanov? Yeah, I want a Manchester City side that can be like strong and powerful as Reinders, while also controlling games, while also having creativity, while also being essentially a classic Manchester City side, you know, strong, powerful, but skillful at the same time. I'm going to put Haaland back into the side. Where's Haaland? There's got to be some uncomfortable questions. Some players are going to be left out every now and then that don't deserve to be left out, like Marmoush or Doku, or even Foden or Cherki. How is Haaland not coming up immediately there? What the hell? Where's Erling Haaland, man? There he is. How was it over Haaland's over? I know you don't want to see Foden there, but I'm doing it anyway because I think it could be really good fun. I would love to see Oscar Bob get a chance. Yeah, Doku inside would be nice as well for what it's worth. I'd like to see that a bit, but I think Aït-Nouri is going to offer an awful lot of like creativity on that side. I would love to see this. I think it could be an awful lot of fun. I think, yeah, and Andrew said in the chat, Rodri absolutely elevates Phil Foden. I think he does. I think Foden is going to really, really enjoy linking up with Cherki, with Rodri, with Reinders and Doku and Aït-Nouri and so on. I think it's going to be an incredibly fun season. In terms of who's City in the league, I think City absolutely. I think City can win the league. They can. Like, I know everyone's improved, but I think City will be much better because I think Rodri is that level good. Rodri is going to change our lives that way. He's absolutely fantastic, and I've got no doubt whatsoever that Rodri is going to elevate the side. These new signings are going to be fantastic fun, and I can't wait to see it. Brian says with a super chat, 3-horse race last day of the season. That would be fun, wouldn't it? It could be painful, but I can actually imagine it working potentially. Yeah. So guys, that's just the 11 I wanted to see. It's only a short video today. Do let me know in the comments the one that you would love to see in the Manchester City starting 11 against Wolves, whatever. There's so many variations. Bring Marmoush in, bring in Nunes if you want to, bring in Nico Gonzalez, bring in Doku, whoever, Marmoush. I am very excited to see what Guardiola comes up with. I think it's going to be an awful lot of fun this season. Watch the Trafford video from yesterday if you want to. For now though, let me know your thoughts in the chat. Love you loads. In a bit. Bye bye.
You know, the man on screen there, Dominic Cal. Footy Social. Morning, afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching the Footy Social Club this Wednesday. God, I missed actually being on a stream yesterday as well. I was contemplating doing one after the Aaron Ramsdale news broke and a few other things as well, but didn't do one. But there's one's coming. More evening to MFS. Hope you're well, mate. Give us your instant reaction to the Aaron Ramsdale news. I'd be keen to get it. I'm interested as well. Is it a smart piece of business by Eddie Howe that this is only a loan deal? Very quiet out there today. There's hardly anyone here. Normally there's a few already waiting. Wonder what's going on the Wednesday. I think you're really happy about Sesko, the replacement for Isak. I think there's a great chance Benjamin Sesko is going to be the main replacement. Ramsdale's obviously played under Eddie. Morning to Gaz. Hope you're feeling better, mate. Looking forward to getting you back on the show. Arsenal versus Spurs tomorrow. Morning to Andy B. You're starting to come in now. Everyone's a little bit late, minute late. I'll let you all off. It's fine. But yeah, plenty to talk about. We're going to talk about Ramsdale. We're going to talk about Sesko. We're going to talk about Ollie Watkins. Johan Wissa, there's heaps and heaps to get through. Jack Grealish, there's so many different deals now starting to come up. Donnarumma, morning to Matt, hope you're well, my friend. Yeah, there's plenty to talk about. Morning to Craig. Craig, what have you got for lunch? It is 11. What is it? 11 a.m. for you. What's on the lunch menu? I've just smashed a chocolate digestive. McVitie's as well. Very difficult to get over here. McVitie's not a good thing to have just before you go on. Dries the throat up, but we'll get going. But yeah, let us know your lunch order. Ramsdale to Newcastle is more depressing than losing Isak. Oh, funny enough, Craig, and this is why I was going to do a pod yesterday. Ramsdale's obviously having his medical today. Surely that's the end of Nick Pope. We've definitely got to get your guys' opinions on that. Whilst you're listening to my dulcet tones this morning, guys, as well, don't forget, if you haven't done already, smash that like button for me. It's the only way that the algorithm knows what the bloody hell's going on. It doesn't seem to pay any attention to how much you guys talk into the chat. As much as I love you guys being in there, it likes to see how many people have hit the like button. I appreciate it when people after the show, such as Craig and a few others, Guitar News, get in and put some comments into the show as well. So if you haven't already, smash the like button. It really, really helps. And it's free to do in a world where it's so bloody expensive these days. Ramsdale's definitely going to come in. Missed out on James Trafford. He's gone to Manchester City. Done deal. Donnarumma. Newcastle should maybe make a little cheeky bid for Donnarumma. Available for a fee in the region of 30 to 35 million pounds. Only a year left on his contract. Chevalier from Lille is going to PSG. It's a great signing for PSG. Wages will come down as well. Donnarumma, a move to the Premier League, I think is on the cards. Chelsea, Manchester United, Manchester City. I don't see the City side of things happening with Donnarumma. I certainly see Manchester United being interested at 30 to 35 million. And I certainly see Chelsea, who were looking at Mike Mannion prior to the Club World Cup. I think that they'll definitely be interested. And a little question for you guys, even if you're not Chelsea fans, and don't worry, Baxy's not in here yet. How good could Chelsea be? Because they're going to do Jarrell Hatto, but how good could they be if they bought in Donnarumma as well? Chelsea, I think, will be very, very close. Very, very close. They have bought in some unbelievable players. Donnarumma played in the Premier League or for Bournemouth? No, definitely not played in the Donnarumma's never been in the Premier League. AC Milan to Paris Saint-Germain is only what Donnarumma's done. Never been on loan or anything like that. Aaron Ramsdale played for Bournemouth. Yeah, I've also, Andy, morning to you, my friend. I've seen that United looking at Pope. I don't think that would happen. I really don't. I think Emi Martinez is the number one. There's some good keepers now moving around as well. Do you think as well, guys, that Newcastle will look to move on Nick Pope? Surely Ramsdale, as much as he's got to get out of Southampton, surely Ramsdale is not staying or not going to Newcastle to be on the bench and find himself in the same situation that he was at with Arsenal where he wasn't playing. Surely not. And has Nick Pope being told that his future's now up in the air by Eddie Howe? Really, it's an interesting one for sure. But it's onwards and upwards, right? It's interesting. Obviously, Luis Diaz now is 100% as well confirmed that Bayern Munich have done that deal. He will wear the number 14 shirt, fee in the region of £65 million. Are Liverpool now arguably weaker on that left-hand side with no Diaz? I think he scored 14 goals last season. Cody Gakpo, obviously, the main left-hand side player. Will Liverpool, I saw some talks, let me know if you've heard it as well. I've seen talks that Liverpool will try and do Rodrigo and Isak. That would be scary if they had the ability to do that. Scary. And I hope they can't. But at the moment, I think they're potentially weaker, even though I think Ekitike is a very good signing. Adjustment to the Premier League. Yeah, I just think potentially Liverpool are slightly weaker on that left-hand side. Do you think now, Newcastle fans, that once the transaction's officially gone through between Bayern Munich and Liverpool, do you expect a formal offer from Liverpool to Newcastle for Isak? And it just feels like it will come this week to me. I've still got, obviously, the Saudi Arabian clubs interested in Isak. They remain interested, but I still think it's only Liverpool. What's going on down chat? Morning to Stephen. Hope you're well, my friend. What's going on? What have we got? Are you guys talking amongst yourselves here? Andy says Ramsdale's concentration, Isak AWOL, Man United gossip, Pope rumours, Sesko latest. It is becoming one of those transfer windows, isn't it? It's starting to heat up. And I was watching the press conference with Thomas Frank, obviously Thomas the Frank engine. Obviously, they're over in Hong Kong playing Arsenal, Liverpool playing tonight as well. Arsenal playing Spurs tomorrow. If Gaz gets over his man flu that he's got, then maybe we'll do a little watch along for that one, so we can laugh at Tottenham when they concede a shitload of goals and Gyökeres probably scores a hat-trick in 12 minutes. But so many managers, I think, are frustrated with this transfer window. Unless you're probably Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, I think most other managers are extremely frustrated with how this window is going, because it ain't been good, if I'm honest. It's really not been a good window for so many clubs. Eddie Howe, obviously, if the Ramsdale deal's done today, where do you think Newcastle go next? Do you think the focus becomes getting yourselves a striker into the club ASAP? Right centre back as well. Yeah, I think there's so much Newcastle need. We've talked about that throughout so many times. 6, 7, 8 players that Newcastle probably 6 players probably that Newcastle desperately need. Benjamin Sesko, I think Newcastle lead the way with Benjamin Sesko. I really do. Manchester United, I don't think, to say they can't afford it, but I don't think United lead the way. Ollie Watkins, I think, is United's preferred target there. So I think Newcastle have this in their hands. But it's now whether they want to pay 180, 200 grand a week. It's big money. What does that mean for the other players that are on big money? Does it mean that they're going to get a pay rise as well? Morning to hi, it's me. Hope you're well. What's happening with Martin Dubravka? Martin Dubravka will probably, I think Martin Dubravka stays. I think it's Pope to get out of the club. But yeah, here's a good one for you. Isak's rented house went up on the market yesterday and was immediately taken down. He's now gone AWOL from the training ground and turned his phone off, likely being ghosted. I would probably say that's being driven by the agent. We had Wood, Isak and Wilson, Wissa, Sesko and another minimum up front. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dominic Calvert-Lewin, guys, is still available. Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Where's the bets to where Calvert-Lewin goes? I was having a chat to Matt when I was driving today, and I was laughing and saying I'd actually take Calvert-Lewin at Arsenal. I really do. If we do sell Isak and we get Sesko, what do you think PIF needs to do to make up for the Isak sale? Well, it's not so much what the PIF needs to do. They're not doing anything wrong at the moment other than not spending money. I think it's more that Newcastle are trying. I really don't think it's much that the PIF are doing wrong, in all honesty. As I said, Martin Dubravka is definitely not going to lead there. I think Newcastle buy Sesko. It says Dino, morning to Dean. I think Newcastle buy Sesko, then keep pursuing Samu from Porto. Yeah, maybe. A few of you have talked about it in the last few weeks about the fact that Newcastle should just do all of their business on the continent, more value for money, and whatever else. Maybe that's the way they'll go. And is the Ramsdale deal clever by doing a loan in terms of it will be a much smaller fee up front now? And from what I've read, it's an option to buy. It's not an obligation to buy. So does that mean they're looking potentially at someone else for next season? Morning to Toon. Hope you're well. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Ramsdale's on camera saying he can't concentrate for 90 minutes and sometimes goes missing. Can't wait for that. Do you know what? I remember when that came out at Arsenal and it almost ended his career, in all honesty. I don't know if did he quite mean it that way? Maybe he did. But I still think he's a really good keeper. I actually think he's an upgrade on Nick Pope. And I'm not saying that because he used to play for Arsenal. I think Ramsdale's better with his feet. I think he's more agile than Nick Pope. I think Nick Pope's a really good goalkeeper. I'd say Nick Pope's a 6.5 out of 10, and I reckon Ramsdale's a 7.5. So I think you're upgrading as well in that. Loan fee is 4.5 million and full wages paid. Southampton are in complete profit on this one. Yeah, 4.5 million on a loan deal is a good loan fee for a goalkeeper in today's world. Ramsdale's coming in, Premier League experience. I've seen the people, I did a reel on it on TikTok, people saying, you know, he's been relegated more times and whatever else. Yeah, but he's played for crap clubs as well. He's played for, you know, dross clubs, Southampton, dross, Sheffield United, dross. West Ham. You know, Bournemouth were a different Bournemouth to the one that is playing now under Iraola. You know, they were dross back in the day as well. You know, different owners and whatever else. You know, he was good for a season a bit at Arsenal. In fact, he was really good. You know, and I think, you know, under Eddie Howe, a manager that he knows, I think it's a smart bit of business. I think it's a smart bit of business. You wanted James Trafford, it didn't happen. So I think this is a real smart bit of business. Latest is, Andy's saying the latest is on Sesko is that you've agreed terms with Sesko and Leipzig are ready to bid. All on the player now. You know, Man United do need to sell, but like Liverpool will need to sell to balance the books. Man United could spend the money. They'll definitely be able to get it from the bank if they need it. I think just Newcastle have just got to lead on the front foot with Benjamin Sesko and be like, right, Benjamin Sesko is coming. We are going to pay what he wants. We're going to pay the transfer fee. We're going to do it because really, I was looking yesterday. There is not a million strikers left on there. Wout Mande wants Bayern Munich. I know you guys want Wout Mande or whatever his name is, but he wants Bayern Munich. Whether Bayern Munich want him still, I don't know. Stuttgart don't really want to sell to Bayern Munich, but he doesn't want the Premier League. He wants to stay in Germany. So I don't see that one happening. You know, the man on screen there, Dominic Calvert-Lewin, do you really want to be relying on him as your number 9 for next year? Not really. Not really. Sesko also, hate to say it, comes in with a resale value as well. He's 22 years old. You know, if he comes in and rips it up and you feel like it's the next move is Real Madrid and you want to sell him in for 130 million and do another resale, then you know, there's another possibility there as well. At the end of the day, I think Sesko is the right bit of business for Newcastle. I really do. As I said, Isak, I expect the bid to come in from Liverpool this week. Aaron Ramsdale having his medical, that deal is all but done. He'll be pictured in the Newcastle shirt by the end of today. I would assume Johan Wissa. This one seems to have gone really quiet. Brentford don't want to budge. They're trying to offer Wissa a new deal, to which Wissa is basically rejecting it, similar to what Isak's done at Newcastle. And it's almost a carbon copy. Wissa wants the Newcastle move as it stands. Newcastle now have got to front the money. I think Brentford are now softening their approach to the Wissa deal and saying that basically they are open to selling Wissa as long as they can get another forward in. But I think the problem is can they get in a forward that is going to provide the goals and attacking threat that Wissa once bought? And I don't think in this part of the window that they can. I really don't. Not for the quality. They might pick one up from Belgium or France or Germany, Italy, Spain, who might do it, but I don't think it's guaranteed. For example, even though I think this Brentford team is poor next season, I still think Wissa scores 15 goals, whereas I'm not so sure someone who comes in from another country who needs a season to settle in what I think is probably a poor Brentford side is going to actually score the goals that's needed, in honesty. So I think Newcastle might have to up their offer there as well, closer to the £40 million mark, and then Brentford cannot afford to let that go. He's out of contract next summer. That one should happen, I think. And Benjamin Sesko and Wissa in, plus maybe a Dom Calvert-Lewin on a free, it's really not a bad one. It's really not a bad one. I'll come down to you guys in here. Tricky with Wissa. He's gone AWOL. Brentford are digging their heels in. Let's then get a replacement. Absolutely. Don't worry about the capital letters, my friend. All good, Andy. MFS says don't sell Isak and fuck up his career and running down his 3-year contract. It's of no benefit to Newcastle to do that. You just pay him. You can fine him. a certain amount, 2 weeks' wages, 2 weeks' wages for not turning up and stuff like that. You can not pay him for times he's not at the club. Sporting Lisbon did the same with Gyökeres. But ultimately, it doesn't work for clubs. Newcastle are not in a position to just let these players run down their contracts. It doesn't work like that. You've got to get your money. You've got to do it. Dusan Vlahovic, another one. Absolutely. He's going to go late in the window. I really do think all the free transfers this year will be right on that transfer deadline day, even in the couple of days after it. I just believe that. Dom Calvert-Lewin won't have a club before the start of the season. Dusan Vlahovic, possibly the same. Possibly the same. And it's interesting, Andy, you'd rather have Dusan Vlahovic. Maybe you can tell me why in the chat you'd rather have Dusan Vlahovic. If we weigh it up against the free transfer of Dominic Calvert-Lewin, the injuries last season weren't as bad as what Calvert-Lewin's had in previous seasons. Dom Calvert-Lewin at least knows the Premier League. I'm not so sure Dusan Vlahovic is up for the physicality of the Premier League. It didn't work for him at Juventus whatsoever. And he had his injuries. Is there a risk there that he could break down? He'd want bigger wages, bigger signing on fees than Dom Calvert-Lewin as well. And I think a lot of Premier League clubs will look at Dom Calvert-Lewin and be like, possibly if the wages are right, I think a lot of Premier League clubs will look at Dusan Vlahovic and say, I'll give that a wide berth. Because he's going to want more than 120 grand a week. He's coming in on a free. He's going to want 5, 7, 10 million signing on fee. It's how the agents play it now. So, yeah, I'd give Dom Calvert-Lewin the go-ahead far before I give Dusan Vlahovic. And Gaz, you're saying DCL to Man United. Every opportunity he stays in the northwest for sure. Could go to the northeast. To be honest, Gaz, I'd take him at Arsenal. I think he's perfect off the bench for 15, 20 minutes. Better teams that are better than Everton, Newcastle, Aston Villa, Arsenal, Man United, dare I say it, Tottenham as well. I actually think Dom Calvert-Lewin off the bench, 20, 25 minutes to go, in my humble opinion, scores goals. Scores at least as many goals as when he started for Everton last year. I honestly do. I really think, and I think Dom Calvert-Lewin would happily play a squad rotation role for any of those clubs. Perfect. You can play him in the League Cup. You can play him in the FA Cup against Maidstone United or whoever else that it is in the third round. And he'll do a job and he'll probably score. He'll probably score. And if a game's tight or you're chasing and stuff like that, Dom Calvert-Lewin can definitely do a job. Definitely. And I know Gaz hates him. Morning to Curtis. Hope you're well, my friend. Hope you had a good couple of days. Liverpool playing tonight as well, or today morning time for you. DCL to Spurs, says Matt. He'll score more than Tell. I think DCL could score more than Dom Solanke. In all honesty, because you have the two Doms up top. Gaz would never take Dominic Calvert-Lewin. He's a 1 in 4 striker. He's a 1 in 4 striker at a club that's been in chaos for the last 4 or 5 years. He may be not under with better players. The likes of an Anthony Gordon or a Bukayo Saka providing crosses. I think he scores goals. He's good in the air as well. He is good in the air. He offers something different. He's different. But doesn't have to happen. João Palhinha still linked with Spurs. Thomas the Frank engine, very quiet when it comes to Spurs. And I was watching the press conference in Hong Kong. Won't give away too much, but Spurs definitely looking at a number 6. Palhinha still very much on Tottenham's menu, but as it goes at the moment, Tottenham still not doing much business. Chelsea continue. I talked about Donnarumma. I honestly think Donnarumma to Chelsea would be absolutely mental. It would make them a far better team with Donnarumma. And Sanchez had a brilliant Club World Cup as well, but I just think that I think Donnarumma could level them up as well. They've linked with João Hato. I understand now that Chelsea and Ajax are extremely close to agreeing the fee for the Dutch defender. He's been left out of all of Ajax's pre-season games so far. We all know what that means. That means that he's going to go to Chelsea. No one else holds an interest as it stands in João Hato. Arsenal once upon a time did, but obviously have done Mascara. So João Hato and Chelsea I think we'll be saying is a confirmed done deal, or a here we go, or La Bomba, whatever it is now. I think that's going to happen. He will provide great competition in that Chelsea back line and further strengthens Chelsea. Once again, he fits the model of the young players. He fits it with a sell-on fee as well. From a contracts point of view, it's going to be a fee in the region of 60 grand a week. That's more than comfortable for Chelsea. They're also linked with Xavi Simons. That one's gone a little bit quiet, in all honesty, and I'm kind of surprised. It looked like it was cooking along nicely last week, but Bayern Munich still hold an interest. That may now fall away now that that Diaz has been confirmed this morning, new number 14 for Bayern Munich. Wonder if Kingsley Coman could become more available now at Bayern Munich now that they've signed Luis Diaz. He's certainly not going in to be a rotation player. But yeah, Xavi Simons, Chelsea gone a little bit quiet, haven't been able to agree a fee with Leipzig yet. The player said yes to Chelsea. Terms have been verbally agreed between the player and the club. But once again, RB Leipzig holding strong, which is, you know, the way the model of their club is. They're able to do that. And that's potentially the issue for Newcastle in trying to get Sesko out of there as well, is that RB Leipzig are going to negotiate strong for Benjamin Sesko, sorry, as they are with Xavi Simons to Chelsea. So, you know, they're a club with no European football next year. They'll need to get money in. They're a selling club. That's typically what they do. But we shall see. Morning to Jeff Barlow as well. I take Elliott and cash for Isak. Elliott is a tidy player. We have space for a midfielder. You certainly do, and Harvey Elliott would be a very, very good addition to that Newcastle side as well. Gaz agreeing Elliott is a player. Everton just sold their women's team to themselves. Why aren't we cheating too? Yeah, it's clever, isn't it? Everyone's doing it and they're getting away with it. And obviously it's currently legal to do. It's going to give more of a cash injection to Everton. The one parameter I'm not sure if it changes is that under current FFP rules, if you buy a player in the women's game or youth team and stuff like that, then you can spend as much as you want. It's the same, you can spend as much on your stadium and stuff like that. Those are not considered under the FFP budgets and PSR and all the other rubbish. I wonder now how it works now that the women's teams are separate entities. Be interesting to see how that maybe plays out. So Harvey Elliott, Newcastle fans, would you take him at the club? I reckon that it would be a good move. I'd rather have Elliott from ET than the one from Liverpool. If he's any slower, he'd struggle in the Women's League. Says Craig. Craig, you're a hard man to please. Hard man to please. Andy B saying Klopp needs to have a word with Sesko. Definitely can have a word with Sesko, but yeah, I mean, there's so many good players out there, but the closer it gets to the start of the season, the harder the fees are going to be to get done, because the clubs are starting to hold all the cards. And it's the same with the ones that have got the number 9s now. You know, Gyökeres is gone. Osimhen's going to finish up in Turkey. It's getting harder and harder to buy strikers. Sesko's available, but if Sesko goes, there ain't many more big ones left. Waltmade at Stuttgart for sure. But we'll see. We'll see. Craig says, harsh but fair. No free rides. No, definitely no free rides. Newcastle women aren't in the WSL yet. We're getting there. No value in selling ours. Well, they could still sell it for 22 billion or something and decide that it's worth that based on futures when you get there. Buy a couple of star England players maybe. Boost yourselves, get yourselves back up into the league. And Nkunku is available for Newcastle. That could be another good one. Mika Biereth at Monaco is one to watch. Disagree. He was at Arsenal. And let go. Watched a lot of Arsenal under 21 games. He scored goals, but I'm not sure he's Premier League quality. Not yet. I know quite a bit about Mika Biereth. Definitely scored goals. Definitely been out on loan and scored goals, but not for me in the Premier League. Newcastle, hi, it's me, says Newcastle are selling their women's team. Chelsea and Liverpool are interested. Maybe Isak's got a wig on and running around there. Let's go back into some of these other transfers as well. Ollie Watkins, apparently he said yes to Manchester United. And that's why Newcastle sit as the favourites. And Garnacho could play a part in this as well. Courted by Villa and Chelsea separately. He's on the thumbnail today as well in a Chelsea shirt. Chelsea apparently have room for him. Apparently have the squad room and wage structure that they could take on a Garnacho. I mean, Christ almighty, how they are going to keep all those players happy is unbelievable. And maybe they'll look at Garnacho over Simmons. But Garnacho and Watkins could be a trade plus cash deal as well. Man United desperately want a number 9. Watkins is, I think, the man that they're going to target. Watkins is interested, open to the Manchester United deal, I should say. It's an interesting move. He's in his 30s now. It's short term, if anything. It's short term, but again, Ollie Watkins guarantees goals, doesn't he? Klopp could Curtis down the chat. Klopp could tell him to go, but if the pool isn't there, well, you can lead a horse to the water, but you can't make it drink it. Look, let's be honest, Curtis, and I know people get in here and try and wind people up and whatever else, but if Benjamin Sesko rejects Newcastle and wants to stay at Leipzig, then more fool him, because Newcastle are a far bigger club than RB Leipzig, and it's levelling up going to Newcastle. He ain't going to be on at Leipzig any more than 100 and 110 rand a week. Living in Leipzig, I don't know if you've been to Leipzig. It's not exactly the most amazing place in Germany to live. I would imagine that Newcastle would be better. I've been to Leipzig. I've been to Newcastle. I would say that Leipzig is definitely nowhere near the level of Newcastle. So if he doesn't go there, then more for him, and he needs to be strong with his agent as well, because his agent was a massive issue in the Arsenal deal. Jared Bowen, Curtis says, I think Jared Bowen would be good for a number of teams. But again, West Ham have him as captain. He's probably more scared about getting knocked out by Danny Dyer than he is, about leaving West Ham. Obviously, married to his daughter. But I think Jared Bowen being captain makes it very, very difficult for him to leave West Ham. Craig says Watkins suits Man United at the moment. They need a bit of experience up top. If you take Cunha and Mbeumo and Watkins, give me a number, guys. How many goals combined could those three get in the Premier League? Let's just go Premier League next season. How many goals could Cunha, Watkins and Mbeumo do combined? I'll go with, I'm going to say 15 for Cunha, 15 for Mbeumo, so 30. I'll go 45 goals combined next season for those three. 50, says Craig. There we go. We're on the same sort of sheet. Dino says when Bowen married Dyer, he married West Ham. Absolutely he did. You can only imagine going around there for a Sunday lunch, can't you? Danny Dyer's like, all right, Mush, how's it going, Mush? Yeah, 50 including the pens. Yeah, 50 goals. 50 goals in the Premier League is what those three, and they can argue over the pens. Watkins maybe not, but Mbeumo and Cunha and Fernandes, they've got plenty of good penalty takers that they're improving those for sure. So yeah, let me know what you guys think. How many can that trio score? I think it'd be a massive improvement, and whether or not then they'd let Rasmus Højlund go as well. Would Newcastle fans entertain Rasmus Højlund potentially at the club? He's not looked so bad in pre-season, still looks a player bereft of a little bit of confidence, but could Eddie Howe get a job out of Rasmus Højlund, given that he was once fairly lethal at Atalanta in Serie A? They could, says Curtis, in reference to Manchester United players, but will they get the service from Manchester United's midfield? Well, they're linked with Højlund, the number 6, Bruno in there, Ugarte as well, former obviously Sporting Lisbon player that Amorim knows well. I wonder if there's more creativity to come by further strengthening the holding position. Eriksen played in there quite a bit last year, but Eriksen hasn't got the legs for that position. So I think that United will be, I think United will be a surprise package next season. They're definitely not done on the spending front. As much as people say they ain't got no money and they've got to sell and whatever else, Man United are not done on the spending front. Nowhere near done on the spending front. Heard rumours they may stick, and he says, heard rumours they may stick with Onana. That would be a disaster if they stuck with Onana. If I'm honest, it would be an absolute disaster to stick with a goalkeeper that can't catch a ball. The goalkeeper, we talk about Aaron Ramsdale lacking concentration. Well, Onana's got the concentration of an 85-year-old with dementia. Like, he is shockingly bad. The best thing that can happen for Man United is he gets banned for taking some sort of substance that he's not supposed to have, and they can rip up his contract because he's not worth £5 either. And he says he's blind, isn't he? Højlund was a grenade. Might be a doable, says Stephen. I think Højlund's would be. I think Højlund is not a busted flush. I think Xerxes is a busted flush for Premier League. I just don't think he works hard enough. I think Højlund works hard. But I think that, dare I say it, that Manchester United is potentially too big for Rasmus Højlund, the pressure of being the number 9. And look, I suppose at Newcastle, the weight of a number 9 jersey, Joe Linton had it once upon a time, that it's a hard one to follow, but maybe being guaranteed week in, week out. We talked about the fact that Darwin Núñez could be a good fit there. Another player that, would know he's going to play week in, week out. What do the Newcastle fans make of the breaking news from a few moments ago that Granit Xhaka has finally has agreed terms? He's in Sunderland. He is joining Sunderland. I think this is an unbelievably good signing for Sunderland. A player with a huge amount of Premier League experience. He whinges and moans and bitches, but he knows what he's got to do in that midfield, and that strengthens Sunderland no end. And I know you guys will talk about the fact that they've got half their squad is going to be at AFCON and whatever else, but Granit Xhaka's a really good signing, and that one's being driven by the chairman. I wonder, obviously the manager was happy to go along with it, but Dreyfus, the chairman, really wanted Granit Xhaka. 32, is there a potential that being out of the Premier League for the last couple of seasons, playing in the Bundesliga, which is still a very, very, very good league, not quite as quick as the Premier League, is there going to be that issue? The quality of players around Xhaka, could that leave him exposed? Potentially, obviously he's always now had good players around him, those with legs. Do Sunderland have that to protect Granit Xhaka? That is definitely a question well worth asking. What is it? This one. Hi, it's me. He says Onana 85 plus dementia. We'll have him at Newcastle and add to our other 18 goalkeepers. The one thing that is 100% is that Granit Xhaka will live in Newcastle, but not in Sunderland. Well, I suppose he might do. Don't they all live out in the country somewhere on the farms and whatever else up that way? I'm sure there's some nice, very, very nice areas out that way. Gaz says Andy and Frank Starr, in my opinion, he's going to Liverpool. He's going to Liverpool, in my opinion, says Gaz. Núñez has got 62 GA in 123 games for Liverpool, says Curtis. It's good to say we don't play his style of football. He could do a great job at Newcastle. He certainly could. The one thing that maybe gives him an edge even over Sesko is that he's got Premier League experience. And he does have purple patches, much like the colour on my screen at the moment. And he can score good goals. Certainly can score good goals. He would cost less than Benjamin Sesko as well. Wages wise, it'd probably be similar. The package overall, but though, would be less. I wouldn't rule it out. Apparently, we started a goalkeeper sanctuary next to the donkey one in Gosforth, says Andy. You've got a lot of goalkeepers. Who was it that came on the other day in the Arsenal game? Was it John Ruddy you've got there as well? My God, he's been around forever. He had hair like me once upon a time. I look a little bit like John Ruddy. Craig says they live in Wynyard Hall in Durham or Darras Hall near Pontyland. Don't know where any of those are. Haven't been in the UK for such a long time. But yeah, look, it definitely could be. Eddie collecting keepers for when he starts his zoo, says Craig. Yeah, he did score. Didn't Darwin Núñez score an absolutely cracking goal against Newcastle? I seem to remember he did. Will Ramsdale be what Howe needs feet-wise? Pope cost us many opportunities in the back. Absolutely, Guitar News. Hope you're well, my friend. Thanks for the comment earlier on the reel as well on the YouTube Shorts. I think this is all about the evolution of the goalkeeper. There's a few of them. David De Gea was one. Pope is definitely another. They can play with their feet, but they're not comfortable to play under pressure inside the 6-yard box, where keepers go, they are 2 yards off their line and then they roll it to the left back or they do a step over or whatever else. I remember Petr Cech doing it at Arsenal when Emery came in and Cech was asked to do it, and it literally looked like Bambi on ice. Like, it was so uncomfortable to do it. So I think it is about the evolution of Newcastle. And I don't think Nick Pope stays. Why would Nick Pope be happy to play number 2 to Aaron Ramsdale? I just don't see it. Just don't see it. You still get 10, 11, 12 million for Nick Pope. You get the wages off the books. You get rid of a keeper from the donkey farm, as you guys have just put down in the chat as well. So yeah, why don't you just get rid of him for sure? For sure, Núñez would make a profit for Newcastle going to Saudi in a few years. Ramsdale has many errors as Pope. Even with his feet, he looks better because Pope's 9-foot frame makes him look awkward. I am the same height as Nick Pope. I just have to sit down low on my podcast screen. But I played goalkeeper once upon a time. Played at Villa Park, got man of the match. But yeah, played a little bit of football. But yeah, field a goal back in the day. No one liked a penalty shootout against me because I was the cat. I could get even down into the bottom corner. But yeah, Granit Xhaka, Ollie Watkins, Donnarumma. There's so much going on. And Craig, you talked about it in the chat as well. And I'm quickly going to plug this. Before I do, I'm going to plug this up on the screen here. Who hasn't joined the fantasy football yet? Footy Social Club, join. There's the code. Get involved. Let me know in the comments if you have any issues, but we want as many of you in there as possible. There is going to be a first prize. Make sure you guys are subscribing to this as well. Gaz is running it. I'm 6'4", says Craig, but I don't look like a giraffe on ice. Plays central midfield for the Engineers team. There you go. I bet were you a midfield battler or were you silky smooth? Do you fancy the Toon goalkeeper job? Hi, it's me. Absolutely. I'd play for Newcastle tomorrow. I don't think I'm too old now. 41 in about 6 weeks' time. Too old to throw myself around. I retired at 27 with bad knees and ankles. I played over in Australia and had a couple of bad tackles done on me, and that was game over. Destroyer of the Worlds, says Craig. Yes, I can imagine that you were. And then what, 6-7 pints after the game? Low Fat Moffat, hope you're well. Pope to Burnley, maybe. That's a good theory. Played for Burnley once upon a time, but they've already done their business with the young German goalkeeper. About 4.5 million. Can't think of what his name is. It's Strebus or something like that, who's signed there. Morning to the Normality Channel with Ryan Taylor. That's one hell of a long name, but welcome to the Normality Channel. Hey there, hope you're well, mate. Thanks for joining the Footy Social Club. During the game, halftime cans. What about the oranges? I can remember my mum bringing oranges on for all the boys at halftime. They used to love her for it, or maybe they just love my mum. One or the other. Maybe Gaz can answer that question for me. But yeah, I think Isak could stay at Newcastle, says the Normality Channel. Why do you think that Isak could stay at Newcastle? We've been debating it for what feels like an eternity, but why do you think that Isak could stay? New member to the channel, would love your opinion on why Isak stays, because further up in the chat, I think it was Andy that was saying, or maybe it was Craig, I can't quite remember, I apologise, but he's gone AWOL. He's no longer in Newcastle, so why is he staying at the club? Why is he staying? 100% love smash, says Gaz. Guitar News could do, but we want him. But do we want him to? You don't. Isak has already bought a house in Southport, says Curtis. What if we tell him give us your very best this season and then we let you go, says Dino. If we don't get Sesko, we hold all the cards. No way we'll drop to Jackson. We'll talk about Nicholas Jackson as well. Where's he going to be playing next season? Well, we need to find Isak before he can leave, says Craig. He's hiding in the pub somewhere, waiting for a couple of cans. Look, Diaz has gone to Germany from Liverpool. Even if fees are paid, deal could be off. I don't know if the deal's off. I expect to bid by Liverpool this week. I really, really do. I just don't see a world where Isak doesn't start at Liverpool before the start of the season. I really, really don't. Here's Curtis's question for you guys. What if he has a bad season and then he drops in value to 40 million? Maybe not 40 million, but what if he drops to 70 million or 60 million? Would you wish he'd sold in the season before? Or would you say, well, we've now got to keep him and try and build him back up again? Craig says he's playing five-a-side with Lord Lucan and Dr. Livingston. Craig, I do like your sense of humour. Isak shopping at IKEA for his new mansion. Jesus Christ. Gee, it's what Gyökeres is doing. Maybe Arsenal should make a little bid. We're still a striker short. Isak, tell you what, Isak and Gyökeres for Sweden is scarily good. Scarily good. With Elanga as well. My God, they've got some good players. Nicholas Jackson isn't the best. As in, isn't horrific. Nicholas Jackson, I think, is horrific. I was watching a Chelsea channel the other day. That's how I try and get all my news, is watch across various channels. I was watching the Toon Review as well the other day. They do a good job. But Chelsea fans were saying, and it's an interesting one, that they think that Nicholas Jackson is worth keeping at the club, and that he is probably number 2 behind Pedro, but ahead of what's the guy that signed for Ipswich who's just lost out of my mind? Delap. Ahead of Delap, behind Pedro. I don't see that at all. What do you guys think? Would you take him at your club? Would you take Nicholas Jackson, honestly? Here's one for you. We'll ask a question. Nicholas Jackson or Darwin Núñez, if you had to have one. Last striker on earth and you need one. Which one of those are you taking? You can put the initials, you can just put the surname, Jackson or Núñez. I'd love to know your opinions on that. I really, really would. At least with Jackson, you can get more out of him. Yeah, I'm not so sure. I reckon how you get a tune out of Jackson. Núñez, says Gaz. Rather have Chowdhury, says Andy. Why haven't Newcastle owners sold Tony to Newcastle? That's another good one. Former Newcastle player, Ivan Toney as well. Didn't go down too well with Newcastle fans from memory. Am I correct with that? Guitar News says Núñez. Low Fat Moffat says Núñez. Thanks, guys. Love the opinion. Craig, of course you would. You play no striker. Of course you would. Of course you would play no striker. So does that mean you'd sell Isak and just not have a striker? How's Magic for Jackson could produce a net finder, says Dino. How many of you guys go and watch? How many of you guys are season ticket holders? How many of you guys go and watch Newcastle? Not week in, week out, but how often do you guys go and watch them? And if I was to come to England, as I've never been to St James's Park, and I wouldn't wear an Arsenal shirt, but if I was to come to Newcastle, how many of you could get me a ticket so I could watch a game live at St James's Park? I'll bring the microphone, we can do some fan interviews, do them in the pub and whatever else, but let me know, because I would love, I'm happy to pay for the ticket, but I would love to go and watch a Newcastle game at St James's Park. So if you can help me out for that, I'd absolutely love it. I plan on bringing my cameras and stuff over and going to a few of the games. Money admits he was trouble when he was here and didn't do his best. I'm talking about Ivan Toney. A lot of respect for him for that admission. Yeah, I mean, I think Ivan Toney would be a very different Ivan Toney if he was to go to Newcastle. Could the PIF have a plan? You never know. Tony, not money. Yeah, correct. Yeah. I'm a musician on the up without blowing my own trumpet. I don't even have time for home life, let alone a game. Fair enough, Dino. What type of music do you do? Let us know. If you've got an Instagram handle or whatever else, feel free to chuck it into the chat. People can go and have a look. If you're an up-and-coming musician, easiest way is away in the gods. Otherwise, tricky to get tickets. There's always a way to get a ticket. Someone's always got a ticket somewhere. But I would love to. I'd love to go to Newcastle and watch it. A bit like Rangers, Rangers Celtic, and watch that as well. But yes, what's going on elsewhere is in the news. Well, so Newcastle have been interesting. There's been a few. I'm just seeing pictures here of Granit Xhaka and Diaz in their shirts. Granit Xhaka looks good in a Sunderland shirt, doesn't he? What's the Liverpool score? Are they playing Yokohama yet? Plus the Yokohama updates. Who cares? Trafford's gone. Man United, yeah, in for Nick Pope. That's interesting. Liverpool spent 265 million on initial transfer fees as they reshaped their squad ahead of the new season. Headline marquees of Florian Wirtz, ridiculous. Ekitike, Kirkes, Frimpong, Mardashvili, Petchy, who I've never heard of. Woodman out. Woodman. They signed Freddie Woodman. Wasn't Freddie Woodman once at Newcastle in the donkeys of goalkeepers? Out. They've done well sales-wise. You talk about them. They've got rid of over £100 million worth of players as well. Liverpool. They are moving and shaking in the right reasons. A little bit of breaking news. Alisson is back in Brazil for private reasons, says Arne Slot. It wasn't too long ago that Alisson lost his dad as well. I think he drowned or something from memory a few years ago now, but he said to go back to Brazil for private reasons. So Alisson out of the Liverpool squad before people panic and wonder where he is. Ekitike, now talking about Ekitike playing on the left-hand side. Liverpool's team for tonight: Mardashvili in goal, right back of Bradley, Konate, Van Dijk and Kirkes. Kirkes given the number 57 shirt. Wonder what that's about. Szoboszlai, Gravenberch and Wirtz. Read into that what you like. No McAllister. Salah, Ekitike up top and Cody Gakpo set to smash the living daylights out of Yokohama. Granit Xhaka's words. First of all, it's a massive statement about the attractiveness of the club. This is Regis Lebris on signing Granit Xhaka. First of all, it's a massive statement about the attractiveness of the club. If a player of this dimension says yes to our project, it means something. I have to congratulate the people behind the scenes for completing the move. It makes a big noise, and that is something we are looking to do this season. For the squad, it's really important. We started our recruitment with talented young players, but the second layer is to balance the squad with more experience. With what he has achieved in that game, Granit is really good for that, he goes on to say. There we go. Granit Xhaka says, I'm very proud to be here. When I spoke to the club, I was excited and felt the energy. Stadium of light energy, eh? And the mentality and all the people and players have. It's exactly what I wanted, and I have a very good feeling. We are back where this club needs to be, and we want to stay here to write our own history. Granit Xhaka on his move to Sunderland today. £13 million, 4 million in add-ons. Most of that sits in Sunderland, staying in the Premier League. Now, it could be a one-season wonder for Granit Xhaka, because you've got to feel that in that contract there will be a clause that gets him out of the club should Sunderland be relegated from the Premier League. For me, even with Granit Xhaka, they still look likely to be relegated. Guys, while there's plenty of you in here as well, I'm putting together my shows for the new season, and we've got heaps and heaps of them as well. 2 shows a day. I took down the notes that you guys talked about with your evening shows as well, you guys that watch YouTube in the evenings. Now, I know there's a lot of Newcastle fans in here, but I also know you guys interacting, talking about anything football, and that's what the Footy Social Club is. If you haven't already, guys, in here for the first time, make sure you're subscribing. Come join this community as well. We'll be going in 3 weeks' time to 2 shows a week, Monday to Friday, live watch-alongs on the weekends as well, and some reactionary stuff with that as well. So there's going to be plenty. This is going to hate me. My child's not going to love it. I'm going to...
Okay, we're live and we are talking goalkeepers. That's right. I'm about to be joined by the ever insightful Brian very shortly. He'll be jumping on, and we're going to be discussing the 3 main goalkeeper targets that West Ham have been linked to, especially after the absolute disaster class that old Areola had on Saturday. Good news is Newcastle apparently seem to be going to sign Aaron Ramsdale. Great news for us West Ham fans. It means we will not be getting Ramsdale. He's off to Newcastle. Hallelujah. I'm very chuffed about that, because I don't rate Aaron Ramsdale. I don't want Aaron Ramsdale at West Ham. So we've dodged a bullet there. But we are linked to 3 very decent goalkeepers that we've got on the way. God, it is bloody hot there. Hope everyone's having a wonderful, wonderful evening. Yeah, so we're going to break down each one. Areola didn't have the best of games on what was it now? Saturday night, Sunday morning, whatever you call it. Obviously, it's pre-season, but there has been a desire to get a goalkeeper for. I've just got like unopened letters behind me. That looks a bit shit, doesn't it? Yes, the man is here. Brian,
Yes.
this is my friend.
Yes. What are you saying, Dan? You right?
Wait, hold up. Is that me? Oh no, it is me. Yeah, everyone can hear you. Okay, I'll hear you now. Yeah, there we go, mate. How you been? How you been, man?
Yeah, man. Busy, man. It's been a long while, man. But it's good to be back. Good to be back in the space and talking all things West Ham, man. But yeah, no, I'm good, man. I'm good. Just really busy with like personal stuff.
Yeah. Well, no, I appreciate you taking some time, man. It's great to have you back on the channel. Talking West Ham goalkeepers today, mate. We're talking goalkeepers now. Did you watch? Did you watch the friendly against Man United?
I did. You know what? And I was actually watching your watch along as well a little bit. I was dipping in and out of that, you and Jace. But I did watch it. Look, my opinion is probably the same as everyone else with a slight twist. Okay, I sort of went into it with low expectations. So with that being said, I wasn't kind of thinking, oh, why did I stay up for this crap, etc. I knew things were going to be the same. And when I saw the lineup, oh my God, I was like, right, it's definitely going to be the same. We're going to have the same issues in midfield. Look, I mean, to take the positives out of it, the second half, the last 15, 20 minutes was very good, very exciting in terms of good in possession, direct play once the changes were made, combination of youth and experienced players. But I think there were a lot of negatives as well. And again, do you know what? This is what these games are for from like a pre-season point of view. It's exactly what these games are for, just to kind of get everyone's sharpness and fitness up. And seeing Man United kind of play a counter-attacking system in that way was quite strange for me. A lot of people were sort of waxing lyrical about them, but I don't think they were nothing special, man, personally.
No, yeah, I agree. I mean, it took two absolute howlers there from Areola, and I've been a big Areola defender for a while. I've stuck up for him. A lot of people ain't having him, but last season, it can't be understated, like the performances that he had in games that really played a big part to keeping us out of trouble and out of relegation. So we don't forget that, but there are, I think, keepers that Potter's looking at that maybe fit his system better. And these are three of the keepers. Well, at least two of the three keepers. There's one keeper in there who may be a secret Salthouse signing.
Okay.
Well, we have a Salthouse client among the three. That's right. So we got it. We can't have a reason. We can't have a position that we attract without Salthouse sticking his nose. So we'll go into obviously. We'll start with Suzuki. He's obviously a keeper. I think the first out of all of these, the first name that I remember seeing. Plays for Parma in Italy, newly promoted team last season. I think Japanese international. Again, I can't say, I don't know about you, Brian, but I can't say I've watched too much of Suzuki, but he seems to be highly rated, and we'll get into the statistics in a sec. But any have you had any sort of awareness, any sort of experience watching Suzuki?
Not watching him, but just, heard of the name and stuff, because I tend to track Serie A results now and then, so I haven't seen Parma play. As you said, they've just got promoted again, so it's a name that's been surfacing around for a little while. I'm always look, when it comes to a lot of Far East players in various positions, I mean, the talent has definitely stepped up over the years, but there is that commercial marketing sense as well that a lot of clubs are looking into. They're thinking about sort of a revenue that can come in from fans around the world and stuff like that. Yeah. So that's another element of it as well. And I think, my view on Areola very quickly is I always thought he was a decent keeper, but I always saw the flaws in him. that's why I always leaned more to Fabianski. However, I did feel when it was Areola's time, it was his time. But the kind of mistakes he made at the weekend, for me, are very typical of what you get from him. And if you're going to play in this kind of system with this manager, he's going to be expected to have his ball at the feet and distribute a lot. So you're going to get areas why for me, having a goalkeeper as part of maybe like the top targets, it does make sense to me. But again, I wouldn't necessarily. We can go without for a time being if the price ain't right for what we're looking for.
Yeah. This is what I've been saying, that at the end of the day, I think that the midfield is much more important. But yeah, there's going to be aspects of. I mean, the second goal against Man United was evident of the weaknesses, I think, in Areola in a Potter system, playing it out. I mean, he just no composure, plays it to the wrong man, and boom, back in trouble. And that's a big issue, you know. And Areola's on a lot of money. He's on like over 100 grand a week as a goalkeeper. You know what I mean? We need a bit better. We need a bit more from him. Let me share my screen. Let's have a little deeper look at Suzuki-san. Boom, boom, boom. Right. Okay. Now, a lot of people probably can't see that. Can I zoom in and make it bigger? There we go. So he's 22 years old. I don't know centimeters to feet. I'm guessing he's tall. But yes, so 22, young goalkeeper. And we're getting some of these stats now. This is a lot of it looks like a load of gibberish and stuff like that. We'll get into this. Obviously, green is good, red is bad. So post-shot expected goals minus goals. These stats are getting out of hand, man. Post-shot minus goals against. Positive numbers suggest better luck or an above-average ability to stop shots. So it's expected goal based on how likely the goalkeeper is to save the shot. So I guess we're looking. So it doesn't include own goals. So I guess we're looking at their sort of shot-stopping ability. Things like that. So 35th percentile. So not massively great. I said I'm not the biggest statistician. Fuck it, I'm not great with stats. Goals against now. This is, by the way, I actually recorded a video earlier about. I did this in the video in like 12 minutes or something, right? I broke down all the keepers, and the audio, I wasn't happy with it, so I went, okay, I'll do it live. Let me see what Brian's about. So yes. What I look at when I look at goals against, and I'll judge these players accordingly, is you have to put some tax on it in terms of the team they play for. Now, Parma is one of the lesser teams in Serie A. So you're going to concede more goals. It's like we had Fabianski. Fabianski got relegated to Swansea, right? Faced a lot of shots, saved a lot of shots, but conceded a lot of shots. So I wouldn't hold that against him. And then save percentage, shots on target against, goals against, shots on target against. No, not all shots on target are stopped by the keeper. Many were stopped by defenders. Does not include penalty kicks. So 29%. So a lot of these big strengths seems to be on the ball: touches, distribution, goal kicks, long goal kicks, ability to stop crosses. I mean, you're probably the more stat guy than me, Brian. I mean, any of this anything jumps out to you?
Well, automatically you can see the stuff that in possession and transition is good. So playing in a possession-based team, all of these things help. He's comfortable with the ball at his feet. He's obviously tall enough to come for crosses confidently, which in the Premier League we get a lot. When you get a lot of foreign keepers, normally that flap at crosses. So he stopped crosses percentages is really good. Again, basic things like goal kicks. It sounds stupid, man, but how frustrated did we used to be when we used to see like Zuma come back and take goal kicks and stuff like that for Fabianski and that. It's just ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? So stuff that's really important. I think, like you said, Dan, the way to kind of top it off with the stats at the top, the ones that are in red, you can put tax on it. It's a bit like what do you call it? People that play FBL, right? You wouldn't necessarily you would have like a lot of the keepers from sort of mid-table and low teams high up there, in addition to the teams that keep clean sheets, just due to the fact that they're more busier, so they'll always be active in terms of gaining points. So some of that, I mean, these stats actually, they don't look too bad. Do you know what I mean? They're not like amazing, but they're not like if you were to marry them up against some of the mid-table keepers in our league, you ain't gonna look.
And I think they're strong in the areas that Potter's really looking for in terms of
exactly
on the ball distribution, good with his feet, and he's 22 years old, so there is area for development.
Yeah.
Now, I think a sticking point is going to be the price. Apparently, Palmer are asking for like around 30 million. They value him at, and we ain't got no 30 million to be spending on a goalkeeper right now.
The thing is with all Italian clubs, yeah, like when it comes to sort of buying from there, you can sort of like negotiate financially for sure, because generally the league's quite hard up. So you can put in a lot of clauses, even like loan packages and stuff, whereby the initial fee could be a lot lower, or you're paying it over like a stupid amount of time, like 5 years or something like that. So, yeah, I mean, that's their evaluation, because obviously they don't want to let him go. But I think if push came to shove and we was really going for this guy, we could sort of go in there with a little figure that might tempt them.
Yeah, there has to be something, I think, that can do the business. They're trying to stay up in Serie A. I think they finished like 16th last season after obviously their first season in the league. The money would do them some good, and hopefully we can get that figure down. But you know, there are other options which we'll get onto. Now, I did not know about it. I haven't heard this. So Mark says, you think Areola panics now? Wait till the 8-second rule is introduced this season. I haven't heard about this 8-second rule. Have I been living under a rock? Is that real?
We might have to do a little search on that, man. I don't know about the 8-second rule.
That's going to be mad. Like, I mean, it will stop a lot of time wasting. That's for
Definitely.
Boy, so we'll see. But yeah, we'll confirm that in a second. Anyone else in the chat, back that up. If there is an 8-second rule, yeah. So other people are saying, explain this new rule. I guess it's the keeper has, once they get the ball, have 8 seconds to